Preface of Tell It All, The Story of a Life's Experience in Mormonism. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Danielle Cartwright. Tell It All, The Story of a Life's Experience in Mormonism by Fanny STENHOUSE. This contains a publisher's notice, a preface by Harriet Beecher Stowe, and a preface by Fanny STENHOUSE. Publisher's notice. By the merest accident a few months ago in New York City, the publishers became personally acquainted with Mr. T.B.H. Stenhouse of Salt Lake City, the husband of the author of the present volume, and before they separated, preliminary steps were taken for its publication. Almost a year before that time, Mrs. Harriet Beecher Stowe, the talented author of Uncle Tom's Cabin, had addressed a kind note to Mrs. Stenhouse, congratulating her upon the appeal which she had made on behalf of the women of Utah in a little work which she had then just published. Some correspondence subsequently ensued between the two ladies who had so successfully attacked the twin relics of barbarism, polygamy and slavery. They afterwards became personally acquainted, and when Mrs. Stenhouse requested Mrs. Stowe to write the preface for her new work, that gifted author unhesitatingly replied, "I am happy to be able to do the least thing which can show how heartily I sympathize with the effort you are making. May God bless both it and you. It is the prayer of yours, ever truly, H. B. Stowe." Preface by Mrs. Harriet Beecher Stowe. In these pages, a woman, a wife, and mother speaks the sorrows and oppressions of which she has been the witness and the victim. It is because her sorrows and her oppressions are those of thousands who, suffering like her, cannot or dare not speak for themselves, that she thus gives this history to the public. It is no sensational story, but a plain, unvarnished tale of truth, stranger and sadder than fiction. Our day has seen a glorious breaking of fetters. The slave pens of the South have become a nightmare of the past. The auction block and whipping post have given place to the church and the schoolhouse, and the songs of emancipated millions are heard through our land. Shall we not then hope that the hour is come to loose the bonds of a cruel slavery whose chains have cut into the very hearts of thousands of our sisters? A slavery which debases and degrades womanhood, motherhood, and the family? Let every happy wife and mother who reads these lines give her sympathy, prayers, and efforts to free her sisters from this degrading bondage. Let all the womanhood of the country stand united for them. There is a power in combined, enlightened sentiment and sympathy, before which every form of injustice and cruelty must finally go down. May He who came to break every yoke hasten this deliverance. Harriet Beecher Stowe. Author's Preface. In the fall of the year 1869, a few earnest, thinking men, members of the Mormon Church and living in Salt Lake City, inaugurated what was regarded at the time as a grand schism. Those who had watched with anxiety the progress of Mormonism hailed the new movement as the harbinger of the work of disintegration so long anticipated by thoughtful-minded saints, and believed that the opposition to theocracy then begun would continue until the extraordinary assumptions of the Mormon priesthood were exploded, and Mormonism itself should lose its political status and find its place only among the singular sects of the day. It was freely predicted that woman, in her turn, would accept her part in the work of reformation, take up the marriage question among the saints, and make an end of polygamy. Little did I imagine that at that period that any such mission as that which I have since realized as mine was in the providence of time awaiting me, or that I should ever have the boldness, either with tongue or pen, to plead the cause of the women of Utah. But impelled by those unseen influences which shape our destinies, I took my stand with the heretics, and as it happened, my own was the first woman's name enrolled in their cause. The circumstances which wrought a change in my own life produced a corresponding revolution in the life of my husband. In withdrawing from the Mormon Church, we laid ourselves, our associations, and the labors of over 20 years upon the altar and took up the burden of life anew. We had sacrificed everything in obedience to the counsel of Brigham Young, and my husband, to give a new direction to his mind and also to form some plan for our future life, thought it advisable that he should visit New York. He did so, and shortly after employed himself in writing a history of the Mormon Church, which has since been published. In the course of time, the burden of providing for a large family and the anxiety and care of conducting successfully a business among a people who make it a religious duty to sternly set their faces against those who dissent from their faith exhausted my physical and mental strength. Considering, therefore, that change might be beneficial to me, and my own personal affairs urgently calling me to New York City, I followed my husband thither. On my way east, I met a highly valued friend of my family who, in the course of our journey together over the Pacific Railroad, enthusiastically urged me to tell the story of my life and to give to the world what I knew about polygamy. I had been repeatedly advised to do so by friends at home, but up to that time no plan had been arranged for me carrying out the suggestion. I had hardly arrived in New York before the electric messenger announced that a severe snowstorm was raging on the vast plains between the Rocky Mountains and the Missouri River, and for several weeks all traffic over the Union Pacific Railroad was interrupted, and I could not return to my home in the distant West. That unlooked-for snow blockade became seriously annoying, for not only was I most anxious to return to my children, but also, never having known an idle hour, I could not live without something to do. At that moment of unsettled feeling, a lady friend with whom I was visiting suggested again the book, and she would not permit me to leave her house until she had extracted from me a promise that it should be written. Next morning, I began my task in earnest. I faithfully kept my room and labored unremittingly, and in 3 weeks the manuscript of my little work on Polygamy in Utah was completed. It was issued in pamphlet form and was very kindly welcomed by the press, both secular and religious, and for this I was sincerely grateful. I had not up to that time thought of much else than its effect upon the people of Utah, but the voluminous notices which that little book received showed the deep interest which the people of the United States had taken in the Mormon question, and how ardently they desired to see the extinction of the polygamic institution among the saints. In Salt Lake City, I was so situated that I was daily, I might almost say hourly, brought in contact with the visitors to the modern Zion, for during the summer thousands of travelers pass over the Pacific Railroad. Not a few of these called to see me, and I received from ladies and gentlemen, whose kind interest in my welfare I felt very deeply, many personal attentions, many words of sympathy and encouragement, and many intelligent and useful suggestions in respect to my future life. Indeed, I saw myself quite unexpectedly, and I may truthfully say, without my own desire, become an object of interest. By the earnest suggestions of friends and strangers, and by the widely published opinions of the press, I was made to feel that I had but begun my work, that I had but partly drawn aside the veil that covered the worst oppression and degradation of woman ever known in a civilized country. Nearly all who spoke to me expressed their surprise that intelligent men and women should be found in communion with the Mormon Church, in which it was so clearly evident that the teachings of Christianity had been supplanted by an attempt to imitate the barbarism of Oriental nations in a long past age, and the sweet influences of the religion of Jesus were superseded by the most objectionable practices of the ancient Jews. How persons of education and refinement could ever have embraced a faith that prostrated them at the feet of the Mormon prophet and his successor Brigham Young was to the inquiring mind a perfect mystery. The numerous questions which I had to answer, and the explanations which I had to give, shewed me that my little book had only whetted the appetite of the intelligent investigator, and that there was a general call for a woman's book on Mormonism, a book that should reveal the inner life of the saints, exhibit the influences which had contributed to draw Christian people away from Christian churches to the standard of the American prophet Joseph Smith, and subject them to the power of that organization which has, since his death, subjugated the mass of the Mormon people in Utah to the will and wickedness of the priesthood under the leadership of Brother Brigham. There have from time to time appeared many works on Mormonism which professed to give an insight into the inner life of the saints. Some of those books were written by women, some by visitors to Utah or persons who had resided for a longer or shorter period in the territory, and more than one at least was published under the name of women who claimed to be members of the Mormon Church. How untrustworthy the accounts of visitors and Gentiles are, and the reason why such should be the case, I shall hereafter in the course of this volume have occasion to explain. And that the autobiographies of supposed Mormon women were equally unreliable, the following facts will clearly demonstrate. A French lady, a countess and a woman of the world, Madame Olympe Edouard, came to see me in Salt Lake City. She was a woman of intelligence and quick perception, with whom to spend an hour was a perfect pleasure. After her return to France, she of course wrote a book entitled Le Far West. And in that book, page 335, she said, some of my readers may perhaps have forgotten their French lessons, I therefore translate. There are two principal journals in Salt Lake City, the New Deseret and the New Telegraph. Mr. Stenhouse is the editor-in-chief of the first. He is a well-taught man of German origin, and speaks the French language with greatest purity. His wife, a French lady, is a woman of the world, good-looking, charming, well-educated, a good musician, and the mother of 13 fine children. She is an ex-Sister of Charity, and the only French Catholic who has joined the Mormon Church. Now here is an example in type. Let us judge of its truthfulness. In the first place, there never was such a paper as the New Deseret or the New Telegraph. The Deseret News has been in existence for some years. My husband assisted on its staff, but he was never editor-in-chief. The Daily Telegraph was my husband's own paper, but it never appeared under any other name. Little items may seem of small importance, but in a case where truthfulness is called in question, they are worth mentioning. Mr. Stenhouse is a Scotchman by birth, and I am an Englishwoman. His acquaintance with the French tongue is, of course, limited, while I, for my part, never was or will be either a Roman Catholic or a Sister of Charity. 10 and not 13 fine children are all who call me mother, and at the time when Madame Olympe wrote, there were only 8. Here I state the whole case briefly. Let the reader judge of the truthfulness of travelers' stories. That comprehensive and truthful works on this subject have appeared, I readily admit, but most of them are mere sketches, such, for example, as that by Secretary Ferris, a Gentile, but a fair and impartial author, or else were published as that, for instance, by John Hyde, a good man and a vigorous writer, so many years ago that they are now, to a great extent, out of date. Mrs. Waite is the best Gentile lady writer, but for obvious reasons, although she was a woman of intelligence and penetration, her knowledge of the inner life of Mormonism was necessarily circumscribed. 2 books appeared, each claiming to be written by genuine Mormon women. They were, however, originally published 15 or 20 years ago, and although they are still on sale, they are, as a matter of course, silent concerning recent events. The first of these 2 volumes was really written by a gentleman who was himself neither a Mormon nor had any intimate acquaintance with the system and doctrines of that people. He obtained from the lady, the supposed author, all the information which she was capable of imparting, and then worked it up in a startling and sensational manner, mingling facts and fiction in such a way that the Mormons have always declared that the whole volume was a scandalous libel. The other volume was first published nearly 20 years ago. It was professedly written by the wife of a Mormon elder, but it was really the production of an old lady in New Jersey who had never even been out to Utah, and who drew entirely upon her own imagination for all that she could not adapt from other sensational writers on Mormonism. This book was first published by a New York firm, and being supposed by the innocent public to be genuine, it had an extraordinary circulation, 40 or 50,000 being sold. The publishers, however, failed, and the stereotype plates passed into other hands. Subsequently, the work having come under the notice of a subscription firm at Hartford, they negotiated for the use of the plates. 1 word of the heading of each page was cut out. A new title was selected. Some old illustrations and a few new ones were added, and an ancient steel plate portrait, which had once done duty in some book of poetry or illustrated volume of fashionable beauties of years ago, was vamped up, and the supposed signature of the fictitious author was engraved beneath it. This book, now rechristened and apparently a new volume, was launched upon the market. It is at the present moment advertised in many local newspapers, and the confiding public cheerfully buy it under the impression that it is the genuine production of a Mormon woman. Such is the history of some of the so-called autobiographies which have appeared. I mention these facts to show that the demand for a true history by a real Mormon woman has never yet been supplied. It is this knowledge which induced me to publish my former little work, and encourages me to hope that the present volume may meet with acceptance. A few months after the publication of my first book, I was invited to lecture upon Polygamy in Utah, and wherever I spoke I observed the same spirit of enquiry, and met with a renewed demand for more of circumstance and narrative, which I had from a sense of personal delicacy withheld in my former work. I saw no way of satisfying myself and others than by accepting the rather spiteful invitation of a certain Mormon paper to tell it all, and this in a narrative of my own personal experience, which I now present to the reader. I have endeavored to do. Myself, not in any sense a literary woman, or making any pretensions as a writer, I hope to escape severe criticism from the public and the press. I had a simple story to tell, the story of my life and of the wrongs of women in Utah. Startling and terrible facts have fallen under my observation. These also I have related, but my constant effort has been to tell my story in the plainest, simplest way and to avoid exaggeration, but never shrink from a straightforward statement of facts. I have disguised nothing and palliated nothing, and I feel assured that those who from their actual and intimate acquaintance with Mormonism in Utah, as it really is, are capable of passing a just and impartial judgment upon my story, will pronounce without hesitation that I have told the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Fanny STENHOUSE, Salt Lake City. End of Prefaces. Chapter 1 of Tell It All, The Story of a Life's Experience in Mormonism by Fanny STENHOUSE. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. My Early Life. The story which I propose to tell in these pages is a plain, unexaggerated record of facts which have come immediately under my own notice, or which I have myself personally experienced. Much that to the reader may seem altogether incredible would to a Mormon mind appear simply a matter of ordinary everyday occurrence with which everyone in Utah is supposed to be perfectly familiar. The reader must please remember that I am not telling, as so many writers have told in newspaper correspondence and sensational stories, the hasty and incorrect statements and opinions gleaned during a short visit to Salt Lake City, but my own experience, the story of a faith, strange, wild, and terrible it may be, but which was once so intimately inwoven with all my associations that it became a part of my very existence itself, and facts, the too true reality of which there are living witnesses by hundreds, and even thousands, who could attest if only they would. With the reader's permission, I shall briefly sketch my experience from the very beginning. I was born in the year 1829 in St. Helier, Jersey, one of the islands of the English Channel. From my earliest recollection, I was favorably disposed to religious influences, and when only 14 years of age, I became a member of the Baptist Church, of which my father and mother were also members. With the simplicity and enthusiasm of youth, I was devoted to the religious faith of the denomination to which I had attached myself, and sought to live in a manner which should be acceptable to God. My childhood passed away without the occurrence of any events which would be worthy of mention, although of course my mind was even then receiving the religious bias which afterwards led me to adopt the faith of the Latter-day Saints. Like most girls in their teens, I had a natural love of dress, a weakness, if such it be, of the sex generally. I was not extravagant, for that I could not be, but 30 years ago members of dissenting churches were more staid in their dress and demeanor, and were less of the world, I think, than they are today. In plainness of dress, the Methodists and Baptists much resembled the Quakers. My girlish weakness caused me to be the subject of many a reprimand from older church members, who were rather strict in their views. I well remember one smooth-faced, pious, corpulent brother who was old enough to be my father, saying to me one day, "My dear young sister, were it not for your love of dress, I have seriously thought that I would some day make you my wife." I wickedly resolved that if a few bright-colored ribbons would disgust my pious admirer, it should not be my fault if he still continued to think of me. But many of our other church members were more lenient. Our good minister, in particular, bore with my childish imperfections, as he said, on account of my youth and inexperience, and later still, when I was ready to leave my native island, an extra ribbon or a fashionable dress had not affected my standing in the Baptist denomination. I mention these trifles not because I attach any importance to them in themselves, but because similar religious tendencies and a devotional feeling were almost universally found to be the causes which induced men and women to join the Mormon Church. From among Roman Catholics who place unquestioning confidence in their priesthood, and also from among persons predisposed to infidelity, came few, if any, converts to Mormonism. But it was from among the religiously inclined, the evangelical Protestants of the Old World, that the greater number of proselytes came. But to return to my story. I was one of the younger members of a large family, and when I thought of the future, I readily saw that if I desired a position in life, I should have to make it for myself, and this I resolved to do. I began by consulting all my friends, who I thought would be able to counsel or assist me in carrying out my determination, and before long I found the opportunity which I sought. An English lady, the wife of a captain in the British Army, to whom I had confided my aspirations, proposed, although I was not yet 15 years of age, to take me with her to France in the temporary capacity of governess to her children, assuring me at the same time that she would advance my interests in every possible way after our arrival. This lady and her husband were as kind to me as my own parents could have been, and soon after our arrival in France, they procured for me a situation in one of the best schools in Saint-Brieuc, called the Maison Martin, where, young as I was, I engaged myself to teach the young ladies fancy needlework and embroidery, as well as to give lessons in English. Some of the elder girls I soon found were further advanced in fancy needlework and some other matters than I was myself. This, of course, I did not tell them, but to supply my deficiency, I spent many a midnight hour in study and in preparing myself to give the advanced instructions which would be required by my pupils on the following day. For some time after I began my work as a teacher in that school, I spent the whole of my salary in paying for private lessons to keep me in advance of my pupils. It was for a while a severe task and a strain upon my youthful energies, but I have never since regretted it, as it gave an impulse to my mind that has remained with me through life. I had not been more than 6 months in my situation when the parents of one of the pupils objected to the school retaining a Protestant teacher, and I was consequently given to understand that unless I consented to be instructed, if nothing more, in the Roman Catholic faith, I could not remain in my present position. This was my first experience of that religious intolerance of which I afterwards saw so much. The principal of the establishment, however, being very kindly disposed towards me, advised me to submit, and it was finally agreed that I should be allowed 12 months for instruction and consideration. During this probationary year, I attended Mass every morning from 7 to 8 o'clock, and was present at Vespers at least 3 times a week. Every Saturday morning, I accompanied my pupils to the confessional, where I had to remain from 7 o'clock till noon, after which we returned to breakfast. On Sundays there was the usual morning Mass, and after that High Mass, and in the afternoon from 2 to 4 we listened to a sermon. In addition to all these services at which I was expected to assist, a very good-looking, interesting young priest was appointed to attend to the spiritual instruction of the young Protestant, as they called me, after school hours. He saw me frequently, but he was ill qualified to instruct me in the Catholic faith, or to remove my doubts, for he was not himself too happy in the sacerdotal robe. At first he aimed at convincing me that the apostolic priesthood vested in the fishermen of Galilee had descended in unbroken succession in the Church of Rome, but he seemed to me much more inclined for a flirtation than for argument. I thought I could at times discover something of regret on his own part at having taken holy orders, and in after years I heard that he had abandoned his profession. To the numerous stories of Catholic oppression and artifice in undermining Protestants and seducing them from their faith, I cannot add my own testimony. Those among whom I lived very naturally desired that I should be instructed in their religion and join the church to which they belonged, but their bearing towards me was ever kind and respectful, although when the 12 months of probation had expired, I found myself as much attached to the religion of my childhood as ever, and had in consequence to resign my situation. I had made many warm friends in the school, and none were kinder to me than the principal, who proved her attachment by finding for me a lucrative situation in a wealthy private family. My new position was a decided advance in social life. The family consisted of a husband and wife, 2 children, the husband's brother, and an elderly uncle. The husband was a wealthy commoner. The lady by birth was of the noblesse, but poor. The guardians of the titled lady had formed a matrimonial alliance for her by advertisement, and fortunately for them, when the husband and wife first saw each other, they loved, an experience not too common in France. The fruits of this marriage were happiness and 2 sweet little girls who were, when I first knew them, of the ages of 5 and 7 years respectively. The young gentleman alluded to, the husband's brother, had been educated for the church, but when the proper time came had refused to take orders. The uncle was a fine old gentleman, a retired general in the French army, and a bachelor. Altogether they formed as happy a domestic circle as I have ever known. The position which I occupied among them was that of governess and English teacher for the 2 little girls. My young charges during the first year made rapid progress, which was very gratifying to the family and secured for me their goodwill and interest. Had I been their nearest relative, I could not have received more respect and consideration from them. One member of the circle alone seemed to be entirely indifferent to my presence. This was the brother of Monsieur de Bosque. Although I had lived in the same house with him a whole year, and had sat at the same table every day, scarcely a word ever passed between us beyond a formal salutation. The young gentleman was very handsome, and when conversing with others his manner was extremely fascinating. I did not believe that I particularly desired his attentions, but his indifference annoyed me, for I had never before been treated with such coldness, and I determined to become as frigid and formal as he could possibly be himself. This formal acquaintanceship continued for 2 years, and I persuaded myself that I had become altogether indifferent to the presence of my icicle, while at the same time all the other members of the family increased in their manifestations of attachment to me. But trifles often possess a great significance. It was the custom of the family to get up a little lottery once a week for the children, if my report of their deportment and progress was favorable. In this lottery were presents of books, toys, gloves, and a variety of fancy articles, and among them there was sure to be a bouquet of choice flowers for Mademoiselle Miss, as they familiarly called me. I knew not positively whom to thank, although I instinctively felt from whom they came, for the other members of the family always made me more useful presents. In time, one little attention led to another, until at the end of 3 years I found myself the fiancé of the wealthy Constant de Bosque. Then, or rather shortly before, he avowed that he had been silently watching me all those years. Madame de Bosque was opposed to my marriage with her brother-in-law, as she desired that he should marry one of her own wealthy cousins of the old noblesse of France. She treated me, notwithstanding, with great kindness, and confined her opposition to persuading me not to listen to her brother's suit, but finding opposition to his wishes ineffectual, she finally consented to our engagement, which took place in the following winter. From what I observed of the relations which existed between husbands and wives in France, I did not feel perfectly happy in the thought of becoming the wife of a Frenchman, although I dearly loved the French people. Several of my young lady acquaintances I knew had married because it was fashionable, and especially because it was an emancipation from what ladies in the higher ranks of society regarded as a severe social restraint. It was considered shocking for any young lady to be seen talking to a young gentleman in the street. Indeed, it was hardly proper for any unmarried girl to be seen in the street at all without a bonne or some married lady to accompany her. But immediately she was married, she was at liberty to flirt and promenade with all the gentlemen of her acquaintance, while her husband enjoyed the same liberty among the ladies. This state of affairs did not at all coincide with my English ideas, for to me the very thought of marriage was invested with the most sacred obligations, and I knew I should never be able to bring my mind to accept less from my husband than I should feel it my duty to render to him. I loved the French people, and was pleased with their polite mannerism, But I was not French in character, and though the prospect before me of an alliance with a wealthy and noble family was certainly pleasant, and I was greatly attached to my fiancé, my mind was considerably agitated upon the subject of marriage, as it had before been occupied with religion. During my sojourn in France, I had frequently questioned myself whether I had not done wrong in remaining absent for so many years from my home, and from communion with the church of my childhood, and I had always looked forward to the time when I should return to them again. To this occasional self-examination was now added another cause of anxiety, produced by the thought of marriage with a person of a different faith. Marriage to me was the all-important event in a woman's life, and some mysterious presentiment seemed to forewarn me that marriage in my life was to be more than an ordinary episode, though little did I then dream that it would have a polygamic shaping. My young ambition alone had led me to France. I had aspired to an honorable social position, and had found both it and also devoted friends. Sometimes I felt that I could not relinquish what I had gained. At other times I yearned for the associations of my childhood and the guiding hand of earlier friends. The conflict in my mind was often painful. My early prejudices and the teachings of those around me induced me to believe that the Roman Catholic religion was entirely wrong. Yet, notwithstanding, while living among Catholics, I saw nothing to condemn in their personal lives, but much to the contrary. In fact, Romanism fascinated me, while it failed to convince my judgment. While laboring under these conflicting sentiments, I resolved to visit my native land, to consult with my parents about my contemplated marriage, and for that purpose I asked and obtained 2 months' vacation. Surely some mysterious destiny must have been drawing me to England at that particular crisis, and before the fulfilling of my engagement, which would have changed so entirely the whole current of my existence. End of Chapter 1. Chapter 2 of Tell It All by Fanny STENHOUSE. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. My first introduction to Mormonism. During my residence in France, my parents had left St. Helier and returned to Southampton, England. To visit them now, I had to take a sailing vessel from Port Trieux to the Isle of Jersey, and thence I could take the steamer to Southampton. Monsieur and Madame de Bosque, together with the 2 little girls, accompanied me in their private carriage to Port Trieux, a distance of 40 miles, in order to confide me safely to the captain's care. As they wished me bon voyage and embraced me affectionately, Monsieur and Madame de Bosque handed me a valuable purse for pocket money during my absence, and they all exhibited great anxiety for my welfare, saying over and over again, au revoir, as they entered their carriage to return to their happy home, thereby implying that this was not a final adieu, but that we should soon meet again. I cannot tell why it was, but I experienced at that moment a painful feeling of mental indecision about the future. I had no real reason to doubt my return to France, and the certainty of a warm welcome when I should again greet those dear ones who were now leaving me in tears. But my mind was troubled by a vague feeling of uncertainty, which made me anything but happy. Filial affection and a sense of duty drew me towards my parents in England, while a feeling of gratitude, and I think another, more tender sentiment, turned the current of my thoughts towards the happy home at St. Brieuc. It was not necessary for me to stop in Jersey for more than a few hours, but I wanted to revisit the scenes of my childhood's happy days, and to speak again with those whom I had known and loved in early life. In later years, the scenes and memories of childhood seem like the imaginings of a pleasant dream. A sweet charm is thrown around all that we then said and did, and the men and women who then were known to us are pictured in our recollection as beings possessing charms and graces such as never belonged to the commonplace children of earth. The glamour of a fairy wand is over all the past history of mankind, but upon nothing does it cast so potent a spell as upon the personal reminiscences of our own infant years. To me, that little island had charms which no stranger could ever have discovered. And even now, after the lapse of so many long, eventful years, I often feel an earnest wish to visit again those rock-bound shores, to listen to the everlasting murmur of the wild, wild waves, to watch the distant speck-like vessels far away upon the swelling ocean, and to drink in the invigorating breezes which seem to give life and energy to every pulsation of the living soul. But I must not theorize. Life has been to me too earnest and too painful to admit of much sentiment or fancy as I recall the past. Little as I thought it, during the short visit which I paid to my birthplace, the web of destiny was being woven for me in a way which I could not then have conjectured even in a dream. At St. Helier I heard for the first time of the Latter-day Saints, or Mormonites as they were more familiarly called. But I cannot express how perfectly astonished I was when I learned that my father, mother, sisters, and one of my brothers had been converted to the new faith. It was my own brother-in-law who told me this. He himself, with my sister, were apostate Mormons. They had been baptized into the Mormon Church, but became dissatisfied and abandoned it. The St. Helier's branch of the Latter-day Saints had had a turbulent experience. Their first teachings had been a mixture of Bible texts about the last days and arguments about the millennium, the return of the Jews to Palestine, the resurrection of the dead, and a new revelation and a new prophet. But the improper conduct of some of the elders had disgusted the people with their doctrines, and the tales of wickedness which I heard were, if true, certainly sufficient to justify them in rejecting such instructors. The more I heard of this strange religion, the more I was troubled. Yet, as I knew my parents were devoted Christians, I could hardly believe that Mormonism was such a vile delusion and imposture as it had been represented to me, or they would never have accepted it. Still, it was possible that they had been led astray by the fascinations of a new religion. In this state of mind, I met in the street the wife of the Baptist minister whom I have already mentioned. She greeted me affectionately, and then began at once to warn me against the Latter-day Saints. I inquired what she knew of them, and she replied that personally she knew nothing, but she believed them to be the servants of the evil one, adding, "There is a strange power with them that fascinates the people and draws them into their meshes in spite of themselves. Let me entreat you not to go near them. Do not trust yourself at one of their meetings, or the delusion will take hold of you too." "I cannot ignore Mormonism in this way," I said, "or pass it by with indifference, for my parents, whom I tenderly love, have been blinded by this delusion. And I can do no less than investigate its teachings thoroughly and expose its errors, and if possible, save my father's family from ruin." She was not convinced that this was the wisest course for me to pursue, but I resolved at once to attend a meeting of the saints and judge for myself. My brother-in-law, when he heard of my intentions, tried to dissuade me, but finding me determined, finally offered to escort me to the meeting place. What I heard on this occasion made a great impression on my mind, and set me to thinking as I had never thought before. On returning to my sister's house, she asked me what opinion I had now formed of the Latter-day Saints. I replied that I had not yet formed any conclusion, but that what I had heard had given me serious cause for reflection. "Oh," she said, "you have caught the Mormon fever, I see." I felt a disposition to resent this implication, but I was half afraid that, after all, my sister was right. Much that I had heard could, I knew, be proved from Scripture, and the rest seemed to me to be capable of demonstration from the same authority. I resolved, however, to fortify myself against a too easy credulity, and thought that probably if I heard more of these doctrines, I might be able to discover their falsity. On the following day, the elder who had preached at the meeting, and who, by the way, is one of the present proprietors of the Salt Lake Herald, called to see me, as he had been intimate with my parents before they left the island. I hardly knew how to be civil to him, though he had done nothing to offend me, nor had he been the cause of my parents entering the Mormon Church. But I disliked him solely on account of the stories which I had heard about the Mormons. Intending only to be kind to me, he told me that on the following day he proposed to take the steamer for Southampton, as he was going to attend a conference of the saints in London, and that he should be pleased to shew me any attentions while crossing the Channel, and would see me safe home in England. I confess I really felt insulted at a Mormon elder offering to be my escort, and although my trunks were ready packed for my departure by the same steamer, and Mr. Dunbar knew it, I thanked him politely, but said I would not go by that boat. He tried to persuade me to change my mind, and said that I should have to wait a whole week for another vessel, and at last I frankly told him the abhorrence I felt at the things I had heard about the Mormons, and that I should be afraid to travel in the same steamer with him or any of the Mormon elders who I regarded as no better than so many whited sepulchres. He, however, very kindly took no offense, for he knew that I had been listening to those who disliked the saints. I felt ashamed at having been betrayed into such unladylike rudeness, but notwithstanding, tried to persuade myself that his civility was, after all, an insult, for I had conceived a detestation of every Mormon on account of the deception which I felt sure had been practiced upon my family. This feeling was not lessened by the consciousness that an impression had been made upon my own mind. The more in accordance with Scripture the teaching of the elders appeared, the more firmly I believed it must be a powerful delusion. Here, I said, Satan has indeed taken the form of an angel of light to deceive, if possible, the very elect. Elder Dunbar, finding me unyielding, left by the next steamer and had a pleasant passage across the Channel, and I remained on the island another week. During that interval my mind was haunted with what I had heard of this new gospel dispensation, as it was called. That angels had again descended from heaven to teach men upon earth, that a prophet had been raised up to speak again the mind of the Lord to the children of men, that the saints were partakers of the gifts of the Spirit, as in the early Christian church. All these assumed facts took the form of reality and came back into my mind, with a greater force every time I strove to drive them away, just as our thoughts do when we desire to sleep and cannot. Our very efforts to dismiss them bring them back with greater force to torment us. We had an unusually bad passage across the Channel, which annoyed me all the more when I remembered my scornful refusal to go in the same boat with Elder Dunbar. On my arrival in Southampton, I soon discovered that my father, mother, and sisters were full of the spirit of Mormonism. They were rejoicing in it, ardently believing that it was the fullness of the everlasting gospel, as the elders styled it, and whatever I might think of the new religion, I was forced to confess that it brought into my father's house peace, love, kindness, and charity such as were seldom seen in many households of religious people. My sisters were completely changed in their manner of life. They cared nothing for the amusements which girls of their age usually crave and enjoy. Their whole thoughts seemed to be occupied with the church, attending the meetings of the saints, and employing every leisure hour in preparing comforts for the elders who were traveling and preaching without purse and scrip. And in all this they were as happy as children. Of my parents I might say the same. My dear mother rejoiced in the belief that she had been peculiarly blessed in being privileged to live at a time when the last dispensation was revealed, and my father, though an invalid, rejoiced that he had entered into the kingdom by baptism. Such was the condition of my father's house, and who can wonder that, accustomed as I was to listen with respect to the opinions of my parents, I was more than ever troubled about the new religion which they had adopted. The first Sunday morning that I was in England, my parents asked me to accompany them to meeting, and I readily complied, as I wanted to hear more of the strange doctrines which in some mysterious way had made our family so happy, but which in other quarters had provoked such bitter hostility. I know now that this joyousness of heart is not peculiar to new converts to Mormonism, but may be found among the newly converted of every sect which allows the emotional feelings to come into play. To me, at the time, however, it was a mystery, but I must confess that the change which had taken place in those nearest and dearest to me, affecting me personally, and being so evidently in accordance with the teachings of the Savior, led me to regard Mormonism with less antipathy. The bright side alone of the new faith was presented to the world abroad. We had yet to go to Utah and witness the effects of Brigham Young's teachings at home before we could know what Mormonism really was. I shall never forget the trial it was to my pride to enter the dirty, mean-looking room where the saints assembled at that time. No one would rent a respectable hall to them, and they were glad to obtain the use of any place which was large enough for their meetings. On the present occasion there was a very fair gathering of people who had come together influenced by the most varied motives. The presiding elder — I should here remark that the word elder has among the Mormons no reference whatever to age, but is simply a rank in the priesthood — called the meeting to order and read the following hymn: The morning breaks, the shadows flee. Lo, Zion's standard is unfurled. The dawning of a brighter day majestic rises on the world. The clouds of error disappear before the rays of truth divine. The glory bursting from afar, wide o'er the nations, soon will shine. The Gentile fullness now comes in, and Israel's blessings are at hand. Lo, Judah's remnant, cleansed from sin, shall in the promised Canaan stand. Angels from heaven and truth from earth have met, and both have record borne. Thus Zion's light is bursting forth to bring her ransomed children home. Every word of this hymn had a meaning peculiar to itself, relating to the distinctive doctrines of the saints. The congregation sang with an energy and enthusiasm which made the room shake again. Self and the outer world were alike forgotten, and an ecstasy of rapture seemed to possess the souls of all present. Then all kneeled down, and prayer was offered for the prophet, the apostles, high priests, 70s, elders, priests, teachers, and deacons. Blessings were invoked upon the saints and power to convert the Gentiles, and as the earnest words of supplication left the speaker's lips, the congregation shouted a loud Amen. There was no prepared sermon. There never is at a Mormon meeting. The people are taught that the Holy Ghost is mouth, matter, and wisdom. Whatever the preaching elder may say is supposed to come directly by inspiration from heaven, and the saints, listening as they believe not to his utterances, but to the words of God himself, have nothing to do but to hear and obey. The first speaker on this occasion was a young gentleman of respectable family who had been recently baptized and ordained. He too was from St. Helier, and I had known him from childhood. His address impressed me very much. He had been a member of the Baptist Church, and he related his experience, told how often he had wondered why there were not inspired men to teach the glad tidings of salvation to the world today, as there were 18 centuries ago. He spoke of the joy which he experienced in being baptized into the Mormon Church, and realizing that he had received the gift of the Holy Ghost. The simplicity with which he spoke, his evident honesty, and the sacrifice he made in leaving the respectable Baptists and joining the despised Mormons were, I thought, so many evidences of his sincerity. Alas, how little could that young preacher conjecture how different the practical Mormonism in Utah was from the theoretical Mormonism which he had learned to believe in Europe, before polygamy was known among the saints. A short time afterwards, he gave up his business, married an accomplished young lady, and went with her to Salt Lake City. There they were soon utterly disgusted with what they witnessed, apostatized, and set out for England. When they had gone 3/4 of their way back to the Missouri River, the young man, his wife, child, and another apostate and his wife were killed by Indians. Such at least was the report. But dissenting Mormons have always charged their taking off to the order of the leaders of the Mormon Church. But to return to the meeting. The reader must please forgive me if I dwell a little upon the events of that particular morning, for naturally they made a deep impression upon my own mind. It was there that I saw for the first time my husband who was to be. I had heard a good deal about a certain elder from my family and from the saints who visited at our house. They spoke with great enthusiasm of the earnestness with which he preached, of the influence which his addresses produced, and of his confidence in the final triumph of the kingdom. At that time, the summer of 1849, although the branch of the Mormon Church in Britain was in a most flourishing condition, there were not in England more than 2 or 3 American elders preaching the faith, for when, 2 years before the period of which I speak, the saints left Nauvoo and undertook that most extraordinary exodus across the plains to the Rocky Mountains, the missionary elders were all called home, and the work of proselytizing in Europe was left entirely to the native elders. To direct their labors there was placed over them an American elder named Orson Spencer, a graduate of Dartmouth University, a scholar and a gentleman, a man well calculated from his previous Christian education to give an elevated tone to the teachings of the young English missionaries. Mormonism in England then had no resemblance to the Mormonism of Utah today. The Mormons were then simply an earnest religious people, in many respects like the Methodists, especially in their missionary zeal and fervor of spirit. The Mormon Church abroad was purely a religious institution, and Mormonism was preached by the elders as the gospel of Christianity restored. The Church had no political shaping, nor the remotest antagonism to the civil power. The name of Joseph Smith was seldom spoken, and still more seldom was heard the name of Brigham Young, and then only so far as they had reference to the Church of the Saints. About 18 months before I visited Southampton, one of these missionaries had come into that town without purse or scrip. He was quite a young man and almost penniless, but he was rich in faith and overflowing with zeal. He knew no one there, and homeless and frequently hungry, he continued his labors. Of fasting he knew much, of feasting nothing. He first preached under the branches of a spreading beech tree in a public park, and when more favored, he held forth in a schoolroom or public hall. He had come to convert the people to Mormonism, or he was going to die among them, and before such zeal and determination, discouragements, of course, soon vanished away. He troubled the ministers of other dissenting churches when they found him distributing tracts and talking to their people. He was sowing broadcast dissatisfaction and discontent wherever he could get anyone to listen to him, and he thus drew down upon himself the eloquence of the dissenting pulpits and the derision of the local press. But the more they attacked him, the more zealously did he labor, and defied his opponents to public discussion. Mormonism was bold then in Europe. It had no American history to meet in those days. This and a great deal more I had heard discussed in glowing language by my relatives and friends, and thus the young missionary, Elder Stenhouse, was by name no stranger to me. It was Elder Stenhouse who now addressed the meeting, and I listened to him with attention. The reader must remember that at that time polygamy was unheard of as a doctrine of the saints, and the blood atonement, the doctrine that Adam is God, together with the polytheism and priestly theocracy of after years, were things undreamed of. The saving love of Christ, the glory and fullness of the everlasting gospel, the gifts and graces of the Spirit, together with repentance, baptism, and faith, were the points upon which the Mormon teachers touched. And who can wonder that with such topics as these, and fortifying every statement with powerful and numerous texts of Scripture, they should captivate the minds of religiously inclined people? However this may be, I can only confess that as I listened to Elder Stenhouse's earnest discourse, I felt my antipathy to Mormonism rapidly melting away. At the close of the service, when he left the platform, he was warmly received by the brethren and sisters, for so the saints speak of one another, and they came about him to shake hands, or it might be to seize the opportunity of slipping a trifle into his hand to help him in his work. Young and old, the poor and their more wealthy neighbors mingled together like one happy family. It was altogether a most pleasing scene, and whatever explanation may yet be given to Mormonism in America, one thing I know: the facts of its early history in Europe are among the most pleasant reminiscences of my life. Elder Stenhouse came up in a familiar and open-hearted way to my mother and sisters, and I was introduced to him as the other daughter from France. He kindly welcomed me, and when I frankly told him the state of my mind, he made, I must admit, a successful attempt to solve my doubts, and when I left the meeting it was with sentiments towards the saints and their religion far different from those which I entertained when I entered. This meeting was a memorable era in my life. End of chapter 2. Chapter 3 of Tell It All by Fanny STENHOUSE. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The labor of my life begun. How the Mormon missionaries made converts. In the afternoon, I attended a meeting of a still more interesting character. These Sunday afternoon meetings were held for the purpose of receiving the sacrament and the confirmation of those who had been baptized during the week. They were intended exclusively for the saints, but for certain reasons I was permitted to be present. The meeting was opened with singing and prayer, and then the presiding elder, Brother Cowdy, arose and invited all those who had been baptized during the week to come to the front seats. Several ladies and gentlemen came forward, and also 3 little children. Upon inquiry, I found that children of 8 years of age were admitted members of the church by baptism, which is administered by immersion. At that age, they are supposed to understand what they are doing, but before that, If of Mormon parents, they are considered members of the church by virtue of the blessing which they received in infancy. Brother Cowdy, the presiding elder, then called upon 2 other elders to assist him in the confirmation. One of the ladies took off her bonnet, but retained her seat when all 3 of the elders placed their hands upon her head, and one of them said, "Martha, by virtue of the authority vested in us, we confirm you a member of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. And as you have been obedient to the teachings of the elders, and have gone down into the waters of baptism for the remission of your sins, we confer upon you the gift of the Holy Ghost, that it may abide with you forever, and be a lamp unto your feet, and a light upon your pathway, leading and guiding you into all truth. This blessing we confirm upon your head in the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Ghost. Amen." Then, before they took their hands off her head, the presiding elder asked the other 2 if they wished to say anything, whereupon one of them began to invoke a blessing upon the newly confirmed sister. He spoke for some time with extreme earnestness, when suddenly he was seized with a nervous trembling which was quite perceptible, and which evidently betokened intense mental or physical excitement. He began to prophesy great things for this sister in the future, and in solemn and mysterious language proclaimed the wonders which God would perform for her sake. When we consider the excited state of her mind, if the statements of psychologists be true, the magnetic currents which were being transmitted from the sensitive nature of the man into the excited brain of the new convert, together with the pressure of 6 human hands upon her head, it is not at all astonishing that when the hands were lifted off, she should firmly believe that she had been blessed indeed. She had been told that she should receive the gift of the Holy Ghost, and she did not for an instant doubt that her expectations had been realized. Each of the newly baptized went through the same ceremony, and then they all partook of the sacrament, when after another hymn, the meeting was closed with prayer. In the evening I returned to listen to a lecture upon the character, spirit, and genius of the new church, delivered by Elder Stenhouse, and I was captivated by the picture which he drew of the marvelous latter-day work which he affirmed had already begun. The visions of bygone ages were again vouchsafed to men. Angels had visibly descended to earth. God had raised up in a mighty way a prophet, as of old, to preach the dispensation of the last days. Gifts of prophecy, healing, and the working of miracles were now, as in the days of the apostles, witnesses to the power of God. The long-lost tribes of Israel were about to be gathered into the one great fold of Christ. And the fullness of the Gentiles being come, they too were to be taken under the care of the Good Shepherd. All were freely invited to come and cast away their sins ere it was too late, and the fullest offers of pardon, grace, sanctification, and blessing in this world and in the next were presented to every repentant soul. Surely, I thought, these are the self-same doctrines which my mother taught me when I knelt beside her in childhood, and which I have so often heard, only in colder and less persuasive language, urged from the pulpits of those whom I have ever regarded in the light of the true disciples of Jesus. Who can wonder that I listened with rapt attention, and that my heart was even then half won to the new faith? The days passed, and as I pondered over these things, it appeared to me that I had at last found that which I had so long earnestly desired and prayed for, a knowledge of that true religion for which the Savior presented himself a holy sacrifice, and which the apostles preached at peril of their lives, the only faith in which I might find joy and peace in believing. But why should I dwell upon those moments, soul-absorbing as was their interest to me then? sadly pleasing as is their memory now, the reader can see the drift of my thoughts at that time, and I feel sure, although I have but hastily sketched the causes which brought about these great changes in my religious belief and in my life, that he will not hastily accuse me of fickleness and love of change if he himself has fought the battles of the soul, and has learned even in a slight measure to realize the mystery of his inner being. Each day the finger of destiny drew me nearer to the final step. The young elder, whose words I had listened to with such strange and, to me, momentous results, was intimate with my father's family, and called frequently to see us, and before long he convinced me that it was my duty to test for myself whether the work was of God or not. In the agitated state of my mind at that time, I could not withstand the earnest appeals which were made to my affections and hopes, and within 2 weeks after my arrival in England, I became formally a member of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, or in more popular language, I became a Mormon. The day was fixed for my baptism. Several others were to be baptized at the same time, for scarcely a week passed without quite a number of persons joining the church. For this purpose we all repaired to a bathhouse on the banks of the Southampton River. This place was not perhaps the most convenient, and it certainly was devoid of the slightest tinge of romance, but it was the only one available to the saints at that time. When we were all assembled and had united in singing and prayer, Elder Stenhouse went down into the water first, and then 2 men went down and were baptized, and came up again. Now came my turn. I was greatly agitated, for I felt all the solemnity of the occasion. I had dressed myself very neatly and purely, for I believed that angel eyes were upon me. I wished to give myself a perfect and acceptable offering to my God, and I was filled with the determination henceforth to devote my whole life to His service. As I went down into the waters of baptism, how thankful I felt that it had been my privilege to hear the gospel in my youth, for now I could give my heart, in all its freshness, to the Lord, before it had been chilled by the cold, hard experience of life. I descended the steps, and Elder Stenhouse came forward and led me out into the water. Then, taking both my hands in one of his, he raised his other hand towards heaven, and in a solemn and impressive voice he said, "Fanny, by virtue of the authority vested in me, I baptize you for the remission of your sins, in the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Ghost. Amen." Then he immersed me in the water, and as I reascended the steps, I really felt like another being. All my past was buried in the deep. The waters of baptism had washed away my sins, and a new life lay open before me, in which my footsteps would be guided by the inspired servants of God. All now would be peace and joy within me, for I had obeyed the commands of God, and I doubted not that I should receive the promised blessing, and that now I could indeed go on my way rejoicing. My baptism took place one Saturday afternoon, and the afternoon following I was confirmed a member of the church. Elder Stenhouse presided at the meeting, and he, with Elder Cowdy and 2 other elders, confirmed me. As the blessing which I then myself received differs somewhat from the one which I have already given, and as it is a very fair specimen of those effusions, I present it to the reader in full. Elder Stenhouse, Elder Cowdy, and the 2 other elders placed their hands solemnly upon my head, and Elder Stenhouse said, "Fanny, by virtue of the authority vested in me, I confirm you a member of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. And inasmuch as you have been obedient to the command of God through His servants, and have been baptized for the remission of your sins, I say unto you that those sins are remitted. And in the name of God I bless you, and say unto you, that inasmuch as you are faithful and obedient to the teachings of the priesthood, and seek the advancement of the kingdom, there is no good thing that your heart can desire that the Lord will not give unto you. You shall have visions and dreams, and angels shall visit you by day and by night. You shall stand in the temple of Zion, and administer to the saints of the Most High God. You shall speak in tongues and prophesy, and the Lord shall bless you abundantly, both temporally and spiritually. These blessings I seal upon your head, inasmuch as you shall be faithful, and I pray heaven to bless you, and say unto you, Be thou blessed, in the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Ghost. Amen. After the meeting, I received the congratulations of all the saints present, and more particularly those of my own family. My dear mother and father were overjoyed, and I now learned how anxious they had been, and how they had feared that I should return to France and reject the faith of the new dispensation. Altogether, we were very happy. Elder Stenhouse and Elder Cowdy returned home with us to tea, and afterwards we all attended the usual evening lecture. In this way was passed one of the happiest days of my life, one which I shall ever remember. And yet that memory will always be mingled with regret that so much love and devotion as I then felt were not enlisted in a better cause. Thus began a new era in my life. All my former friends and associations were now to be remembered no more. My lot was cast among the saints, and in the state of my mind at that time, I believed that I should be happy in my new position, and resolved to give evidence of my sincerity of my faith. The untiring energy and restless activity of Elder Stenhouse was ever before our eyes, and inspired all who associated with him with a similar enthusiasm. There were no drones in that hive. The brethren, at a word from him, would roam the country, teaching and preaching in the open air, while the sisters would go from house to house in the city, distributing tracts about the new faith. I caught the enthusiasm of the rest, and was soon in the ranks of the other sisters, as devoted in my endeavors as a young, ambitious heart could be. I was indeed like one born again from an old existence into a new life. I felt grateful and happy. I began to dream of the eternal honor which crowns a faithful missionary life, and I soon found an ample field for testing my fitness for that vocation. At the time of which I speak, the primitive Methodists in England were doing a great deal of work in the way of converting sinners. Their missionaries were zealous and devoted men, though generally poor and uneducated. They resembled very closely the Mormon elders in their labors, and in fact a very large number of the leading Mormons had been Methodist local preachers and exhorters, and the greater number of the newborn saints had come from that denomination with their former teachers, or else had followed them soon after. The change from Methodist to Mormon was, in course of time, very strongly marked, but for a considerable period the same, or what seemed the same influences were at work among the people. Remarkable scenes of excitement were often witnessed at the love feasts, and from the anxious seats, as they were called, might be heard the entreaties of self-accusing souls, frightened by a multitude of sins, crying earnestly, nay wildly, for grace, mercy, and the Holy Ghost, while many of the supplicants would fall upon the ground, completely overcome by nervous excitement. Then they would have visions, and beheld great and unutterable things, received the forgiveness of their sins, and coming back to consciousness, believed themselves now to be the children of God, and new creatures, doubting not that they would ever after be happy in the Lord. The experience of the saints at their meetings when Mormonism was first preached was exactly similar to this. Into the psychological, moral, or religious causes of these scenes of excitement I cannot here enter. I simply mention facts as they came under my own observation. The Mormon missionary often came upon whole communities in the rural districts of England where this good time was in full operation, and being a man of text, he would follow up the revival, preaching that the spirit of the prophet was subject to the prophet, and not the prophet subject to the spirit. Controversy would arise, and his appeal to Scripture, literally interpreted, was almost invariably triumphant. Even in this country, especially in New York and Ohio, the same causes produced the same effects. It was after his mind was excited by a general revival near his native place that Joseph Smith, the founder of Mormonism, received his first religious impression, and saw, as he asserted, his first angelic vision. His followers, even in the early days of the church, had revival meetings and meetings at which the most extraordinary excitement was manifested, when the saints fell into ecstatic trances, saw heaven opened, and spake with tongues. But Joseph, a shrewd man as he was, albeit a prophet, when he found too many rival seers were coming into the field, announced by special revelation that these two gifted persons were possessed by devils, and that their visions and prophesyings must be at once suppressed. And he did suppress them. Not long after my own baptism, I was present at a meeting of this description in Southampton. It was called a testimony meeting, and was held in a large upper room situated, if I rightly remember, in Chandos Street. No one from the outside would have supposed that it was the place of assembly of the saints, for it was generally used for ordinary secular meetings, and I have heard that great objections were at first raised as to the propriety of letting it to the Mormons. As we entered the door, we were saluted by Brother Williams, who expressed great pleasure at seeing us. There was a full attendance of the saints, and every face wore an expression of peaceful earnestness. A person who has never attended a Mormon meeting can form no idea of the joyous spirit which seemed to animate everyone present. I am not, of course, speaking of modern meetings, but of meetings as they used to be, whence and whatever that spirit might be which moved the sisters and brethren when they met in early times, I cannot tell, but I, and with me 10,000 Mormons and succeeding Mormons in Utah, can, from our own experience, testify that that spirit no longer visits the tabernacle services over which Brigham Young presides, or the meetings of the saints, since they adopted the accursed doctrine of polygamy, and forsook the gentle leadings of their first love. Often have I heard Mormons of good standing and high position in the church lament the good old times, as they called them, when the outpouring of the Spirit was so abundant, and mourn over the cold, barren services of the present day. But the elders explain this away. It is, they say, the fault of the people themselves, and because their own hearts have become cold. At the meeting of which I speak, that happy spirit was peculiarly marked. An encouraging smile or a kind word greeted me on every side, and as a newly converted sister, I received the most cordial welcome. The brethren were seated on forms and chairs and any other convenient article which came to hand, while at the further end of the room was Brother Bench, who was to preside, and with him several other leading elders. Brother Bench gave out a suitable hymn. The whole congregation joined in the singing, and every heart seemed lifted up with devotion. Then another elder rose and offered a spirit-moving prayer, and then the brother who presided stated that for the time he withdrew his control of the proceedings, and as the phrase was, he put the meeting in the hands of the saints, exhorting them not to let the time pass by unimproved. There was at first a momentary hesitation, but Brother Burton got up and fixed the hearts of the saints by relating what the Lord had done for him. He told us of his zeal for the faith, and how during the week he had had a terrible discussion with an unbeliever, a clever and learned man too, and well skilled in dialectics. How he trembled at first at the idea of contesting with such an antagonist, but that the Lord had helped him until argument after argument had been overthrown, and he had come off victor in the fight. Then, appealing to everyone present, he exhorted them to similar zeal, and promised them abundant help from on high to achieve a like result. Then arose Brother Edwards, a well-tried champion of the faith, and to him everyone listened with profound attention, eagerly drinking in his every utterance. I could almost even now imagine that he was really inspired. Then I firmly believed he was. His voice thrilled with an earnestness which seemed to us something more than the mere excitement of the soul. A burning fire seemed to flash from his large expressive eyes. His features were lighted up with that animation which gives a saint-like glow to the earnest face when fired with indignation or pleading soul-felt truths, while his whole frame seemed to glow with the glory of a land beyond this earth, as in the most impressive and convincing language he reminded us that our sins had been washed away by the waters of baptism, that upon us had been poured the gifts and graces of the Spirit, and that it was our sacred privilege to testify of these things. The effect of this exhortation was magical. We forgot all our outward surroundings in the realization that the great work of the Lord was so gloriously begun, and that it would surely go on, conquering and to conquer. One sister, an elderly woman, who was present, unable to control her emotion, burst out with that Mormon hymn which I have heard some old Nauvoo saints declare produced upon the people in those days an enthusiasm similar to that which moves the heart of every true Frenchman when he listens to the soul-stirring notes of the Marseillaise. The Spirit of God like a fire is burning. The latter-day glory begins to come forth. The visions and blessings of old are returning. The angels are coming to visit the earth. We'll sing and we'll shout with the armies of heaven, Hosanna, Hosanna to God and the Lamb. All glory to them in the highest be given, henceforth and forever. Amen and Amen. I have often heard in magnificent cathedrals hoary with the dust of time, and in vast places of amusement dedicated specially to music and to song, the outpouring of that glorious vocal flood which a chorus of 1,000 well-trained singers can alone send forth. I have felt sometimes that entrancing state of ecstasy which thrilled the soul of the seer in Patmos as he listened to the melody of the angelic throng, the voice of many waters and the peal of mighty thunders, and the notes of harpers harping upon their harps. But never, even when surrounded by all that was best calculated to produce a sentiment of devotion in my mind, never did I experience so rapt a feeling of communion with the armies of heaven as I felt in that unadorned meeting room, surrounded by those plain but earnest and united people. Nor was I alone in this. The feeling was contagious. There was not one present who did not sympathize, and thus, I suppose, melody has always played a prominent part in all religious revivals, whether of divine or human origin. The apostles had their psalms and hymns, and spiritual songs. The martyrs their Te Deum. The Waldenses made the hills and vales of Piedmont vocal with their singing. The Lollards and Hussites had their melodies, and in more modern days the followers of Luther, Wesley, and, may I add, Joseph Smith, have poured out the fullness of their souls after the same fashion. The last notes of the hymn had scarcely died away when another and then another brother arose and bore testimony to the great work, told what the Lord had done for them personally, told of their zeal for the faith, and fervently exhorted all present to persevere unto the end. Again prayer was offered, another hymn sung, and the saints were dismissed with a solemn benediction. End of chapter 3. Chapter 4 of Tell It All by Fanny STENHOUSE. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Life Among the Saints, My New Engagements. I was now a Mormon in every sense of the word, although entirely ignorant of Utah politics and polygamy. My dreams were of a life of happiness spent in seeking to convert the whole world to the religion of Jesus, which I believed had been restored again to earth by the ministry of holy angels. It is easy to say that such an ambition was ill-directed when associated with Mormonism, but no one can deny that in itself it was the noblest and purest that could inspire the heart of man. There was no sacrifice too great for me to make. There was no object too dear for me to resign if it stood in the way of my sacred calling. The whole current of my thoughts and plans were now changed. It was henceforth my duty to be entirely forgetful of self and to devote my energies, my all, to the advancement of the kingdom of God. My life was to be identified with the saints. My faith required it, and I was willing that it should be so. But what of my beloved France, all this time, and my betrothed husband? This reflection aroused within me a most painful train of thought. How many fond and endearing memories entwined themselves around my heart at that moment when I most needed to banish them forever. With what lingering love did I look back to those dear ones from whom I had parted but a few short weeks before, and who I might perhaps never see again. To return would be to desert my newly adopted friends and faith, to violate the covenant which I had made at baptism, to be ever afterwards governed by the servants of God. No, it was too late. I could not now return. I tried to persuade myself that I did not even wish to. In a word, affection and what I thought duty were at war together in my heart. All my former ties and associations must now be severed, however terrible the cost might be, and I was bound not only to submit, but even to glory in this sacrifice. Thus I argued away the regrets which would at times agitate my very soul itself, and caused me so much painful thought. The trial of my profession in the new faith came swiftly to my door. My marriage engagement must be broken off, though I knew not how that could honorably and conscientiously be done. Of myself I had no wish to draw back from anything that I had promised of my own free will, and much less did I desire to be faithless to my solemnly plighted word. I now first realized the all-absorbing influence of an earnest religious faith. I was brought face to face with the fact that I could not marry out of the Mormon Church. The teaching of the elders was against it, and I saw that in this they were consistent. Great as was the trial, and painful as was the sacrifice, I resolved to be true to my religion. How very earnestly the elders insisted upon such sacrifices may be seen from an appeal made at a later date by the Apostle Orson Pratt. Brother Orson was in Europe, and speaking authoritatively, he set forth the duties of mothers and daughters in Babylon, as he graciously styled the rest of the world, in the following terms, which unmistakably show the purposes of the leaders relative to marriage. Many of you have daughters, some of whom are grown to womanhood, others are now young. Would you have them gather with you to a land where virtue and peace dwell, where God has promised to protect and bless the righteous? If so, teach them as they love their parents and the saints and the truth, not to throw themselves away by marrying Gentiles. Teach them to keep themselves entirely aloof from Gentile courtships and associations. Scores of women who once were counseled as you are now are mourning in wretchedness, in bondage to Gentile husbands, cut off from all privilege of gathering with their fathers, mothers, brethren, and sisters, and in some instances cut off from even attending the saints' meetings. But this is not all. They are raising up children in these lands to perish with themselves in the general desolations coming upon Babylon. But what is still more aggravating and heartrending, they are raising up children not only destined for temporal judgments, but who must forever be cut off from the presence of God and the glory of the celestial kingdom. What fearful responsibility for any young sister to voluntarily take upon herself, after all the warnings she has received. See to it, then, parents, that you not only do not give your consent, but actually forbid all such marriages. Let them marry according to the holy order of God, and begin to lay the foundation of a little family kingdom, which shall no more be scattered upon the face of the earth, but dwell in one country, keeping their genealogies from generation to generation, until each man's house shall be multiplied as the stars of heaven. These were the influences which were brought to bear upon my mind at a time when it was peculiarly sensitive and open to impressions from without. Well, in this uncertain state, a little incident occurred which, though in itself of the most trifling nature, assisted in forming my ultimate decision. It was a beautiful evening in early summer, and my mother and sister asked me to accompany them to one of the testimony meetings which I have already described. This meeting was very similar to the others, with one notable exception. It was here that I saw and heard for the first time in my own experience the gift of tongues exercised. I had, of course, heard a great deal about this gift, much of which was anything but satisfactory, as I think the reader will agree with me when I explain myself. I had read in Scripture that the apostles of Jesus Christ tarried in Jerusalem until the day of Pentecost, when power was given them from on high. Being all together in one place, engaged in earnest supplication and the praise of God, suddenly the building in which they were shook to its very foundation, and the sound of a mighty rushing wind was heard, and the Spirit of the Eternal One, who, ere the dawning of creation, moved upon the waters of chaos, descended in visible shape, palpable to their eyes in the form of a cloven tongue, an emblem of the gift of eloquence and diversity of speech, which was henceforth to be theirs. Then arose Peter, that disciple so full of zeal. Henceforth he was no longer to be called a disciple, but an apostle, which by interpretation is one sent forth. For now he had received his commission, and in the power of the highest he and the other ambassadors of Jesus could go forth upon their glorious work. But newly pardoned for his great transgression, and still remembering the Saviour's pitying look, and the thrice repeated question, "Lovest thou me more than these?" burning also with zeal to give evidence of his love, the leader of the apostles addressed the multitude gathered from every clime to keep the feast. Lo, then a miracle! The Jew of Jerusalem wondered at the wisdom of the unlettered fishermen. The Magi from the still more distant Orient were amazed to hear so strange a story. The Greek paused at the utterances of this new philosophy. But the strangest of all was the fact that, though utterly unable to comprehend each other's speech, they all, listening at the same time, could understand the words of the untaught fisherman. Long before I had even heard of Mormonism, I had frequently thought how wonderfully useful this gift must have been to the apostles. One of the great difficulties encountered by the missionary is learning the language of the people among whom he works and lives. To be able to dispense with all this labor, and to be understood wherever he went, must have lightened the mind of the holy man of half its load. And naturally, when I heard that the Mormons had the gift of tongues, I supposed it was the selfsame power of diverse speech as that exercised by apostles. And I presume the reader will conjecture with me that it was the same gift, or, at least, some imitation of it. How surprised I was when I first discovered the meaning of the term speaking in tongues among the Mormons may perhaps be imagined when I explain what happened at that testimony meeting. After prayer and singing and listening to several very fervent addresses from some of the elders, Brother Seeley had delivered a most impassioned speech and had hardly concluded when Sister Ellis, who was sitting near me, gave evidence of being in an abnormal condition of mind, which to me was painful in the extreme. Her hands were clenched, and her eyes had that wild and supernatural glare which is never seen save in cases of lunacy or intense feverish excitement. Everyone waited breathlessly, listening to catch what she might say. You might have heard a pin drop. Then, in oracular language, and with all the impassioned dignity of one inspired of heaven, she began to speak. I say speak, as that term is generally applied to the utterances of the human voice, but she did not speak in the sense in which we always employ that word. She simply emitted a series of sounds. They seemed to me chiefly the repetition of the same syllables, something like a child repeating, la 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 li lo, ma 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 mi ma, deely 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 hela, followed perhaps by a number of sounds strung together which could not be rendered in any shape by the pen. Sometimes in the far West, in later years, I have heard old Indian women crooning weirdly monotonous and outlandish ditties in their native tongue. These wild dirges, more nearly than anything else I ever heard, resembled the prophetic utterances of Sister Ellis, save only that the appearance of the latter was far too solemn to admit of even a smile at what she said. Ridiculous as this appears when I now write it down on paper, and strange as even then it was to me, there was something so commanding, so earnest, so inspirational, if I may be allowed the term, in Sister Ellis's manner, that I could not wonder at the attention which the brethren and sisters paid to this gifted speaker in tongues. I now know that these extraordinary displays are by no means confined to Mormonism. People of a certain temperament, excited to frenzy, generally by religious enthusiasm, have in all ages given painful illustrations of this mental disease. As the student who remembers the convulsionares of the Middle Ages, the Munster Anabaptists of Luther's time, and the various emotional sects of more modern days, will abundantly bear me witness. But at that time, new in the faith and believing as I did that, as the elders said, it was the manifestation of the power of God, as foretold by the prophet Joel. Though I secretly felt a sense of repugnance, I tried to combat my better sentiments. Overcome by the excitement of the moment, Sister Ellis suddenly paused, not so much intentionally as from sheer inability to proceed, and the leading elders looked round from one to another to see if anyone was present who could interpret. The gift of interpretation is very rarely possessed by the same person who has the gift of tongues, and you may often hear one after another arise and speak, but there is no one to interpret, and the saints go away unedified. Even when an interpreter is present, there is no authority to determine whether he gives the proper rendering of the sounds uttered, and I have over and over again heard the most ludicrous stories of the comical interpretation placed by some half-witty or half-witted expounder upon these oracles. When Brother Brigham, then a man who was lowly in his own eyes, first met the prophet Joseph Smith at Kirtland, Ohio, there was a scene somewhat like the one I have described, and the future leader of this people, as he calls the saints, himself spake with tongues and uttered wonderful things. But even supposing his words at that time to have been of the wisest, we all know from the example of Balaam's reprover that it does not require a very high order of intellect to speak in unaccustomed language, and that, too, to some purpose. In latter days, the exercise of this gift has been discouraged by the elders, and especially by Brigham Young. Going one day, some years after, to the Lion House to see a certain member of the prophet's little family, concerning a subject which lay very near to my heart at that time, we prayed together earnestly and anxiously, when suddenly the lady's face was lighted up with a supernatural glow, and placing her hand on my head, she Sibyl-like poured forth a flood of eloquence which, although I did not understand a single word that was uttered, I confess sent through me a magnetic thrill as if I had been listening to an inspired seeress. Another of Brigham's wives who was present interpreted the words of blessing to me, but added, "Do not speak of this, Sister Stenhouse, for Brother Young does not like to hear of these things." Thus we see that one inspired prophet in the presence of another prophet, seer, and revelator could himself take part at one time in a miraculous manifestation, which in later years he would not like to hear of, if it was only one of his many wives who enacted the prophet's role. But my meeting. I have wandered far away from that. Let me proceed. After more testimony, more speaking, and much enthusiasm, the saints separated. My sister was talking with a young lady friend, and regretting that no one present had been able to interpret, and I stood by, but did not join in the conversation. Suddenly the young lady turned to me and said, "Sister Fanny, do you not see in all this more and more the convincing power of God?" Rather hesitatingly I replied, "Yes, I think I do." "Think, sister?" she said with warmth. "Oh yes, I see by your looks that you are only half convinced. Your faith is not strong enough yet. But remember, whatsoever is of doubt is sin." "But," I answered, "I do not clearly see what good we receive from these manifestations when no one can understand them." "That is your want of faith, nothing else. You have the evidence of the truth before you, and you see how these miraculous powers build up the belief of God's people, and yet you doubt. To doubt is sin. Whatsoever is not of faith is sin. You must pray and strive, sister, to be strengthened against temptation." All this was not very logical, and it certainly did not help to dispel my doubts. But twice in the course of a few short sentences, she had used a certain expression which, though trifling in itself, was recalled to my mind very forcibly before many days had passed. This was my first experience of speaking in tongues. But there were everyday matters of much more real importance to me than those strange speculations, which had recently employed so much of my time and attention. It was now necessary that I should either return to France and fulfill my engagement with Monsieur de Bosque, or else resolve, once and for ever, to renounce all those ties which had become so dear to me. Meanwhile, religious theories were not the only influences brought to bear upon my mind. While day by day I began to be still more doubtful whether it would not, after all, be sinful in God's sight for me to leave my friends in the new faith and go back to France and my betrothed, who I knew neither was nor ever could become a saint, other thoughts began to intrude themselves and to shake my determination. Elder Stenhouse's visits to my father's house began to be more frequent than ever, but as he desired to become familiar with the French language, and would bring his French grammar with him to get a lesson, as he said, no particular notice was taken of his frequent coming. He was always welcomed with pleasure by the whole family, and of course by myself, who was his teacher. After a while he took so much delight in his studies that he could not endure to let an evening pass without a lesson, and somehow or other, I must confess it was the first time since I had been a teacher that I felt such a peculiar pleasure in imparting instruction. I suppose it was the interest which all teachers experience when their pupils are studiously inclined. My pupil was particularly studious, so much so that he told my father and mother that he could not study very well in the parlor, where everyone was conversing, and begged the privilege of having the folding doors thrown partly open, that we might sit in the back parlor and be more quiet. This was granted, but after a few evenings my pupil took a notion to partly close the folding doors after him, and as my mother's eyes are ever watchful, one of my sisters was sent in with her sewing to keep us company. But my pupil by this time had made rapid progress in the French language, and while my sister was innocently sewing, he was repeating his lesson to me. And it was not our fault if in those French phrase books there were passages expressive of love and devotion. Unconsciously to us both, he formed the habit of repeating those phrases to me at all times, and I formed the equally bad habit of blushing whenever he made use of them. This my sister observed and communicated the fact to my mother, who immediately said that we had better discontinue our French for a while, as it was monopolizing too much of our time, and keeping both of us from attending to other and more important duties. But the discontinuation of the French lessons did not put an end to the visits of Elder Stenhouse. He was a persevering young man, but the secret of the great interest taken in French lessons was soon discovered. Then it was that arguments of all kinds and strong reasons were brought forward to shake my purpose of returning to France. I was in doubt when one day discussing the point, Elder Stenhouse made use of the very same expression which had fallen from the sisters' lips at the testimony meeting. "Whatsoever is not of faith is sin." My mind unsettled, with all the strength of argument and religion on the one side, and on the other no one to plead for reason and for my return to France, who can wonder that I, at best only a weak and inexperienced girl, listened to the entreaties of my friends and resolved to stay. In the course of a few months, I was engaged to be married to Elder Stenhouse. It may perhaps seem strange that I could so soon forget the past, with all its pleasant memories, and renouncing my betrothed husband, accept the attentions of another. But it should be remembered that I now firmly believed that it was my duty, a duty which I dared not neglect, to blot out forever all past associations, however dear to my heart they might be. Besides which, I, in common with all around me, had learned to look upon Elder Stenhouse as almost an angel on account of what he had endured for the gospel's sake, and I thought that any girl might consider herself honored by an offer of marriage from a man in his position in the church. My marriage in France would, I feared, have been but doubtful happiness in this world, and certain ruin in the next. But heaven itself would bless my union with one of its own ordained and tried servants. Thus it came to pass that on the 6th of February, 1850, 8 months after my arrival in Southampton, I was married to the young Mormon missionary, Elder Stenhouse. I entered upon my new sphere as a missionary's wife, feeling that there were no obstacles so great that I could not overcome them for the gospel's sake. How little could I then imagine the life that was before me. I wrote to my friends in France. I told them frankly all. In return they wrote to me, especially Monsieur de Bosque, entreating me to alter my determination. Kind and very gentle were those letters. Dear, very dear has been the memory of them and their writers in later days. But at the time I felt that the influence which they still retained over me was in itself a sin. I told all my friends at home, showed them the letters and everything, and both before and after my marriage with Elder Stenhouse, I never hid from myself and from him the fact that until my dying day I should cherish with an unchanging affection the memory of those friends whose tender love was the charm of my early life. End of chapter 4. Chapter 5 of Tell It All by Fanny STENHOUSE. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mormon Wonders, Anointings, and Miracles. Not long after my marriage, I saw a miracle performed, a real, true miracle. Let not the reader smile or think that I am only jesting, for I am quite in earnest and mean what I say. I saw a sick person who for years had been confined to her bed, her limbs distorted and her back bent. I was present when, after her conversion, the elders visited her. I saw them anoint her and lay hands upon her and pray most fervently, and I saw the same decrepit old woman walking and singing and praising God. If that was not a miracle, I should like to know what is. The Mormon leaders preached everywhere that their religion was not really a new one. It was only the fullness of the gospel, the dispensation of the last days. Just, they said, as Jesus Christ fulfilled and completed the old Jewish law, so the modern prophet preached the perfection of Christ's gospel. Nothing new, only the perfection of the old. This it was that made them so very successful when arguing with people who were well taught in the letter of the Bible, but otherwise had received very little educational training. The following attempt at an argument, which was once carried on between a Mormon missionary and a Methodist local preacher in my presence, will serve to explain what I mean. Local preacher: But, sir, I deny in toto that your elders ever do work miracles. The age of miracles is past. Mormon missionary: Statement is not proof. You say, sir, that the age of miracles is past. Do you believe in the Bible? Local preacher: Certainly. Missionary: Well then, sir, do you consider that the Bible asserts that miracles can be and have been worked? Do you believe that or not? Preacher: Certainly I do. Christ and his apostles worked miracles, and the Bible speaks of many others besides. Missionary: We agree on that point. But did Christ anywhere say that miracles should ever cease? Did his apostles? Yes. No. Yes. That is to say, I don't remember. Let me try to refresh your memory. Have not all the sacred writers foretold that ultimately this globe should be destroyed by fire, that the heavens should pass away, and the earth melt, and the sun and the stars and the moon be blotted out? Yes, of course we all know that. Then let me ask you, is such a terrible convulsion a common matter of fact? Is it not out of all calculation, out of all order of nature? Is it not a miracle, and a miracle yet to be performed? Have then miracles ceased? Oh yes, but that's not a personal matter like healing the sick. Tell me then, does the Bible teach, or does it not teach, that bone shall come to bone, and sinew to sinew, and earth and sea shall give up their dead at the last trump? Is not that a miracle? And don't you think it's a little personal to you and to me? Well, of course I admit that. But I have not done yet. Did or did not Christ say, "These signs shall follow them that believe. In my name they shall cast out devils, they shall speak with new tongues, they shall take up serpents, and if they drink any deadly thing, it shall not hurt them. They shall lay hands on the sick, and they shall recover"? Now tell me, are not miracles promised there, and nothing said about when they should cease? Is it not just as fair for the infidel to say that one of Christ's promises was of no avail, as for you to say that he has broken his word? Solemnly he makes a promise to be with them to the end of the world, and to confirm their miracles. You, because of your want of faith, see and work no miracles, and so you virtually say Christ broke his word on that point. The rest of the promise you don't deny because you can say it is fulfilled without bringing forth any visible proofs. Well, I hardly know what to say to all this. Let me ask you one more question, sir. Have you ever seen a miracle of any kind performed? No, sir, certainly not. And are you a teacher in Israel, and know not these things? Have you been preaching the gospel, as I think you said you had, for over 18 years, and never yet saw a miracle performed? Been preaching Christ, and yet never saw him discover his power in proof of what you taught? I'm afraid not, sir. You trouble me. No, sir, it is not I who trouble you. It is he troubles you, whose word you have doubted. Only last week Mr. Stern, a minister of your own persuasion, but not far, I trust, from the kingdom of God, visited Bill Wright, the murderer, in prison. Bill had lived a life of infamy, the vilest of the vile, and he wound up his horrible crimes by cutting the throat of his wife. That brute in human form refused at first to speak with anyone. Day after day and night after night, the good man went to see him, but long in vain. At length, one day he chanced to mention the words of Jesus. Him that cometh unto me I will in no wise cast out. A little boy by his mother's knee, the murderer had listened to those words which have brought peace to so many broken hearts. The appeals of the good minister had fallen dead upon his ears. But now was the time of the Spirit's influence, and the strong man wept. I have seen that fiendish man, whose very face betrays the depths of degradation to which his nature has fallen. I have seen him listening meekly and humbly to the word of God, without hope for earth, but with a changed soul within. Tell me, was not that a miracle, if ever there was one? Sir, I admit that what you say is very forcible. I admit that these things are miraculous, but what I deny is that in these days men, whether Catholic priests or Mormon missionaries, can, like St. Paul or St. Peter, go about with power to heal the sick or raise the dead. And what I assert, sir, is that God in these last days has raised up a holy priesthood to preach the fullness of the everlasting gospel. Peter quoted the prophecy of Joel and said that it was now fulfilled, and that your young men should see visions, and your old men dream dreams. And I will pour out my Spirit upon all flesh, saith the Lord. Now if those were the last days, what are these? That was the beginning of the end. This is the end. I do not deny that much imposture has been practiced, but the existence of a counterfeit only proves that the real thing must be somewhere. In many instances, too, some of our holiest men have failed, and the world has scoffed at what it called their imposture. But even the disciples of Christ, you remember, once tried to work a miracle and were not able to do so. What did Christ say? But that it was their want of faith, and bade them fast and pray more. Well, sir, I am willing to allow this, but if you yourself could perform a miracle before my eyes, if, for instance, you'd cure some man or woman who I knew really and truly was a confirmed invalid, then, sir, I'd accept all you say. I'd become a Mormon at once. But you'd decline that test, I suppose? No, sir, I would not decline. Brother Sturgis, a new convert of ours, has been ill for years. You know him well, for he used to go to your meeting years ago before he fell from a ladder, and the doctors pronounced him incurably deaf. Your religion didn't help him, and the doctors didn't. But if that man has only faith, faith as a little child, he shall hear as well as you or I today. We are going to pray over him. Will you go with me? Yes, I'll go, but I hardly know what to think of it. So saying, the two disputants walked off together. What ocular demonstration of miracle working was presented to the Methodist minister, I do not know. I can only say that a fortnight after, I was present at a meeting of the saints when he was admitted into the church by immersion. He was followed by a goodly number of his flock. He became a very earnest missionary, and years after died in the full odor of sanctity, and was buried in Zion, clothed in the full canonicals of a high priest. At the time of which I speak, such arguments as those I have briefly sketched from memory, and many which were much more forcibly put, had great weight with me. The Holy Scriptures I implicitly believed, and taking them quite literally, I found that the reasoning employed by the Mormons was, at least to me, altogether unanswerable. But for all that, I always liked my believing to be mixed with a little seeing and judging for myself, and on this account it was that I went with a good deal of pleasure to the house of Sister Armstrong, upon whom the elders were going to lay hands and pray. St. James had said, "Is any sick among you? Let him call for the elders of the church, and let them pray over him, anointing him with oil in the name of the Lord. And the prayer of faith shall save the sick, and the Lord shall raise him up. And if he had committed sins, they shall be forgiven him. I wanted to see this command obeyed in these days, and to note results. Sister Armstrong lived in a by-street not very far from the place where our meetings were held. She had lived in Southampton nearly all her life, and probably even now, although in the course of nature she must long since have gone to her rest. There must be many persons living who could remember her and her sudden recovery from illness, for at the time, as might be expected, it produced no small sensation in the immediate locality in which she resided. She had been the wife of a master builder who, meeting with an accident while engaged in business, was for a long time confined helplessly to the house, and then to his bed, from which he never arose. His wife was a faithful and good woman. She nursed him tenderly, and by dint of great exertions on her part, was able to provide all the necessaries and decencies of life for her afflicted husband, herself, and their 2 little girls, besides paying for suitable medical attendance. In course of time the girls were sent to school. It was the mother's pride that they should not go to a free school, or as schools of that class are called in England, a charity school, and night and day she would toil with her needle in order to carry out this praiseworthy determination. When their father died, the girls were a great comfort to their mother. They were now almost grown up to womanhood, and were able by their own exertions to add very considerably to the family income. Thus happily and contentedly they lived together for several years, until one of the girls married very suitably, a good, hard-working mechanic who had known her from childhood. But the other remained at home with her mother. Not long after the marriage of her elder daughter, Mrs. Armstrong was troubled with a severe cold which confined her for some weeks to the house. She grew alarmingly worse and finally took to her bed. One morning her daughter found her speechless, and a doctor being called in, he pronounced her condition desperate. She was subject to convulsive fits, which were at first of very frequent occurrence. After a time they came only at intervals, but their effect upon her was terrible. Her limbs were drawn up towards her body, and her spine was completely curved, while all one side of her face was permanently distorted, and this continued for over 5 years. Sarah, the younger daughter, watched her mother tenderly, earning meanwhile a modest living by her needle and from the proceeds of a little miscellaneous shop which she was able to tend without leaving the invalid for more than a few minutes at a time. Thus they lived together contentedly and happy until the arrival of the Mormon missionaries in Southampton. The married daughter and her husband, being rather better in education and position than people of that class usually are in England, had made it a rule to go regularly every Sunday to their own parish church, and their children were baptized by the regular clergyman. This latter gentleman, however, died, and his successor, who, of course, was appointed without consulting the wishes of the people, was, although a scholar and a gentleman, utterly without the slightest tinge of religious enthusiasm. The Methodists at that time had a grand revival, and the young couple, being induced to attend one of their meetings, liked what they heard, and not long after left off their attendance at the Anglican Church and joined the denomination to which they had become attached. This change, as might be expected, somewhat unsettled them, and when the Mormon missionaries came, Bible in hand, and quoting chapter and verse for everything they said, they found ready listeners, and in a very short time the whole family was admitted into the Mormon Church by baptism. The affliction of the old lady was naturally the subject of conversation among those newly made saints and their neighbors. As we have seen, the Mormon missionaries not only asserted their power to work miracles, but appealed to them as proofs of their mission. People suggested that if this was really true, here was an opportunity of the best kind for putting these pretensions to the test, for everyone knew that there was no deception about the malady of Sister Armstrong. Themselves firmly believing in what they taught, the elders desired nothing more than to be able to prove the truth of their assertions, and declared their readiness to do what was required of them. A proper time was appointed when the relations and friends of the sick person should meet together to intercede for her in solemn prayer, after which they would anoint her with oil, as the Apostle James had directed, and lay their hands upon her, that the prayer of faith might save the sick, and God should raise her up. The room was full of people. There were several of the leading elders present, and also a goodly number of the saints, who naturally felt a deep interest in the result of these proceedings. Besides these, the neighbors, who of course had heard what was going on, came and filled up the room quite inconveniently. A stranger would at once have been struck with the prevalence of that peculiar magnetic feeling which evidently influenced all present. Even those who, as the poet says, came to scoff, felt the same influence, as many afterwards acknowledged. The elders surrounded the bed, and after a brief but most earnest address from one of them, we all engaged in prayer. The subject of the prayer can readily be supposed, but the earnestness, the intense, anxious pleading of the supplicants, no one could comprehend who had never been present at such a scene. A bottle of oil was now brought out by the eldest daughter of the invalid, and 3 of the elders took it in their hands. It was an Italian flask of very thin glass, covered with wicker, and holding somewhat more than a pint. In taking hold of it, the elders placed their fingers quite round it, though where many assist in the consecration, I have seen them simply touch it with their fingers. Then one of the elders said, "By virtue of the holy priesthood, and in the name of Jesus Christ, we consecrate this oil to the healing of all those who are sick and afflicted, that it may remove all infirmities and impurities of the system. And may this oil, which we dedicate especially to the healing of our afflicted sister, penetrate her to the afflicted parts, and give them new life and vigor, that she may be strengthened and healed by the power of faith, and the laying on of hands, as commanded by the servants in the last days. For this especial purpose do we bless and consecrate this oil. In the name of Jesus Christ, Amen." After this, a large tablespoon was brought forth and filled with the consecrated oil, which latter was poured down the throat of the patient. She was then thoroughly anointed, the oil not being applied by the tip of the finger as in extreme unction, but poured upon her, much after the fashion described by King David, when he says the precious fluid ran down the beard of Aaron and saturated all his clothing. The patient, however, was patient indeed. To her it was no idle form. She was newly converted, and her heart was burning with zeal and faith. Perhaps the reader may think that this had much to do with the success of the operation, as probably it had. However this might be, the elders who, while they anointed her, had mingled prayers and benedictions above her head, now once more united in fervent supplication, and then laid their hands upon her according to the letter of the Scripture. There was something peculiar about this laying on of hands. It was not a mere gentle touching, but a thorough manipulation. The 2 hands were placed firmly on the top of the head and then drawn energetically down the body, while vigorous passes, as magnetizers call the action, were made repeatedly over the affected parts. These prayers and manipulations were made for very nearly 3 hours, when the elders engaged in the work, for work it was, were thoroughly exhausted. One of them, then placing his right hand on the head of the sufferer, suddenly blessed her in the name of the Lord, told her that her sins were forgiven her, that the evil spirits who had afflicted her were cast out, that the infirmity and disease which for 5 long years had kept her bound upon the bed of sickness was rebuked, and would torment her no more, and bade her be strong in the faith, and be of good cheer, for God would raise her up. Watching all this as I was, believing all this as I did, my heart filled with joy at the manifestation of heavenly power which I expected to witness. I must, nevertheless, acknowledge that a feeling of wonder pervaded my mind when I saw Sister Armstrong, who for so many years had been unable even to turn in the bed by herself, stretch forth her poor, bony arm, all unassisted, and say to one of the elders, 'Give me your hand, brother.' One of the brethren put forth his hand and took hers, saying as he did so, 'Have faith, Sister Armstrong,' while the brother who had recently blessed her repeated, 'The prayer of faith shall save the sick, and God shall raise him up.' Sister Armstrong, who an hour before could not unaided have changed her position, now grasping the elder's hand, raised herself up in the bed. She looked upon us with a smile of triumph. For a moment, faith was triumphant. But nature asserted her immutable laws, and the next instant the poor sister sank gently back upon the pillows and closed her eyes. We thought that she was dead. The room was cleared of all but those immediately connected with the sufferer, and I, on account of my new position as Elder Stenhouse's wife, was allowed to remain. Sarah and her younger sister applied such simple restoratives as came conveniently to hand, and we were soon satisfied that Sister Armstrong had only fainted, and who could wonder at it? I sat there not far from the bed, lost in astonishment at what I had seen, and wondering whether what Elder Bronson had said was true, that in a day or two, at furthest, she would be quite well. To me it was all a mystery. I knew then nothing of the miraculous power of faith, not religious faith, but often just the reverse, which has so often relieved and cured diseases and infirmities which have baffled the power of the most skillful physicians. Moreover, I knew nothing then of that peculiar magnetic power which scientific men now have proved belongs to certain constitutions and can be used for curative purposes. So, in the childlike simplicity of my heart, I knelt down and thankfully poured forth my gratitude to God that He had permitted me to witness this wonderful manifestation of His power and love. As I rose from my knees, I saw standing just by me and intently watching my movements a young girl, little more than a child, who was destined in after years to cross my path more than once, and whose sisterly affection I shall ever cherish among the treasures of my heart. She wore a light summer dress with little or no ornament, and indeed she needed none, while on her head was a little coquettish hat of the prettiest and most becoming style. Her hair was bright and golden, such hair as I have never seen except in pictures and on one or two extremely rare occasions. And her eyes, I could not tell the deep, deep love, charming, engaging beauty which beamed from them. The reader may think perhaps I am romancing a little, but I do assure him that when I first saw that young girl, in all the heavenly beauty of budding maidenhood, I could hardly persuade myself for a moment that I was not dreaming after the fashion of some fairy story. Years passed away, years of anxious, cruel trial to us both, and now how changed we are. She then a pretty, gentle fairy queen, I a new-made bride hardly out of my teens. What are we both now? She came right up to me and said, "Sister Stenhouse, you don't know me, but I have seen you often, and I like you very much. Yes, and I want to talk to you." "Yes, dear," I said, and I kissed her on both cheeks, and she looked pleased. In her simplicity, she thought it was a great honor to be noticed by a missionary's wife. Then we sat down together, and she told me all about herself, how her father was a wealthy man, a doctor in good practice, and with property beside, how he had accidentally met with a Mormon gentleman, a man of education and position, for many such joined the church before the blighting doctrine of polygamy was promulgated, how that his arguments and Bible proofs had been so convincing that her father had been baptized and had cast in his lot among the saints, how that he, being called away on business, had left her with a maiden aunt who did not belong to the Mormon church, and who would not let her come to see Sister Armstrong anointed, and how she had quietly crept out unnoticed and would now have to return quite alone. "No," I said, "I will go out with you and see you safe home, but you must not come out all by yourself in this way again." She kissed me with a little comical smile dancing on her lips, as much as to intimate that whatever I might sagely suggest, she would, after all, be pretty certain to have her own way. I saw my young friend safely to her father's house, and then I went home myself, thinking of her childish beauty and winning ways, and pondering over what I had witnessed. The next morning, Sarah called in to see us. She told us that her mother had had a calm and peaceful night, and had been much refreshed, that when she awoke she insisted upon being washed and dressed, and was now sitting up, with my new acquaintance, Mary Burton, talking to her. I could hardly believe this could be true, so I put on my bonnet and went to see. There, sure enough, was Sister Armstrong, very pale and evidently very weak, but quite another woman. No one could have recognized her. The muscles of her face were no longer contracted, and she sat there straight enough for a woman of her age. I could scarcely believe my eyes. The poor old lady seemed glad to see me, and it did my heart good to hear her talk of the mercies of God. As we talked, Mary came near and put her hand in mine. I stooped down and touched her cheek gently and kissed her. "You did not even tell me what your other name was, dear," I asked. "No, Sister Stenhouse, but I told you everything else. My name is Mary Burton," she replied, "but you must call me only Mary." I stooped down and kissed her again. That was my only answer. Then she arose from the stool on which she was sitting and said, "I must leave you for a few minutes, please. I promised to go back directly when I'd seen how Mrs. Armstrong was, but I'll return soon." And with a little whimsical nod and an imperative wave of the hand, she tripped away. After this, I saw plenty of the gift of healing and the working of miracles. Some cases were not quite so successful as that which I have described. Then we were told the fault was in our want of faith. That cures were really effected, no one who has been present on such occasions could possibly doubt. That they were miracles in the sense in which we generally use that term, I do not for a moment believe. But I think that in cases where the efforts of the elders were successful, scientific inquiry would readily show that the effects were only natural results of natural causes. One brother, a deacon in the church, was suddenly attacked with cholera. He sent immediately for Elder Stenhouse. It matters not what the disease may be, the same means are employed. Young and old of both sexes are treated alike. From measles to cholera morbus, from toothache to blindness, from whooping cough to deafness, and from headache to possession by devils, the same prescription serves for every one. And so satisfied are the saints that this is the only right way to effect a cure, that until very recently to send for a physician would have been accounted a sin, doubting the promises of God, want of faith. In the case of the deacon to whom I have just alluded, the experiment was successful. Another missionary happened to be in Southampton at that time, and he was with Elder Stenhouse when the messenger arrived. They were both much surprised, for they had seen the sick man only an hour and a half before. But they set off at once and found him in such a state that he could hardly be recognized. They immediately anointed him with oil, administering a good dose internally, then laid hands on him and prayed for him. But the cholera maintained its hold. The two missionaries were full of zeal and were determined not to yield to the terrible disease. From early evening to the following morning at daybreak, they continued to anoint the brother and to lay hands on him, praying for his recovery, probably 30 times during the night. In their rough but expressive language, they had a regular battle. Victory at length crowned their efforts. The disease was mastered, but they themselves were utterly prostrated by the physical and mental exertions of the night. The saints regarded this as a great miracle, but unbelievers would doubtless wonder why, if it was done by the power of God, as the elders asserted, it had cost so much exertion on the part of man. I, however, simply state the facts as they fell under my own observation, and I may add that during that same night, in the same block of low tenement buildings, 5 persons died of that dreadful scourge. On the following day, an enthusiastic sister came running to Elder Stenhouse for him to come and lay hands upon her husband, who had also been attacked by the cholera. She was a woman of great faith, or thought she was, and she had no doubt what a wonderful miracle would be wrought. Even in the midst of the affliction at home, she was perfectly jubilant over the idea that the power of the priesthood would be demonstrated. She had called in several of her neighbors before the elders arrived, and they stood round the bed of the sick man. When the elders reached the house, the livid countenance of the sufferer told plainly that he was very far gone. Elder Stenhouse laid his hands upon him in the usual way. But instead of commanding the disease to depart, as it was expected he would, he prayed that the afflicted brother himself might pass away in peace. The head of the dying man instantly fell back upon his pillow, and all was over. The bereaved woman was almost petrified with surprise and disappointment, and the unexpected change which had made her a widow. Elder Stenhouse could only answer that there was no virtue in him. He had no faith at that moment to heal anyone. The former exercise of the gift had exhausted him. There was perhaps more truth in his answer than he himself imagined. The poor woman of whom I have spoken must have been greatly distressed when she saw the promise of miraculous assistance upon which she had so confidently relied fail her in such an unexpected manner. But she was not alone in her disappointment. Many a man and woman who believed that the laws of nature would be reversed and the decrees of the Almighty set aside because their faith was strong, and they expected God to act in such and such a way, made shipwreck of their hopes as this poor woman did upon the quicksands of a false expectation. My husband and myself were invited to take tea at the house of a brother in Southampton. The brother's name was Isles, and he and his wife had a child who had been very seriously ill for nearly 3 weeks. Mr. Stenhouse had frequently administered to him by the laying on of hands. On the evening to which I allude, the child appeared to be much better, and he even sat up to the tea-table, perched childlike upon his high chair, and in accordance with his own earnest request. We all thought that he was doing very nicely after tea, and just when we were about to leave, Sister Isles said, "Brother Stenhouse, please lay your hands upon my babe and ask the Lord to bless him, that he may have a refreshing sleep tonight." My husband complied and began by praying that the child might rest well, when suddenly, as if by an irresistible impulse, he implored that the child might die easily and without pain. I instinctively glanced at the mother, and our eyes met. She looked as if frozen to the heart, and in a moment we knew that the child was dying, not painfully, but calmly and peacefully, as if he were going to sleep. The poor mother wept piteously, but my husband bade her not trouble the last moments of the dying child. In a few moments all was over, and I, and probably the mother too, asked mentally, if this also is the age of miracles? Is the Lord's hand shortened that he cannot save, or his ear heavy that he will not hear? We had yet to learn that the thoughts of God are beyond the comprehension of man. Since those times when the spirit of enthusiasm and religious zeal animated the Mormon missionaries and teachers, and stirred up the saints who listened to them to emulate in faithfulness the Christians of the early church, a great change has come over everything connected with the doctrines which were then taught and practiced. Several years after the occurrence of the events which I have just narrated, when we had been for a considerable time resident in Salt Lake City, our faith in the miraculous gift of healing was still so strong that we suffered one of our children to lie almost at the door of death before we would dare to call in medical assistance. And when at length love for our suffering child overcame to a certain extent our scruples, it was under protest and with many an effort to silence the voice of a falsely accusing conscience that my husband reluctantly went for the physician. Now so great are the changes which the influx of Gentiles and more intimate contact with the advanced civilization of the age have produced, there is not one of the most pious leaders of the Church, including Brother Brigham, who but a very little while ago denounced such a course as the first step towards rank apostasy, who would not call in, if it appeared needful, the very best medical assistance, whether Mormon or Gentile, which could be procured. And yet Brigham, despite his notorious inconsistencies, lays claim to an infallible priesthood. The saints, in theory, still cling to the first teachings of the Church. But if the truth must be told, not only does iniquity abound, but the love of many has waxed cold. End of chapter 5. Chapter 6 of Tell It All by Fanny STENHOUSE. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The First Whisperings of Polygamy. About 3 months after our marriage, it was rumored that 4 of the 12 apostles had been appointed to foreign missions, and were then on their way to England. The saints in Britain had been for several years without any missionaries direct from the body of the Church, and the announcement of this foreign mission was hailed with joy. I confess to experiencing much pleasure at the thought of becoming acquainted with a living apostle. How often in my girlhood had I wished that I had lived when men inspired of God walked the earth. What a joy I thought it would have been to have listened to the wisdom of such teachers. Now the time was near when I should realize all the happiness of my daydreams, when I should really have the privilege of conversing with those chosen men of God. The invitation, therefore, to meet at the conference in London on the 1st of June was very welcome intelligence. It must not, however, be supposed that I expected to find in them anything which would place them out of the ordinary pale of humanity. I knew that the apostles of our Lord were very ordinary men, who in their day pursued the common avocations of life. Their charm and glory consisted only in the fact that the Spirit of God rested upon them, guiding them in all their ways. These men who now were coming to England were, I firmly believed, as true apostles as anyone who ever saw Christ in the flesh, but they, like the chosen ones of old, also had the gift of inspiration, and were consecrated and set apart, specially, by direct revelation from on high, to perform a great and glorious work. But though I did not expect to find them differ either in appearance or in ordinary conversation much from their brethren, I expected to find in them grave and very earnest men, and I certainly did experience a sense of disappointment when in all their conversation and in all their doings I found that American prophets and apostles were, after all, very much like other men. We went to the London conference, my husband and I, and there for the first time I met with apostles who were also prophets and priests and high priests and teachers and elders and deacons, all assembled in solemn convocation. The 4 apostles whom I met at that time were John Taylor, Lorenzo Snow, Erastus Snow, and Franklin D. Richards. Pleasant and agreeable men, and withal very fair specimens of Mormon missionaries who had found favor in the eyes of Brigham Young and of the leaders in Zion, and who had been promoted accordingly. They lived comfortably, wore the finest broadcloth, fashionably cut, and were not averse to gold chains and charms and signet rings and other personal adornments. They put on no particular airs, were as polite and attentive to ladies as gentlemen always are, and could go to a theater or any other place of amusement without hesitation. I afterwards discovered that in one particular, at least, if not in all, they resembled the early apostles, for they too could, like St. Paul, lead about a sister without any compunctions of conscience. At that time I had not become acquainted with the Mormon mystery of godliness, and was far from suspecting these pleasant American apostles of having even the slightest inclination to imitate King Solomon or the patriarchs in their domestic habits. That was to be a discovery of later date. I do not care to describe this London conference, as it was very much like any other meeting of the same kind. It had been specially called for the purpose of welcoming the 4 newly arrived apostles. Saints from every part of Britain were assembled, and a good deal of enthusiasm was manifested. Hymns and prayers were interspersed with speeches, and business details of all kinds were fully entered into. The Southampton Saints had hitherto formed only a branch of the London Conference, but it did not form a conference of their own. It was now resolved that since so large a number had recently been baptized in Hampshire, the several branches of the church there should be organized into a special conference at Southampton, with Elder Stenhouse as its president. And the Sunday following was appointed for that purpose, when the Apostle Snow, en route to Italy, to which country he had just been appointed missionary, would honor the occasion with his presence. As we returned, some gentlemen in the same railway carriage, to while away the time, I suppose, entered into a religious discussion. What the subject was, I do not now remember, but I can recollect that a good deal was said as to which of the numerous Christian sects really possessed divine authority. Elder Stenhouse took an active part in the argument, and being, like all the Mormon missionaries at that time, very well posted in scriptural discussions, he attracted considerable attention and was much complimented by several persons present. The Apostle Lorenzo Snow was silent all the time, but he took note of all that passed. Elder Stenhouse was a man of great zeal and untiring energy, qualities in which perhaps Brother Snow felt himself a little deficient. And he was going on a mission which required unflagging devotion and perseverance. We had not been an hour at home before he told my husband that the Lord had thrice revealed to him that he should accompany him to Italy. How often, even while I still clung to Mormonism, did it appear strange to me that the revelations of distinguished saints should so frequently coincide with their own personal wishes, and come at such convenient times. I had laid aside my traveling dress and was hastening to provide some refreshment for the apostle, when my husband came and told me of the revelation which had been so opportunely received. I was at that time as much an enthusiast as Elder Stenhouse himself, and I felt honored that my husband should be the first English elder appointed to a foreign mission. Here was the fulfillment of my ambition that we should be in the forefront of the battle, and should obtain distinction as zealous servants of God. But at what cost was this ambition purchased? My poor, weak heart sickened at the thought. I had been but 4 months married. When the apostle asked me if I were willing that Elder Stenhouse should go to Italy, I answered yes, though I felt that my heart would break. I remembered that in my first transport of joy and gratitude after being baptized, I had made a covenant with the Lord that I would do anything which he might require of me, and I dared not rebel or break that vow. Oh, the agony that fell upon my young heart! It seemed that the weight of a mountain rested upon it when I was told that my husband might be 5 years absent. He had already been 5 years a traveling elder without a home, trusting for daily bread to the voluntary kindness of the saints. He had labored faithfully and looked forward to the day when his conference should be established, and he could count upon an improvement in his temporal position and an early call to emigrate to Zion. In the few months that I had been his wife, it was only natural that I should share his hopes. But just at the moment when they were about to be realized, hopes and expectations were scattered to the winds. On the following day, the saints assembled, the Southampton Conference was organized, and Elder Stenhouse elected its president. 10 minutes later, he was publicly appointed by the apostle on a mission to Italy. In one short year, what changes I had seen! I had relinquished a happy home in France and forsaken the friends of my youth. I had set aside an alliance that promised wealth and honor to embrace a faith that was everywhere ridiculed, and to cast in my lot among a people universally regarded as dupes and fools. I had married a missionary elder who could offer me nothing but toil and privation. And now, to complete the changes of an eventful year, my husband was about to leave me, probably for 5 years. And in fact, it was very possible that I might never see him again. All this for faith, a faith no doubt mistaken, but certainly sincere. During the few days which intervened between the time when Elder Stenhouse received his appointment to the hour of his departure, I enjoyed but little of his society. Arranging the affairs of the conference which he was leaving, and preparation for his mission fully occupied his attention. I do not think we either of us uttered a word when alone together respecting the future that was before us. It was probably better that we did not. There are moments of our life when silence is better than speech, and it is safer to trust in the mercy of God than to try to shape our own destiny. The saints are noted for the fraternal spirit which exists among them. There are, of course, exceptions, but as a rule every Mormon is willing to help his brother in the faith, acting upon the principle, "One is your master, even Christ, and ye are all brethren." The Southampton saints were no exception to this rule, but showed their kindness both to my husband and myself in 1,000 little ways. I have spoken of my unhappiness during that week of preparation, but I must not forget that there were gleams of hope in the darkness. One occasion I shall never forget, a picnic which our friends held as a kind of valedictory feast in honor of the missionaries, of Elder Stenhouse in particular. Right up the Southampton River, not far from Netley Abbey, is a pleasant and picturesque spot named Bittern, which I need not too particularly describe, although the memory of its beauty recalls recollections of mingled sadness and pleasure to my mind. There my parents now lived, and thither it was proposed our friends should go. They could obtain all they needed for the picnic at my father's house, and we could take our good things into the woods and enjoy ourselves as we pleased. We had a very happy time. For the moment, even I forgot the cloud that was hanging over me, and our dear friends not only enjoyed themselves to the utmost, but seemed bent upon making the time pass pleasantly to everyone else. I had been talking to Sister White about the recent doings of the saints, the establishment of the conference, and the sending away of Elder Stenhouse. I wanted Sister White, as in fact I wanted everyone else, to think that I was perfectly happy in the separation, and that I counted my feelings as a wife as nothing when placed in the balance against my duty as a missionary. And I tried to impress upon her how proud I was that my husband should be the first English elder entrusted with a foreign mission. We talked together a great deal. She was still quite a young woman, though married, and the mother of 4 darling little children. But probably she had a better experience than I had, and could see through my attempts to stifle my natural feelings, while at the same time she sympathized with me. She spoke very kindly to me, and as we talked, we wandered inadvertently away from the rest of the party. Suddenly she thought of her little boy, and mother-like, thinking he might be in danger, ran off to find where he was, promising to come back immediately. I sat down upon the grass to await her return. I was somewhat excited by the conversation which had passed between us, but as I sat musing, my agitation began to cool down, and I was soon lost in thought, and did not notice that I was not alone. I did not hear the light footsteps near me, and did not see my fairy friend, as I called her, pass between me and the sun. But a tiny hand was laid gently on my shoulder, and looking up I saw the loving eyes of Mary Burton looking straight down into mine. "Where have you been, dear?" I asked. "Why, I have hardly seen you all day." "But I knew you were here," she said, "and I thought you were alone, and I wanted to see you and talk with you." "Come and sit down beside me, Mary," I said, "and let us have a little chat together." Then I drew her gently towards me, and she sat down by my side. For a few moments we said nothing, but I was watching her and waiting to hear what she would say. She seemed such a pretty, such a sweet and gentle girl, more like one of those little birds of glorious plumage and thrilling song that we see glittering among the dewdrops and the dancing leaves than a child of earth. And I pitied her for her beauty, for such beauty is a snare. And I wondered whether her innocent soul was as fair and glorious before God as her face was sweet to me. And I asked whether in years to come, when the glory of her childish radiance had passed away, the brightness of a soul pure and serene would lend a new beauty to her features, the beauty not of childish innocence but of noble womanhood. I took her hand in mine and asked her some trifling question, but she did not answer. Suddenly she looked up full into my face and said, "Sister Stenhouse, I'm very, very sorry for you." "Sorry for me, dear?" I asked. "Why should you be sorry? I am not sad." "You shouldn't say so," she replied. "You know in your heart you are sad, even though you don't say so. It's a fine thing, no doubt, for Elder Stenhouse to go away, though for my part I'd rather stop at home if I loved anyone there. And at any rate you must feel sorry that he's going away so far, if you love him." "But Mary," I said, "you know it is his duty to go, and he has been called to it by the Apostle, and it is a great honor." "Oh yes, I know that," she replied, "I know that." Then we relapsed into silence for some few moments. Presently, drawing nearer to me, she said again, quite suddenly, "Sister Stenhouse, do you know the meaning of the word polygamy?" "Why, what a funny question to ask me, child," I exclaimed. "Child, you call me Sister Stenhouse, but I'm not a child. At least, not quite a child. I shall be 15 next birthday." "Well, dear," I said, "I did not mean to offend you, and I call you child because I love you. But you asked me such a strange question and used such a strange word." This was quite true, for at the time the word polygamy was as seldom used as the word polyandry, or any other word signifying a state of things with which we have nothing to do. "I am not offended," she said, "only people have a way of treating me as if I were only such a very little girl. I suppose I look so." She certainly did look so, and I suppose she read my thoughts. Womanhood by and by brought her more of reality both in face and figure as well as in the terrible facts of life. But at that time the term "little fairy," which I have so often used respecting her, seemed the most appropriate. The meaning of that terrible word polygamy she understood in later years, fully as well as I did. "Well, dear," I said, "why did you ask me that strange question?" "You must promise not to be angry with me if I tell you," she answered. "And yet I think you ought to know." I readily promised. What could I have refused her? And she said, "The other day 2 of the sisters were at our house. I may not tell you their names for fear of making mischief, and they were talking together between themselves and did not notice that I was present, or else they didn't care. And I heard one of them tell the other one that she had heard secretly that in Zion men were allowed to have many wives. And she used that word polygamy very often and said that was what the people of the world called it." "Well, Mary dear," I replied, "that is no great secret. We have all heard that said before. Wicked people who hate the gospel say that, and a great deal more in order to bring scandal upon the church." "Ah, but I haven't told you all," she said. The sisters had a long talk about it, and they explained who they heard it from, and it was from no one outside the church. And then one of them said that Elder Stenhouse had heard all about it and knew it was true, only of course he did not talk about such things yet, but that the time would come when every one would acknowledge it and all the saints would have many wives. I was frightened when I heard this and very angry, for I thought of you, and I spoke to her and said it was all untrue, and I'd ask Elder Stenhouse. And they scolded me very much for saying so and said it was very wicked for a child to listen, and that was why I did not like you to call me child. Well, darling, I said, I'll not offend you any more in that way, and it was very good of you to tell me anything you thought I ought to know. Then I kissed her and continued, but after all, I don't think it's of any consequence. It's the old scandal, just as in the early days they said wicked things of Christ and his apostles. Elder Stenhouse knows all that people say, and he has told me time and again that there is not a word of truth in it, and I believe him. You think so, Sister Stenhouse? She replied. And I suppose I ought to think so too, but if it's all false, how did people first begin to think of it? People don't say that the Mormons are murderers or thieves because we have given them no reason to think so. Then why should they think of such an unheard of thing as polygamy? Surely there must have been some reason. Don't you think so? No, dear, I answered. Elder Stenhouse says that some very wicked men have sometimes joined the church and have done all manner of shocking things, so that they had to be cut off. And then they went about trying to make other people believe that the Mormons were as wicked as they were. There was John C. Bennett, who lived a frightful life at Nauvoo, and then tried to make out that Joseph Smith was as bad as he was. And Marsh, the president of the 12 Apostles, and Orson Hyde, whom they apostatized, not only said bad things of Joseph, but took affidavit and swore solemnly before the magistrates that the prophet had been guilty of the most fearful crimes. I kissed her again, and she said, well, perhaps you are right. But I could see that in her heart she was not convinced. Then we talked of ourselves and all that interested us, and she told me all her childish hopes and ambitions, and to me, young as I was myself, it was pleasant to listen to her innocent prattle. She promised to come and see me when Elder Stenhouse had gone, and I should be left alone. And when we got back to the rest of the party, we were as firm friends as if we had known each other a lifetime. At midnight, Saturday, June 15th, 1850, the steamer left Southampton for Havre de Grace, bearing on board the first 2 Mormon missionaries to Italy. One of them was my husband. The saints had called in the evening to bid Elder Stenhouse goodbye, and as he was, of course, to travel without purse or scrip, they vied with each other in showing their appreciation of his position and his devotion to the faith. The poorest among them would not be denied the privilege of contributing their mites to aid in the conversion of the Italians. And none of the brethren felt that they could show too much kindness to the departing missionary. Just in this way have all the foreign missions of the Mormon Church been projected and sustained. The elements of success were always present: devotion and self-abnegation on the part of the missionaries, and an earnest, self-sacrificing disposition on the part of the people commanding respect, however erroneous or foolish the foundation of their faith. In the bustle of departure, Mr. Stenhouse seemed never to have a thought about himself, and certainly he made no preparation for me. I had full confidence in him, however, and loved him devotedly, and knew that my love was returned. But men who look for miracles and count upon special providences for daily bread are not generally very prudent or far-seeing in their domestic arrangements. Elder Stenhouse had been told that the Lord would provide, and it therefore seemed to him superfluous that he should interfere. It would have been a lack of faith to have shown too much interest in what might become of me. He left me with only £1. I now realized the loneliness of my position. There was no earthly friend to whom I could turn for sympathy at a time like this. Before my Heavenly Father alone I could pour out the bitterness of my soul and all my griefs, and in His presence weep and pray. End of chapter 6. Chapter 7 of Tell It All by Fanny STENHOUSE. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. My husband's mission, I am left alone. When the Apostle Snow called upon Mr. Stenhouse to go to Italy, the saints willingly accepted the responsibility of providing for me during his absence. They thought it was more an honor than a burden to have this charge committed to them, but it was very humiliating for me to be placed in such a position, however anxious they might be to assist me and to serve the general cause. To face opposition or to give my all for my religion I was willing indeed, but to depend upon others for my daily bread was utterly repugnant to my feelings, although, of course, if the church sent away my husband, whose proper place and duty it was to support his family, it was only right that the members of the church should undertake the responsibility. But then, and at many other times during my life, I have learned the truth of Christ's precept: it is more blessed to give than to receive. The American apostle was not without worldly wisdom when he proposed that an unmarried man should be appointed to preside over the Southampton Conference, as his wants would be few. But if Mr. Stenhouse had been solicited by a friend who had a wife and children to secure his appointment, and with ready confidence in that friend, he overlooked his own interests and my welfare, and I was left to pass through trials and privations which I can never forget. The saints were very kind and took pleasure in doing all they could for me, but the mistake which my husband committed in leaving his friend to succeed him as president of the conference was soon apparent. The friend thought of his own family first, and the family required all that the saints could reasonably be expected to contribute. And even then they had not enough. I therefore received only such little sums as could be withheld from them, and to make the matter worse, those who had any property or estate were counseled to sell all and gather to Zion. The more wealthy saints were soon gone, and the current expenses of the church fell heavily upon those who were hardly able to support their own families. They tried to send me something every week, and I have no doubt they did send me all they could. When their contributions reached 4 or 5 shillings, about $1, I thought myself fortunate. More often I did not receive the value of 50 cents in the whole week, at times less, and sometimes nothing at all. That unfailing comfort to respectable English poverty, a cup of tea, was my greatest luxury. But at times for weeks together I had not even that. I had nothing but bread. But I never complained. Whenever it was possible, I concealed my true situation from everyone. And in my almost daily letters to my husband, not a shadow of a hint was ever dropped relative to my own privations. I wanted him to be successful in his mission, and I feared that his energy would desert him if he knew of my difficulties. I was in extreme poverty, certainly, but for myself I was not in trouble. God would provide for me, I felt, and it was glorious to suffer in a sacred cause. But darker days, days of severer trial, were creeping slowly near me. Up to this time I had worshipped God and loved my husband with a perfect heart. Now the dark shadow of an accursed thing was looming in the distance, but approaching surely, if slowly. The strange suggestions made by darling little Mary Burton at the picnic were not the first whisperings that I had heard of a probable change in our faith and practice respecting marriage, though I did not care to tell her so. Others had spoken in my presence of the same subject, but I had not believed them. I had questioned my husband, and his answers had reassured me. Although polygamy was utterly denied by the missionaries in Europe, yet long before it was openly avowed a great deal was written and said on the subject. Joseph Smith, whatever he said and did in private, always denied it in public, and after his death the leaders of the church followed his example. In some way, however, an idea had got abroad that the Mormons were somewhat unsound respecting the marriage question. Still the elders stoutly denied the charge, and the more they were accused, the more strenuous became their denials. At a public discussion at Boulogne-sur-Mer in France, the Apostle John Taylor, in reply to the accusations of polygamy which were brought against him, said, "We are accused here of actions the most indelicate and disgusting, such as none but a corrupt and depraved heart could have contrived. These things were too outrageous to admit of belief. I shall content myself with quoting our views of chastity and marriage from a work published by us, containing some of our articles of faith, doctrine, and covenants." He then proceeded to quote from the Book of Doctrine and Covenants such passages as the following: "Marriage is ordained by God unto man, wherefore it is lawful that he should have one wife, and they twain should be one flesh." He quoted many other things also, among which might be enumerated the following: "Thou shalt love thy wife with all thy heart, and shalt cleave unto her and none else." He quoted also many other passages of Scripture which had reference to the subject, each powerful to put aside even the idea of polygamy, and each equally powerful as an argument against polygamy itself. Let the reader here note the value of what Mormons say when their faith is called in question. See and judge. Brother Taylor, who spoke at that meeting and utterly denied polygamy, had himself at that very moment when he so atrociously perjured himself, and when he swore that no Mormon had more than one wife, 5 wives living in Salt Lake City. One of his friends there present had 2 wives, and the other was married to a mother and her own daughter. Any conclusion, any expression of disgust at these abominations and deliberate perjuries, I leave to the reader. Among those who came to see Mr. Stenhouse before he left for Italy was Elder Margetts, an English elder of some prominence in the British mission. At the picnic of which I have already spoken, I noticed that this elder was more than usually attentive to a pretty young sister who was also present. There was always an affectionate familiarity among the saints, as I previously mentioned. They were like brothers and sisters, and addressed each other as such. But the attentions of the elder I speak of pointed a little beyond all this. He could not perhaps be accused of any open impropriety, but he certainly looked much more like the girl's lover than an ordinary friend or her spiritual adviser. I knew this elder's family in London, and his conduct pained me a good deal. So I drew the attention of my husband to the circumstance, and he said the elder was foolish, but he would speak to them both, and this he did. After the departure of the missionaries, this elder remained for several days. He then returned to London, but it was not long before he was again in Southampton, and he still paid marked attention to the same young sister. This caused unpleasant remarks among the saints, who at this time certainly did not believe that polygamy was practiced in Utah. At a later date this elder, with some others, was again in Southampton, and I was invited to take tea with them at the house of one of the saints. In the course of the evening there was a general conversation on the work of the Lord, in which I of course was greatly interested. Whenever any of the missionaries were visiting, the saints would seek their society just like children who were glad to meet again their parents after a long absence, and at such times they were at liberty to ask what questions they pleased. On the evening I speak of, I well remember that the general subject of conversation was the apostasy of the Christian Church from the true order of God's salvation. prominence was given to the history of Abraham and his descendants, and occasional allusion was made to their marital relations, but nothing directly was spoken. It was very evident that these elders only wanted to drop a word or two here and there to suit those who wanted it, but nevertheless they spoke so obscurely and mysteriously that they could easily have retracted what was said if anyone had accused them of teaching a doctrine which they were unwilling openly to avow. When I returned home that night, I was fully satisfied that the elder I have spoken of had a reason for his frequent visits to Southampton, and shortly after the young sister went to London. Whether polygamy was ever to be a doctrine of the church or not, it was very clear to me that the London elder was a polygamist at heart. The more my mind dwelt on these things, the more sick at heart I did become, and faint and weary. I had, however, personal cares and trials enough to engage my attention. I found that I could not depend upon the saints to provide me with even the barest necessities of life, so I looked about me and made enquiries for some light employment by which I might support myself. My health at that time would not have allowed me to do much, but for a long time I could not get anything at all to do. I had, of course, been used to teaching, but employment of that kind it was just then impossible for me to take, even if I could have got it. The only resource which seemed left to me was to find occupation for my needle, and it was a long and weary time before I could obtain even this. At length I got a little plain sewing to do, and out of the miserable pittance thus earned, I contrived to pay my rent and provide a few necessaries. But at times that too was beyond my power, and I have gone a fortnight at a time with nothing to eat but dry bread. Still my faith never failed, and thus the weary days passed by. Now, however, a new interest began to gather round my life, for I expected before the end of the year the arrival of a little stranger to share my affections and my care. This certainly was a sad beginning of domestic bliss, but still the thought was pleasant to me. I had at that time no one to aid me or comfort me. The saints were very kind, but they could not supply the place of an absent husband. My dearest friend, Mary Burton, used to come as often as she could to see me, and her presence was like a gleam of sunshine. But she was so young and innocent and happy that I had not the heart to trouble her with my sorrows. All my jewelry and trinkets and the greater part of my wardrobe had gone in providing for my daily wants and in preparing those necessary trifles upon which a young mother bestows so much loving care. My health was daily failing, and sometimes I doubted if I should ever be well and strong again. But all that I suffered was for the church, and that thought sustained me. Often I would sit alone and think of the past and all my early daydreams of love and hope and bliss. Think of my husband in a far-off land, devoting his life and all his energies to the preaching of the latter-day glory. Think of those whisperings of that accursed doctrine which has since brought desolation and anguish to the hearts of so many weary women. Think of my future life, dark as its promise even then appeared. Sometimes I heard from Italy, heard how my husband was progressing with his work, and with wifely love I sympathized with him in all his difficulties, for he told me how arduous the task was in which he was engaged. It was not the expectation of the Mormon apostles that the missionaries would do much in Catholic Italy. The same causes were in operation there as affected the work in France. Few, if any, really good Roman Catholics have ever joined the saints. The Irish mission was never successful, and the same may be said of the French and Italian missions. In France and Italy, by far the greater part of the people might be classed under two heads, Roman Catholics and infidels. The first already had an infallible guide in which they trusted, and as for the infidels, they ridiculed the idea of any guide at all. Both classes were utterly devoid of that acquaintance with Scripture of which Mormon missionaries understood so well how to take advantage, and rendered them so susceptible to religious influences which took the Bible as their basis. The missionaries in Italy soon experienced the difficulties presented by these facts. After their arrival in Genoa, Mr. Stenhouse was directed to carry the gospel to the Waldenses, those brave old Protestants of the Dark Ages who so manfully suffered even unto death for conscience' sake. And some time after he had begun his labors among them, the Apostle Snow joined him. Whatever they might believe or teach theoretically, there can be no doubt that the American apostles were largely endowed with the organ of caution. Preaching without purse or scrip among people who either detest you as a heretic or else regard you with profound indifference is not a pleasant task, and the Mormon apostles very prudently took up liberal collections in England before they started. Had it not been for this common-sense proceeding, I am at a loss to say what would have become of the missionaries in Italy, and as it was, their lot was not a very enviable one. Besides the scarcity of money, the other great difficulty experienced by the missionaries was learning the language of their destined converts. For many years it was supposed among the saints that the gift of tongues would be all sufficient for this purpose. The two distinguished apostles, Orson and Parley P. Pratt, whose writings did so much for Mormonism, had both of them eloquently discussed the subject in print. But the missionaries soon discovered that for practical purposes the gift was not of much service, and the two Pratts themselves afterwards experienced, the one in South America and the other in Austria, the fallacy of their theories. Without the gift, in any shape, the work in Italy was necessarily very slow, and an elder who could speak a little French was sent out from London to assist them. They had at last come to the conclusion that if the Lord would not bestow the gift upon them, they must try to acquire it themselves. The Apostle Snow now thought of sending the gospel to the Swiss, and Mr. Stenhouse was selected for the work. But before he went, it was determined that the church in Italy should be organized, and about a week later I received a long account of how this was done. I heard how one pleasant November morning the Apostle Snow, Elders Stenhouse and Woodward, together with several Waldenses whom they had converted, ascended the mountain-side contiguous to La Tour, Penarello. There they sang praises and prayed. They christened the place Mount Brigham, and the stone upon which the three elders stood and offered up a written prayer they named the Rock of Prophecy. And there they organized the church, dedicating the soil of Italy to the Lord. Moreover, then and there, my husband was solemnly consecrated a high priest after the order of the Son of God. All this I heard, and much more, and in confiding faith that this was indeed a great and glorious work, I rejoiced that I had been accounted worthy to suffer patiently at home, if only my husband might successfully fulfill his task abroad. After that I heard that he had left Italy, and had arrived in Geneva, believing that he would be more successful among the Swiss than the Italians. A few days after the arrival of the missionary in Geneva, an event occurred which interested my own self personally. My little Clara was born. Very happy was I when I looked upon her tiny little face for the first time, and kissed her for being the prettiest baby in the world. Very happy was I when I folded her in my arms and talked to her as if she could understand all that I said. Very happy indeed as I looked at her again and again, and marveled whether she really could be, indeed and certainly, my own baby girl. It seemed as if baby's papa would never come back again, but I had a companion now in my child, and weak and weary as I was, with new responsibilities and less power to help myself, I found comfort in my new care, and realized the truth of the old Scotch song, "Moukly lichter is the load when Juvi bears up the creel." I was not now alone. Then too came round to see me Mary Burton. She was as fond and tender to me as ever, and tripped quietly about the room, and tried to wait upon me, and sat by the bed playing with the baby, calling her all the pretty things she could think of, and I felt that her presence brought new light and life to my room. She brought me another letter from my husband, and I found that he was now acquiring for himself the gift of the French tongue, unable to do much else, as he and everybody didn't understand each other. He could not yet talk to the French-speaking Genevese, and the English-speaking residents would not listen to him. They had only heard of Mormonism as a clumsy fraud, and looked upon the prophet Joseph Smith as an impostor. So, for a whole winter, he sat shut up in his own room, poring over a French grammar, and deploring his hard fate in being denied the gift of tongues. In the spring of the new year, I received a distinguished visitor who kindly interested himself in my welfare. The Apostle Lorenzo Snow left Piedmont for England and passed through Geneva en route. On his way to England, he called upon me at Southampton and expressed much sympathy for me. He noticed the change in my appearance and immediately sent for Mr. Stenhouse to return to England. He acted very kindly by me at that time, did all that he could to assist me, and said that he never again would ask any man to make such a sacrifice. I fully appreciated his kindness, but much as I wanted to, I did not venture to ask him about the truth or falsity of those terrible suggestions which I had heard whispered of late. My husband hastened home, coming by way of Calais, in order to meet his president and receive his instructions. The Apostle showed much sympathy for him, and very early in the morning accompanied him some miles to the railway station. But he never once mentioned how I had been situated in Southampton until he left him, and then he exacted from him a promise not to open his lips whatever he might learn. I need not say that I was happy to see my husband once again, and to present to him his little daughter, who was now 5 months old. He was, of course, soon busy in visiting the saints, and he received from them many tokens of attachment. In the beginning of June, a general conference of the branches of the church in Britain was held in London. The apostles and foreign missionaries were present, and my husband and I were also there. We had speeches and prayers. The business of the conference occupied but very few minutes, for no measure was questioned. Among the Mormons there are no opinions, no discussion. The presiding head has made out his program before he comes to the conference. He knows what he wants to do, and no one ever questions him. He may perhaps, for form's sake, invite the brethren to speak on any point he introduces. But when he has furnished the clue to his wishes, the elders who speak only spend their time in arguments in favor of his measures. At the conference of which I speak, the reports of the native elders were very cheering to us. Throughout England and Wales, they had been most successful in adding members to the church. Mormonism was then most successfully preached in Britain. There were more Mormons there than in all Utah Territory. There were 50 conferences with over 700 organized branches, and more than 6,000 men ordained to the priesthood. That peculiar influence which the Mormons call the Spirit, of which I have spoken, elsewhere was spoken of by the elders as being a common experience everywhere. During all that conference I listened carefully for a word from the lips of any of the speakers which might indicate in any way that polygamy was part of the Mormon faith, but not a whisper, not a hint was uttered. I naturally concluded that the elders, whose doubtful expressions at Southampton had so troubled my mind, were misinformed or unsafe men. Still, I could not altogether banish my apprehension of coming evil, but so bound to secrecy were those who did know of polygamy being practiced in Utah that there was not one who would admit to it, and even my own husband's lips were sealed to me. He did not deny it, but he would not talk about it, and did everything he could to banish the thought from my mind. At that conference, the Apostle Snow spoke very strongly of the way in which I had been neglected, and it was arranged that Elder Stenhouse should return to Switzerland and that I should accompany him. My knowledge of French was expected to be very serviceable. We now made preparations for an early departure and prepared to leave our friends. To the reader it may seem strange for a man, his wife, and babe to be sent out in this way on a mission without any proper arrangement for their maintenance, but to my mind at the time it seemed to me not only perfectly proper, but altogether in accordance with God's word and commandment. My young friend, Mary Burton, came round to bid me good-bye, and the poor girl wept, and I wept with her, and we kissed one another tenderly as our tears mingled. We had become very dear to each other, and the thought of separation for years, or perhaps forever, was very painful to us. She hung about my neck at the last moment, kissing me and begging me not to forget to write her very, very often, and this I gladly promised her, asking the same in return. Then with a fond embrace we parted, and it was years before I saw her dear face again. Thus it was that we three, my husband, my babe, and myself, set forth on our pilgrimage to convert the Swiss. It was with no ordinary feelings that I entered the ancient city of Geneva. I was not ignorant of its history and the struggles of its inhabitants for civil and religious liberty. It had been the refuge for the English Protestants during the fiery days of Queen Mary, just as in the time of the French Revolution it was the refuge of infidel and papist, royalist and republican alike, where Calvin lived in gloomy austerity, battling with Rome. There Servetus, the Unitarian, was condemned to be roasted alive as a heretic, and there we expected in our own humble way to be able to testify by our suffering and patience to what we firmly believed was the truth. In free countries like England and the United States, free from the surveillance of a military police, it is easy, if he wishes it, for the missionary to mount a chair at a street corner or hold forth under a tree, and such has often been done. But all over continental Europe there is hardly a place where this would be possible. In the various grand duchies, kingdoms, and empires, paternal governments look too closely after the morals and religion of their subjects, while under the ephemeral republics, as long as they happen to last, there is often to be found under the name of liberty a despotism more despotic than under the rule of royalty. It is the colporteur, the man of books and tracts, who makes the converts there, and in this slow way we soon found that we were destined to proceed. During my husband's former stay in Geneva, he had had neither Mormon books nor Mormon papers, with the exception of a paper published at Boulogne, containing a letter by the Apostle Taylor in French and English. This single copy he lent to a Genevese to read and never saw it again. And yet in a short time, even before he could properly speak French, he converted and baptized 2 men in the Rhone, one of whom is today a devoted Mormon in southern Utah. His first attack was upon a shoemaker whom he visited for the purpose of repairs. While the shoemaker worked, Elder Stenhouse talked, and as the English are all reputed wealthy on the continent, the friendly overtures of the Mormon missionary were graciously received. As they grew intimate, Elder Stenhouse would sit down on the bench beside the man as he worked, and taking from his pocket a French Testament, which he always carried about with him, would try to read it aloud, the good-natured shoemaker undertaking to correct his pronunciation. In this way, he kept his auditors' attention constantly fixed upon certain passages, more especially those which spoke of baptism for the remission of sins, and the laying on of hands for the gift of the Holy Ghost. So persistent was he that at last the shoemaker's curiosity was awakened, and finally he was baptized. But unfortunately, not long after, a small pamphlet upon the mission of Joseph Smith fell into his hands and made a shipwreck of his faith. With his second convert he was much more successful. This time it was his landlord who was to be the subject of attack. He was a tailor, and fortunately for the missionary, somewhat talkative. The same arrangement was made about reading and correction, and with a like result. the tailor was baptized. Just at this time came the Apostle Snow's letter telling my husband to return to England, and as he might not leave the country without a representative, he ordained the tailor a priest in the Mormon Church. When we arrived in Geneva, Monsieur le Tailleur was all that constituted the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints in Switzerland. Soon a few personal friends began to gather to hear the English missionary tell about the new religion, and my husband being very much in earnest, interest before long began to be excited. I remember well our first meetings. Among the Swiss, 6 people sitting round a table with open Bibles before them, passages from which Mr. Stenhouse was trying in very bad French to make them understand. I pitied him very much, but those who were present made as if they did not notice his embarrassment and listened with marked attention. Among the Mormons, it is a woman's duty to keep silence. I therefore remained a listener only. But at the close of the service, for such it was regarded, when I might speak, my missionary labors began. I was aroused to eloquence, and our parting was longer than our meeting. The warmth with which the few who were present responded to our efforts satisfied me that they had come under the same mysterious influence which I had observed in England. I was then convinced that Mormonism could awaken the Christian soul more to a realization of what it already possessed than impart to it any new moral or religious qualities. Mormonism of itself never made Christians, but Christianity built up Mormonism. It was an awakening to the teachings of Christ and his apostles that begat confidence in the mission of the Mormon prophet. Although we observed the very strictest economy, it did not take long for us to exhaust what little money we brought from England. This placed us in a very awkward position. It is inconvenient enough to be without money in one's own country, where one understands and is understood by everybody, but to be in a strange land, especially in a country like Switzerland, where every Englishman is supposed to be a milord and the bounteous dispenser of unlimited wealth, it is more than inconvenient. We left our first quarters, where we had had so many visitors, and rented a room from a widow woman who fortunately was not inquisitive. She had a family of children to support, and as we paid our rent monthly in advance, she had no occasion to know whether or not we kept a bank account, and we were thankful that it was so, for had it been so ordained, we could there have starved to death without attracting the notice of any one. A nice thing to be thankful for. We were not hopeless, though we were heavy-hearted, but we had expected trial and could not complain, for we knew from the beginning that thus it would probably be. One day my husband received a letter from an infidel gentleman who lived in Lausanne, a neighboring canton, requesting him to come and see him, that they might talk together over Mormonism, for he had heard of us and of our doctrine, and my husband resolved to visit him before our money was all gone. When Mr. Stenhouse reached Lausanne, he visited first a Protestant minister with whom he had some slight acquaintance, and who was also interested in Mormonism, and told him that he was going to call upon the Gouverneur de l'Hôpital. The minister was greatly opposed to my husband visiting such a man. He is a socialist, he said, a revolutionist. He fought at the barricades. He is a mauvais sujet, and anything but a fit person to be spoken to about religion. This only increased the interest which Mr. Stenhouse felt in the governor, and made him more than ever determined to see him. And he did see him, although the good minister had represented him aussi noir que la diable. So they met, and my husband began the work for which he had come. They had long talks together, and my husband, as did the elders ever in such cases, spoke to the governor of redemption through Christ, and baptism for the remission of sins. Faith is not an act of will. Like the unseen wind, it comes, and we see a power thereof, but know not whence it proceeds. The unbelieving governor found it. He might find himself no match for the arguments of his opponent, but he could not force his heart to believe, and he was by no means a willing convert. My husband, however, remained with him, and before he left, the governor had been baptized into the church. Our new convert proved to be a most excellent and worthy man, notwithstanding his former infidelity, and he was subsequently a great aid to us in our mission. We felt satisfied that the expenses of that journey had been well spent, although a few francs at that time could ill be spared. But our circumstances seemed to be getting worse and worse, and my health began to fail. For several months, neither of us had had sufficient nourishment, and my anxieties increased my physical weakness. I was dispirited, yet I feared to complain or even to let my husband know what I felt. At length, I was really ill and could not leave my bed. I well remember the solemn silence that reigned in our home one day. I had risen from my bed weak and oh so faint-hearted that I had scarcely any desire to live, and I was sitting with my little daughter in my arms. She had cried herself to sleep, cold and hungry, and as much as I loved her, nay, idolized her, I confess that for an instant I harbored in my soul the impious and unnatural wish that rather than see my darling awake again to cold and hunger, she might sleep her sweet young life away. For me to yield to such a thought, to wish my child to wake no more, I, who would have gladly given the last drop of my life-blood to save her, for me to look upon her innocent little face with such a thought, I can hardly now believe that such a thing was possible, even for a moment. But I was desperate and bold and cowardly all at the same time. Or my heart was humiliated by poverty, and my faith was rousing bitter thoughts in my mind. My husband was pacing the room. I knew too well all that was passing in his mind, although we had been long silent. At length I said to him, "Take courage, dear, for we are the servants of the great God, and surely He will find a means of escape for us. We were sent here. We came because the Lord wanted us to come, and surely He will provide for us." He turned to me in reply and said kindly, "We can at least have some water." And he went for some water, and then, with as reverential feeling in his soul as ever inspired a grace before dinner, he blessed it, and we drank. We had scarcely done so when the mail courier brought a letter to our door. Governor Studeman, with a feeling of delicacy, had hesitated when my husband visited him at Lausanne to offer him any assistance, but he said in his letter that he had been impressed to do so, and hoped that we should not be offended. As the letter was opened, a piece of gold fell upon the table. We could hardly believe that God had so soon answered our prayers and sent us relief, and our emotions of gratitude for this timely aid found expression in tears. All this time, our landlady knew nothing of our distress. She was as ignorant of our situation as if she had never seen us. So long as I was able to walk about, I used at regular hours to go to the kitchen, get the cooking utensils, and go through the routine of cooking as if we had had a well-filled larder all the time. I set the table with punctilious care, and the good old widow never suspected but that we had plenty. Thus supposing that we wanted nothing, she and her children were more than ordinarily kind to us and to our little girl, who was now old enough to toddle round and go from room to room. Very often they would get her into their room at mealtime and give her little things to please her. And while they felt honored in being permitted to do so, we were silently thankful for our child's sake, for her sufferings were more than we could endure. The temporary aid from Lausanne was very welcome to us, though it only served to make us feel more keenly our dependent position. I might relate stories, alas too true, of cold and want, of days and even almost an entire week passed at one time without food, stories which for painful detail would eclipse romance. It was a weary waiting for Providence. Such things are better forgotten, and yet I feel that in after years my temper was more subdued and my mind more patient under affliction than it would have been had I not experienced this preparatory discipline. People who have heard with a sneer of Mormon missionaries and their work would perhaps have realized that faith may be sincere although mistaken, if they could have seen us at that time. The first teachers of a doctrine, whether it be good or evil, if only it stems at the current opinions of the hour, have ever found that at the end of a rocky way there was waiting for them a crown of thorns. Many a time since then I have felt the weight of anxious care in providing for my family. The trial of our faith has not been light or seldom repeated. But those days of trouble in Switzerland were, I think, the darkest that I ever experienced. We realized literally the necessity of trusting to God's daily mercies for our daily bread, and the assurance that the Lord would provide was our only hope. To say that we practiced the strictest economy would be to give but a faint idea of the way in which we had to consider and contrive in order to exist at all. For years we kept the word of wisdom, a revelation of Joseph Smith, which enjoined abstinence from wine, coffee, tea, or in fact warm drinks of any kind. And trifling as such self-denial may at first appear, it was not really so when other privations were added thereto. For months at a time we existed, for I dare not say lived, without what are considered even by the poorest the most common necessaries. I can even recall to mind one trying week in Switzerland when for the whole 7 long days we had less than a pint of corn flour to live upon, and that was chiefly reserved for our poor child. As I look back to those dark, painful times, I feel that it was by little short of a miracle that our lives were spared. Our faith alone saved us. End of chapter 7. Chapter 8 of Tell It All by Fanny STENHOUSE. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Our mission in Switzerland, Mutterings of the Coming Storm. Very soon after this, we were notified that the Apostle Snow was on his way to Switzerland, and that we might shortly expect him. This to me was joyful news, for he had relieved me of my trouble once before, and I almost looked upon him as my good angel. He came and remained with us a few days, and before he left he instructed Mr. Stenhouse to repair to England to raise funds to aid the mission. He also gave me a few pounds to procure what I needed for an event which I expected shortly to take place. This kindness on his part brought to my mind such a sense of relief and renewed my energy so that I felt ready for my missionary labors again. When my second child was about 2 months old, I went to Lausanne to reside while my husband was absent in England. Apartments were engaged for me at the house of a gentleman who had recently been baptized. I was made very comfortable there, and for the first time since my husband was sent on a mission, I experienced a feeling of repose, so that I now had some hopes of regaining mental and physical strength. No provision had been made by the saints for my support, but even without that, I thought, living among those who were themselves happy and one with us in the faith, I should myself find more tranquility of mind. Madame and Monsieur Bailiff, in whose house I resided, were persons of good social position. The husband was one of nature's gentlemen, and as good a man as I ever knew. He received the Mormonism taught by Mr. Stenhouse with all his heart, and never seemed weary of showing his gratitude by his good deeds. Madame Bailiff did not at once join the church, and probably never would have done so but for the love she bore to her husband. She was not, however, hostile to the new faith, as some other wives were, and she did all that she could to render pleasant my stay with them, and tried to make me forget what I had suffered in Geneva. Madame Bailiff was a high-spirited, impulsive woman, and devotedly attached to her husband. I never saw a woman more so. She impressed me as being one of the happiest of wives, he one of the best of husbands. After I had lived in the house a few weeks, she was baptized, but she never was satisfied with Mormonism. Poor dear lady, how often I have bitterly regretted that I was instrumental in leading her into the Mormon church, in which, as years later in Utah she told me, she endured such cruel humiliation and martyrdom. I knew well indeed then what all that meant. While I lived with them, it was agreed that I should pay for my apartments monthly, but after I had paid for the first month, Monsieur Bailiff told me that I should do so no more, and knowing that he meant it as an expression of kindness and gratitude on his part, I felt relieved of all anxiety on that account. All that I had even then for the support of myself and my 2 little ones was about 5 francs or $1 a week. But my wants were few, for I had taught myself to require nothing but was absolutely necessary to keep me alive. During Mr. Stenhouse's absence, the meetings were held in my parlor, and as the brethren who had joined the church had not previously been religious men, though they were persons of the best moral character, they were very diffident about conducting the meetings, and for a time could not think of praying before others. It devolved upon me of sheer necessity, for I disliked prominence as much as they did, to lead the singing, to pray, to preach, in fact, to do everything. Had I not done so, they would have sat looking at each other, for they were all too timid to speak. I encouraged them in every way to try, and finally we got along very well. A good spirit prevailed, and we were like a little band of brothers and sisters. The only person now who gave me any anxiety was Madame Bailiff, who was very weak in the faith. Her doubts and fears troubled me much, for I had conceived a very great regard for her. I feared that with a heart so proud and rebellious as hers, she would never get salvation, and I trembled for her happiness. How slight a hold the new faith had taken of her mind I was forcibly reminded by an incident which was at the time a great trial to me. My little daughter fell sick of intermittent fever, and I dared not call in a physician. It would not do for me, a missionary's wife, to show lack of faith. Such was our zeal in those days. But now, as I once before stated, even the most orthodox Mormons, including Brigham Young, do not think of relying upon God and the ordinances of the church as they used to in former years, but call in the best physician they can get. I was much troubled about my little girl, for she was evidently failing fast. She had been administered to by one of the native elders who had anointed her with oil and prayed over her, but yet she did not get better. Madame Bailiff, in the midst of my affliction, taunted me about the child not recovering, and asked where was the power of God of which I had talked so much. Now, she said, if you could get that child healed, it would be some proof to my mind that the power you speak of is still in the church. I felt ashamed that I had not exercised more faith. I was certain that the gift of healing was in the church, and I believed it was my own fault that the child was not even now well. In my zeal, I replied rather warmly, "My child will be healed, and you shall see it." But I had no sooner uttered these words than I began to fear I had promised too much. I was determined, however, that nothing on my part should be left undone. I sent for Governor Studeman, our new convert, as he was the president of the branch and an elder. I told him that this child must be healed by the power of God. We had not witnessed any manifestation of the healing power among the saints in Switzerland up to that time, and I earnestly desired that now, for the first time, this gift might be proved among us, for the sake of the church as well as for my own. So I told the governor that it was his duty as well as mine to fast and pray, that it might be a testimony that it was his work and that we were his servants. He became as enthusiastic as I was myself, and we fasted and prayed for nearly 2 days. At the end of that time he came to see me, and by the bedside we knelt and prayed, and he laid his hands upon the child and blessed her in the name of the Lord. That night the child was very low, and though I strove to show my faith, I dreaded that she would have her usual attack of fever about midnight. After the departure of the elder, Madame Bailiff came into the room and said, "Your child is very ill. If your God cannot help her, why do you not send for a physician?" This appeared to me so profane and such an insult to my God and my faith that I replied indignantly, "Madame, she will and shall be healed this very night, for I know that power is in the church. The reason why the child was not healed before is because I have not been earnest enough in seeking the Lord." When I was left alone, I sat down by the bedside, trembling lest I had been too rash in declaring that the child would be healed that same night. Much and fondly as I loved my little treasure, I confess that I suffered more at the thought of God's name suffering reproach than I did from fear of my darling's death, and I tried earnestly to banish my doubts with the remembrance that all things are possible to them that believe. Kneeling there in the dark and lonesome midnight, I poured out my soul fervently to God, beseeching him for his kingdom's sake and for the glory of his great name to answer and not to suffer my unworthiness to stand in the way. I watched hour after hour beside my darling's bed, and the child slept on peacefully without any symptoms of returning fever. And oh, how anxiously I waited for her awakening. At last, worn out with fatigue and watching, I laid myself down on the bed beside her and soon fell asleep. And when I awoke, it was daylight, and my little one was peacefully sleeping on still. The fever had left her. No tongue could tell the gratitude which filled my heart. I could only weep tears of joy and sing aloud my praise to God. Madame Bailiff entered the room early in the morning to see what kind of a night we had passed. Then I drew her to the bedside and told her how tranquilly the child had slept all night, and showed her how much better she looked, and asked if she did not see in all this the providence of God. But she simply said, "Ah, well, I suppose the disease had run its course." This grieved me, for I had trusted that such a direct answer to my prayers would have helped to increase her faith in our religion. But Mormonism had not touched her heart, and I believe it is much more the devotion of the heart than it is the mental acquiescence in doctrine which gives us the power to hope and endure and believe. When by and by my little Clara awoke, she was evidently very much better, and not only free from the fever, but bright and cheerful like her former self, and she never relapsed. In the course of a week she was running about as well as ever, and the saints were greatly confirmed in their faith. One morning not long after this, Madame Bailiff brought me a letter which, as it bore the English postmark, she supposed came from my husband. The writing, however, was strange to me, and dreading that some terrible thing might have happened, I tore it open. There, at the bottom of the last page, for the letter was very long, in neat, clear characters, was the signature of my fairy friend, as I called her, Mary Burton. I read the letter through with the deepest interest. It was addressed to darling Sister Stenhouse, and was overflowing with affection. Used as I was to all her endearing ways, I could almost fancy that while I read, I heard her speaking the words. After a great outpouring of love, she said, "Since you left Southampton, we have had many changes. We remained there until nearly all our old friends had left us and emigrated to Zion. And although my father could not possibly go at that time, and I was much too young to travel alone, The president actually scolded me for not being willing to emigrate with the others. When I told him that I was too young to act for myself, he said a good deal about Elder Shrewsbury. I do not know whether you will remember Elder Shrewsbury, but I will try to bring him to your mind. Do you not remember a gentleman who came several times to the meeting with me, and who was at the picnic just before you left England? He was very young, with dark hair and beautiful dark eyes to match. He came with Papa first to the meeting, and then he contrived to make friends with me. And I used to see him very often, and he paid me much attention. I suppose I ought to tell you all that I think about him, and how we have had such pleasant times together, and so I would too, if you were here, so that I might be kissed first, as you used to do. But it seems so formal to write such things on paper. I'm afraid almost that he might see. No, I never told him yet that I cared for him a bit, and I am not sure myself whether I do. I think he's very nice, but I know he's a good Mormon, and if I thought there was any truth in those things which we used to talk about, I'd die before I'd marry him, or go to Salt Lake either. I remember you talked to him on the day of the picnic, and I thought you seemed to like him. In fact, you could not help doing so, for he is so clever and so intellectual. That was a happy time we had then. The brethren and sisters all seemed to have cast dull care to the winds, and to have given themselves up to full and free enjoyment, with the exception of one solitary pair of married lovers. You know who I mean. But now you are again united, I suppose, and of course happy. I told the president that I had not the spirit of gathering, and that if my father agreed, I would perhaps go next season, but entre nous, I did not tell him that I had another reason besides. What would you think, dear, if I were to go out as a bride? But I am very naughty, I suppose, to think of such a thing. Since you went, I have grown quite an old woman. You used to call me Little Fairy, but, Sister Stenhouse, I am much bigger now. I am now a good deal over 15, and people say that I am getting to be quite a woman. I might tell you some other pretty things that are said about me, but I'm afraid you'd say it was all vanity of vanities. If you stay away much longer, you won't recognize me when we meet again. And now I want to tell you something that interests you as much as me. I have not been able to discover anything more with certainty about those hateful things of which I told you, although the word polygamy seems to become every day much more familiar in people's conversation. Elder Shrewsbury tells me that there is not a word of truth in it, and he has had a good deal of conversation upon that subject with the apostles who are here, and also with a man named Curtis E. Bolton, an elder from the Salt Lake. And they all positively declare that it is a foul slander upon the saints of the Most High. So you see that all our unhappiness was for naught. Our Savior said we should be blessed when all men spoke evil of us falsely for his name's sake, and the wicked scandal which has been raised against our religion has had a tendency to strengthen my faith, which you know was rather wavering. And yet, do you know, Sister Stenhouse, that even while I am writing to you in this strain, I am weak enough to allow doubts and fears to creep into my heart when I think of the conduct of some of the American brethren. They appear to me, for married men, to act so very imprudently, and to call their conduct imprudent is really treating it with the greatest leniency, for I have often been quite shocked at the way in which some of the brethren and sisters acted. But I will tell you a little about it, and you shall judge for yourself. When I found out, as I had long suspected, that dear Papa was going to marry again, I at once resolved that I would no longer be a burden to him, but would find some employment and support myself. I was induced to do this partly because, as you know, stepmothers and daughters do not always love each other quite as much as they might. So I communicated my wishes to Papa and told him that I had been introduced to a very nice lady who has a large dressmaking establishment at the West End of London. She is a member of the church and has always been very highly spoken of. I told him that she employed a number of highly respectable young girls, and that 4 at least of them were members of the church, and that in consideration of my lonely situation, and at the earnest request of Elder Shrewsbury, she was willing to take me into her house to board and lodge me, and teach me the business thoroughly, if my father would pay her a premium of £50. This Papa readily agreed to do, as I expected he would, for he is so taken up with my stepmamma that is to be, and besides which he has, I know, been unfortunate lately in some railway speculations, and has lost a great deal of money, and therefore wishes to economize. In this way I went to London and became a member of Mrs. Ellsworth's family, and here I am still. Now you have been in London, Sister Stenhouse, and must remember the office in Jewin Street, the headquarters where all the elders congregate, and where the American elders board, and church business is managed. Well, the very first week I was at Mrs. Ellsworth's, I noticed that the 4 young sisters who were working there were constantly talking of Jewin Street, and the dear American brethren who were stopping there. One of them in particular was always talking about dear Elder Snow, and another girl whispered to me that she went to Jewin Street every evening, and frequently remained there to tea with him, and afterwards to the theater with him, or to a meeting, as the case might be. And the young lady added, "She does make such a fuss over him, toying with him, and brushing and combing his hair. I know that she does it, for I have been there with her, and have seen her do it, and he appears to enjoy it quite as much as she does, and I believe if polygamy was true, he would marry her." But I said, "It is not true, and therefore it is very wrong for her to act in that way, for he is a married man." "Oh, but you know," she answered, "that we are all brothers and sisters, and the brethren tell us that those little attentions make them feel that they are not so far from home, and they are thus enabled to perform their mission better. And if that is so, it is the duty of the young sisters to encourage them. These little attentions cost nothing, and I'm sure it's quite a pleasure to me." "Then you go to Jewin Street?" I asked. "Yes," she said, "sometimes, but not very often, for my elder calls here frequently, as he is acquainted with Mrs. Ellsworth, and then I take my work up into the parlor sometimes and have a long talk with him. Mrs. Ellsworth does not like it, I know, but she does not care to oppose the elders. In fact, her husband will not allow any such thing. He has dared her to do so. After all, she is very silly, for we ought to love each other and be free and friendly. My elder — I call him my elder, you know, simply because I like him better than the others — calls Mrs. Ellsworth Gentile-ish, and says she'll get over it when she goes to Zion. But she says she won't. She is awfully jealous of her husband and a certain Miss Caroline somebody, though she doesn't care for him." "But what difference can it make to him?" I asked her. "He has a wife and ought not to pay attention to other women." "Ah, you silly child," she said, "it is only brotherly love after all, and men often have wives who do not make them happy, and that makes them seek the society of the young sisters, for those who are far from home are lonely. My own elder's wife is here in London, but he isn't much with her. He spends nearly all his time in Jewin Street. He is a traveling elder, and when he is going anywhere to preach, he always calls for me, as he does not like going alone. He is such a genial soul. If polygamy were true, I'd promise to marry him when we reached the valley." Then I asked why his wife didn't go with him, and she said, Oh, poor man, he has no pleasure in her society. She is always moping and unhappy. You know some women are naturally so. I do all I can to make him feel well, for it must be awful to be married to a woman who is always sad. I asked her why his wife should be so unhappy, and she said, "He tells me that she has got it into her head that somehow or other polygamy is practiced in Zion. And I'm sure I, for one, wish it was so, for then we could marry whoever we pleased." "Oh, for shame," I said. "I'm sure I'd never go there if I thought so." Then I asked her whether she did not think it was wrong for her to encourage the attentions of her elder. And she said, "He wishes it just as much as I do, and his wife had better behave herself, or I'll marry him whether polygamy exists or not in Zion. And he does not know, though we both suspect, that there is something in the rumors which we have heard." Then I told her that I thought it was very wicked to encourage the visits of that man, for I believed that if he paid a little more attention to his wife, she would be less unhappy, for I supposed that she knew of his attentions to her. She said the wife knew nothing about it, that he was obliged to be out late at night, preaching, or at Jewin Street, which I knew meant flirting with the sisters and going to the theater, and I fancy he does more of that than preaching. But she seemed to think it was all the wife's fault, and blamed her. I asked her if she would like to be treated so, if she were an elder's wife, and had to work as hard and endure as much as all the missionaries' wives do, but she said she could never be in such a position, and told me that I was not a good Mormon, or I would not set myself up as the accuser of the brethren. But I ask you, Sister Stenhouse, if that is the Mormonism which the elders used to teach to us? And now I have told you all our long talk together, and so you can judge for yourself what a change has taken place since you left. That same day after dinner, Brother Snow called, in company with 2 other elders, to see Mrs. Ellsworth and to ask her and the girls to a tea party the next day. Mrs. Ellsworth declined, but one young lady would go with Brother Snow, and Miss Caroline went with another elder, and my light-hearted friend waited till her elder came also to ask her. And after that came Elder Shrewsbury, and I, of course, was to go with him. With all my faith, I am very much troubled about these things. They are not right, I think. Why, scarcely a day passes but some of those elders who appear to have very little to do call here and send for 1 or 2 of these young sisters and detain them from their work, much to the annoyance of poor Mrs. Ellsworth, who I believe will apostatize over it eventually. See what a long letter I have written you. I am afraid it will tire you. I often long to have you here, that I might come to you and tell you all my troubles. But perhaps after all I am wrong, and ought to see things in a different light. Have not the elders and apostles positively denied that polygamy or any other sin was practiced in Utah, or formed any part of the Mormon religion? And we know that these men of God would not lie to us. But be sure, dear, to write a nice long letter to me very soon, and with the fondest love, remember your own, Mary Burton. I read this letter carefully through, and I sat down and thought of dear Mary Burton, and felt deeply sorry that she should be placed in a situation surrounded by so many temptations. To myself the letter brought a sad confirmation of all my fears. There was something painful in the thought. Had polygamy been openly avowed as a Mormon doctrine, I should never have joined the church. But now, what could I do? After 3 months' absence, Mr. Stenhouse was to return home, and I went to Geneva to meet him, feeling very happy when I saw him once again. Numbers of persons both in Geneva and Lausanne had been converted while he was away, and were waiting for him to baptize them. Among them was a retired Protestant minister, Monsieur Petitpierre, of whom I have something yet to mention. We began at last to rejoice in our success and be thankful that the Lord had answered our prayers. I was now more than ever anxious about polygamy. From much thinking on that subject, it had become a haunting spectre of my existence, and I dreaded what every day might bring forth. The news which my husband brought with him by no means reassured me. He told me that he had heard in England from the American elders that there was a general expectation among the saints in Utah that at the October conference in Salt Lake City, Brigham Young would publish to the world that polygamy was a doctrine of the Mormon Church. After all the prevarications and denials then of the apostles and elders, polygamy among the saints really was a fact. And as the truth became clearer to my mind, I thought I should lose my senses. The very foundations of my faith were shaken, and not only did I feel a personal repugnance to the unholy doctrine, but I began to realize that the men to whom I had listened with such profound respect and had regarded as the representatives of God had been guilty of the most deliberate and unblushing falsehood. And I began to ask myself whether, if they could do this in order to carry out their purpose in one particular, might they not be guilty of deception upon other points? Who could I trust now? For 10 years the Mormon prophets and apostles had been living in a polygamy at home, while abroad they vehemently denied it and spoke of it as a deadly sin. This was a painful awakening to me. We had all of us been betrayed. I lost confidence in man, and even began to question within myself whether I could even trust in God. There was no argument between Mr. Stenhouse and myself. It would have been worse than useless, for it was not his doing, and he assured me that he had as great a repugnance to the doctrine as I had. He had at first only hinted that it might eventually be acknowledged by the leaders of the church, but it was a matter of too deeply a personal character for me to keep silence, and I did not rest until he had told me all. He had not seen the revelation, but the information which he had received was beyond a question. And singularly enough, Elder Margetts, the London elder of whose flirtation in Southampton I have already spoken, was at that time on a visit to Switzerland and confirmed all that my husband had said. Thus the very man who 2 years before first excited my suspicions now confirmed my fears and openly stated as a fact that which he then was ashamed almost to suggest. Elder Margetts had been in Utah from the time I saw him in England, and was now on a mission to Italy. He knew therefore very well what was said and done among the saints in Zion. I, and those like me, whose faith was not too strong, were spoken of as babes to whom only milk must be given, and in this way any deception necessary to quiet our tender consciences was allowable. But Elder Margetts was one of the strong men to whom meat was necessary. In other words, they were initiated into all the mysteries of the faith. My husband enjoined me not to speak of what I had heard, and I had little inclination to do so. My heart was too full. The pleasant dreams and hopes of life were ended now to me. What could I look forward to? Henceforth, the stern realities of a lonely and weary existence were all the future that should be mine. Still, the revelation sanctioning a change in the doctrines and practice of the church was not yet published, and until polygamy was openly avowed, I felt that the doom of my happiness was not yet sealed, and like many another heartbroken woman, I hoped against hope. End of chapter 8. Chapter 9 of Tell It All by Fanny STENHOUSE. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Revelation on Celestial Marriage. And time flew by, and at length the dreaded revelation came. One very pleasant morning, early in January 1853, 2 elders of the Italian mission, Jabez Woodward and Thomas Margetts, took breakfast with us, and with them also was Monsieur Petitpierre from Geneva, the Protestant minister of whom I have already spoken. While I was busy preparing the meal, Mr. Stenhouse and the 2 English elders went to the post office to get their letters, for at that time they were expecting important news. When they returned, breakfast was quite ready, and they took their seats at the table. I asked if there were any letters from England, and my husband said, "No, no letters, but there is a star, and it contains the revelation on polygamy." He handed me a copy of the Millennial Star, a Mormon paper published in Liverpool, and as I took it, I felt as if I were receiving my death warrant. It was indeed the death warrant to all my hopes of happiness. I rose from the table, asking them to excuse me, and overcome with agitation and conflicting emotions, I retired to my own chamber. There, for the first time, I read that document which has since brought such sorrow and misery to so many wronged and heartbroken women. The reader may perhaps like to see the only foundation and authority for the practice of polygamy ever produced by the Mormon leaders. So I copy exactly from the Millennial Star what I then read, leaving out only a few lines here and there, which had no special reference to the subject, but helped to swell the size of the revelation. Celestial Marriage, a revelation on the patriarchal order of matrimony, or the plurality of wives, given to Joseph Smith, the seer, in Nauvoo, July 12, 1843. 1. Verily thus saith the Lord unto you, my servant Joseph, that inasmuch as you have inquired of my hand, to know and understand wherein I, the Lord, justified my servants Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, as also Moses, David, and Solomon, my servants, as touching the principle and doctrine of their having many wives and concubines. Behold, and lo, I am the Lord thy God, and will answer thee as touching this matter. Therefore prepare thy heart to receive and obey the instructions which I am about to give unto you. For all those who have this law revealed unto them must obey the same. For behold, I reveal unto you a new and everlasting covenant. And if ye abide not that covenant, then ye are damned. For no one can reject this covenant and be permitted to enter into my glory. For all who will have a blessing at my hands shall abide the law which was appointed for that blessing, and the conditions thereof, as was instituted from before the foundations of the world, and as pertaining to the new and everlasting covenant, it was instituted for the fullness of my glory, and he that receiveth the fullness thereof must and shall abide the law, or he shall be damned, saith the Lord God. 2. And verily I say unto you that the conditions of this law are these: all covenants, contracts, bonds, obligations, oaths, vows, performances, connections, associations, or expectations that are not made or entered into and sealed by the Holy Spirit of promise of him who is anointed both as well for time and for all eternity, and that too most holy, by revelation and commandment, through the medium of mine appointed, whom I have appointed on the earth to hold this power. And I have appointed unto my servant Joseph to hold this power in the last days. And there is never but one on the earth at a time on whom this power and the keys of the priesthood are conferred, are of no efficacy, virtue, or force in and after the resurrection from the dead. For all contracts that are not made unto this end have an end when men are dead. 4. Therefore, if a man marry him a wife in the world, and he marry her not by me, nor by my word, and he covenant with her so long as he is in the world, and she with him, their covenant and marriage is not of force when they are dead, and when they are out of the world. Therefore they are not bound by any law when they are out of the world. And therefore, when they are out of the world, they neither marry nor are given in marriage, but are appointed in heaven, which angels are ministering servants to minister for those who are worthy of a far more and an exceeding and an eternal weight of glory. For these angels did not abide by my law, therefore they cannot be enlarged, but remain separately and singly, without exaltation, in their saved condition to all eternity, and from henceforth are not gods, but are angels of God for ever and ever. And again, verily I say unto you, if a man marry a wife, and make a covenant with her for time and for all eternity, if that covenant is not by me, or by my word, which is my law, and is not sealed by the Holy Spirit of promise, through him whom I have anointed and appointed unto this power, then it is not valid, neither of force, when they are out of the world, because they are not joined by me, saith the Lord, neither by my word. When they are out of the world, it cannot be received there, because the angels and the gods are appointed there, by whom they cannot pass. They cannot, therefore, inherit my glory, for my house is a house of order, saith the Lord God. And again, verily, I say unto you, if a man marry a wife by my word, which is my law, and by the new and everlasting covenant, and it is sealed unto them by the Holy Spirit of promise, by him who is anointed, unto whom I have appointed this power and the keys of this priesthood, and it shall be said unto them, Ye shall come forth in the first resurrection, and if it be after the first resurrection, in the next resurrection, and shall inherit thrones, kingdoms, principalities, and powers, dominions, all heights and depths. Then shall it be written in the Lamb's book of life, that he shall commit no murder whereby to shed innocent blood, and if ye abide in my covenant, and commit no murder whereby to shed innocent blood, it shall be done unto them in all things whatsoever my servant hath put upon them, in time and through all eternity, and shall be of full force when they are out of the world. And they shall pass by the angels and the gods which are set there, to their exaltation and glory in all things, as hath been sealed upon their heads, which glory shall be a fullness and a continuation of the seeds for ever and ever. 7. Then shall they be gods, because they have no end. Therefore shall they be from everlasting to everlasting, because they continue. Then shall they be above all, because all things are subject unto them. Then shall they be gods, because they have all power, and the angels are subject unto them. 9. Verily, verily, I say unto you, if a man marry a wife according to my word, and they are sealed by the Holy Spirit of promise, according to mine appointment, and he or she shall commit any sin or transgression of the new and everlasting covenant whatever, and all manner of blasphemies, and if they commit no murder wherein they shed innocent blood, yet shall they come forth in the first resurrection, and enter into their exaltation. But they shall be destroyed in the flesh, and shall be delivered unto the buffetings of Satan unto the day of redemption, saith the Lord God. 10. The blasphemy against the Holy Ghost, which shall not be forgiven in this world, nor out of the world, is in that ye commit murder, wherein ye shed innocent blood, and assent unto my death, after ye have received my new and everlasting covenant, saith the Lord God. And he that abideth not this law can in no wise enter into my glory, but shall be damned, saith the Lord. 13. God commanded Abraham, and Sarah gave Hagar to Abraham to wife. And why did she do it? Because this was the law, and from Hagar sprang many people. This, therefore, was fulfilling, among other things, the promises. Was Abraham therefore under condemnation? Verily I say unto you, nay, for I the Lord commanded it. Abraham was commanded to offer his son Isaac. Nevertheless it was written, Thou shalt not kill. Abraham, however, did not refuse, and it was accounted to him for righteousness. 14. Abraham received concubines, and they bare him children, and it was accounted unto him for righteousness, because they were given unto him, and he abode in my law, as Isaac also, and Jacob did none other things than that which they were commanded. They have entered into their exaltation according to the promises, and sit upon thrones, and are not angels, but are gods. David also received many wives and concubines, as also Solomon, and Moses my servant, as also many others of my servants, from the beginning of creation until this time, and in nothing did they sin, save in those things which they received not of me. 15. David's wives and concubines were given unto him of me by the hand of Nathan, my servant, and others of the prophets who had the keys of this power. And in none of these things did he sin against me, save in the case of Uriah and his wife. And therefore he hath fallen from his exaltation, and received his portion. And he shall not inherit them out of the world, for I gave them unto another, saith the Lord. 16. I am the Lord thy God, and I gave unto thee my servant Joseph an appointment, and restore all things. I have conferred upon you the keys and power of the priesthood, wherein I restore all things, and make known unto you all things in due time. 17. And verily, verily, I say unto you, that whatsoever you seal on earth shall be sealed in heaven, and whatsoever you bind on earth, in my name, and by my word, saith the Lord, it shall be eternally bound in the heavens. And whosoever's sins you remit on earth shall be remitted eternally in the heavens, and whosoever's sins you retain on earth shall be retained in heaven. 18. And verily I say, whomsoever you bless, I will bless, and whomsoever you curse, I will curse, saith the Lord, for I, the Lord, am thy God. 19. And again, verily I say unto you, my servant Joseph, that whatsoever you give on earth, and to whomsoever you give anyone on earth, by my word, and according to my law, it shall be visited with blessings. 20. A commandment I give unto mine handmaid Emma Smith, your wife. Let mine handmaid Emma Smith receive all those that have been given unto my servant Joseph, and who are virtuous and pure before me. And those who are not pure, and have said they were pure, shall be destroyed, saith the Lord God. I give unto my servant Joseph, that he shall be made ruler over many things, for he hath been faithful over a few things, and from henceforth I will strengthen him. 21. And I command mine handmaid Emma Smith to abide and cleave unto my servant Joseph, and to none else. But if she will not abide this commandment, she shall be destroyed, saith the Lord. For I am the Lord thy God, and will destroy her if she abide not in my law. But if she will abide this commandment, then shall my servant Joseph do all things for her, even as he said. And I will bless him, and multiply him, and give unto him 100-fold in this world, of fathers and mothers, brothers and sisters, houses and lands, wives and children, and crowns of eternal lives in the eternal worlds. And again, verily I say, let mine handmaid forgive my servant Joseph his trespasses, and then shall she be forgiven her trespasses, wherein she has trespassed against me. And I, the Lord thy God, will bless her, and multiply her, and make her heart to rejoice. 24. And again, as pertaining to the law of the priesthood, if any man espouse a virgin, and desire to espouse another, and the first give her consent, and if he espouse the second, and they are virgins, and have vowed to no other man, then is he justified. He cannot commit adultery, for they are given him. For he cannot commit adultery with them that belongeth unto him, and to none else. And if he have 10 virgins given unto him by this law, he cannot commit adultery, for they belong to him, and they are given unto him. Therefore is he justified. But if one or either of the 10 virgins, after she is espoused, shall be with another man, she has committed adultery, and shall be destroyed. For they are given unto him to multiply and replenish the earth, according to my commandment, and to fulfill the promise which was given by my Father before the foundation of the world, and for their exaltation in the eternal worlds, that they may bear the souls of men. For herein is the work of my Father continued, that he may be glorified. 25. And again, verily, verily, I say unto you, if any man have a wife who holds the keys of this power, and he teaches unto her the law of my priesthood, as pertaining to these things, then shall she believe, and administer unto him, or she shall be destroyed, saith the Lord your God, for I will destroy her, for I will magnify my name upon all those who receive and abide in my law. Therefore it shall be lawful in me, if she receive not this law, for him to receive all things whatsoever I, the Lord his God, will give unto him, because she did not believe and administer unto him according to my word. And she then becomes the transgressor, and he is exempt from the law of Sarah, who administered unto Abraham according to the law, when I commanded Abraham to take Hagar to wife. And now, as pertaining to this law, verily, verily, I say unto you, I will reveal more unto you hereafter. Therefore, let this suffice for the present. Behold, I am Alpha and Omega. Amen. And this was the revelation, this mass of confusion, cunning absurdity, falsehood, and bad grammar. This was the celebrated document which was henceforth to be law to the confiding men and women who had embraced Mormonism. Looking at it now, noting its inconsistencies and its flagrant outrage upon common decency and morality, I can hardly credit that I should ever have been such a silly dupe as to give it a second thought. And yet, what could I do? I was bound hand and foot, as it were, and my very vision itself was distorted. Unquestioning obedience, we had been taught, was the highest virtue. Rebellion was as the sin of witchcraft. I had been convinced of the truth of some of the tenets of the Mormon faith, and confident in them, I accepted without question all the rest. Never till the possibility that polygamy might some day be acknowledged by the Church began to be whispered among the saints, never did a solitary doubt respecting my religion intrude itself upon my mind. And after my apprehensions were fairly aroused by those rumors, whenever I felt the faintest shadow of unbelief or suspicion arising in my heart, I banished it as an unholy thing. The time had not yet come when I could judge dispassionately. The revelation aroused within me feelings of horror and dismay, but I did not dare to question its authenticity. It brought bitterness to my soul, but I believed it was from God, and that I must learn to bear the cross patiently. I did not at that time read the document through from beginning to end. No, my indignation was such that before I had read half of it, I threw it from me in anger. Perhaps if I had read it all and considered it carefully, my own judgment and my sense of right and wrong might have pointed out its absurdity and wickedness. But I was far from being tranquil enough to think calmly. I felt bitterly that this new doctrine was a degradation to woman, and I wondered why God should see fit to humiliate my sex in this way. I was willing to devote myself, my life, my all to His service, but wherefore should He doom me to everlasting sorrow? What now was to be a woman's lot among the Mormons? A life without hope. Who can express the terrible meaning of those words, without hope? Yet so it was. Hereafter our hearts were to be daily and hourly trampled upon. The most sacred feelings of our sex were to be outraged. Our affections were to be crushed. We were to be nothing by ourselves. Without a husband, we were told, we could not even enter heaven. But had our trials been limited to this life, we might have borne them, as many a weary soul has done, waiting for the relief of death. But death was to bring no hope to us. We were told that in the other world, polygamy should be the only order of marriage, and that without it, none could be exalted in glory. We were told these things by men who we believed were true and holy men of God, and we trusted in them. Rebellious I felt, indeed, as I paced the room after I had thrown the revelation on the ground. I almost felt as if I should lose my reason. A woman in the time of trouble always looks to someone in whom she can confide. But to whom could I turn for one kind or cheering word? Who would comfort me? I had neither relation or friend to whom I could speak of this trial. There was no one who could understand me. I could not turn to my husband in this sorrow, and I dared not even kneel to my God to implore his aid. It was he, they said, who had declared this revelation was his will. How then could I turn to him? No, my heart sank within me. Henceforth there was to be no hope, no peace for me. There was a knock at my chamber door, and my husband came in. He knew how acutely I must feel, and he came to comfort me. I was almost choked with emotion and tears, but he threw his arms around me tenderly, and spoke to me as if I had been a child that needed consolation. He tried to persuade me that God, as a loving Father, could never have intended the pain or misery of his children, and that when we came to understand the doctrine better, we should find that all would be well. He spoke also of his own unchanging attachment, and appealed to me whether I thought he could ever love me less or place his affections on another. I tried to believe, and when I felt a little better, I went with him to the breakfast room, where the others were waiting for us. We were not a very entertaining party that morning. The elders present, of course, knew what had kept me in my room, and their attempt at cheerfulness was not very successful. My husband was in sympathy with me, and I have no doubt that I looked sad enough. There was only one person present who did not appreciate the situation, Monsieur Petitpierre, the Protestant minister, and they handed the revelation to him. Mr. Stenhouse and the other elders had some misgivings as to how he would receive it, and they were afraid it might disgust him with Mormonism. But the old gentleman stood the test bravely, and I saw then, as I have since seen, that men can be easily satisfied that the revelation on polygamy, or any other revelation, is divine, if they desire it to be so. Here was old Monsieur Petitpierre, a man of more than 80 years, and childless. To him the example of Abraham and Solomon appeared most instructive, an example which might be followed with advantage. His wife, like Sarah of old, had never been called by a mother's name, and now, although thus far he had no idea who might act the part of a second Hagar, there seemed a fair chance that a little Ishmael might perpetrate the race of Petitpierres on the earth, if only the revelation was acted upon by the faithful. It ought to be prayerfully thought of, he said. Prayerfully thought of? Poor silly old man. Before then I had respect for his years and learning, but now what could I think of a man who talked such nonsense? Had the revelation told him that the wife of his youth, now tottering in step, and with hair silvered by age, was commanded to take 2 or a dozen young husbands, I wondered whether he would have added with such satisfaction, "It ought to be prayerfully thought of." From that day I learned to regard polygamy as an essential part of the Mormon faith, and such for many years the world has considered it. But when I first joined the church, such an innovation would have appeared to the European saints beyond the wildest fancies of a dream. End of chapter 9. Chapter 10 of Tell It All, by Fanny STENHOUSE. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Missionary Work, Teaching Polygamy. I now entered upon a new phase of my missionary life. The elders assured me that it was my duty to teach polygamy to the women of Switzerland. Hitherto, although I had suffered much from poverty and privation, my work as a missionary had been very pleasant. I believed with my whole heart all that I taught, and my best wishes for the people around me were that they might become altogether such as I was, except for my sufferings. Now, however, all was changed. It was no longer salvation through faith in Christ, or repentance or baptism. It was no longer love and peace for this world and the promise of everlasting joy in the world to come that I was called upon to teach. My task hitherto had been a labor of love. Now it was to be a weary work of pain. How could I teach the sisters the affection of whose guileless hearts I had won to myself? How could I teach them that which my own heart abhorred, a doctrine which I hated with my whole soul? How I strove against my rebellious nature, how I battled with myself. That God had sent the revelation I never questioned, and all rebellion to His will I knew must be sinful. I had no thought of evading the responsibility. My heart must be subdued. It might be subdued, it might be crushed and broken, but I could never again, I felt, be truly happy. I tried to reason with myself and to persuade myself that it was I who was to blame and not the revelation. If the Lord required me to submit, it must be for some good purpose, and I must not refuse the cross that He called upon me to bear. Sometimes, for a few moments, something would attract my attention and divert my thoughts, but the terrible reality, polygamy, refused to be ignored, and I felt all the more bitterly afterwards. I never was happy, for life had lost its charm to me. Ere I slept at night, one dreadful thought was haunting my pillow. It disturbed my very dreams, and when I awoke in the morning, it was with a feverish apprehension of coming evil hanging over me. All through the long weary day it haunted my footsteps like a spectre, and like a fearful blight that had fallen upon me, it seemed to be withering my soul. One thought was ever present in my mind, that thought, polygamy. It can be no wonder that I lost all interest in life, and that I should almost wish to die rather than live a life of degradation which I dreaded would be mine. But death flies from those who woo her, the wretched, the weary, the hopeless, they find her not. I felt that there was no rest for me. My only comfort was in my children. No revelation, I felt, could change their relationship to me. But over my little daughter Clara I mourned, for I thought if this revelation were acted upon by the saints, as doubtless it would be, she would some day be called upon to suffer as I did. How little did I then, however, anticipate in what way my fears would be realized. My Clara is now the daughter-in-law of Brigham Young, having married his eldest son, Joseph A. Young. I am afraid at that time I was somewhat of a trial to my husband, for my heart was not yet quite subdued. I grew impatient at the wrong which I felt had been done to me, and I often said bitter things against the prophet of the Lord and all his sex, including my husband, who was then and for years after a devoted Mormon, and was quite horrified at what I said. He often told me that I was a great hindrance to him, and that it was impossible for anyone who lived with me to enjoy the Spirit of God, and I was afraid that he only spoke the truth. Then I repented and sought to chasten myself, and I fasted and prayed and asked forgiveness of God and my husband. But even when most subdued, I was as unhappy as ever, and someone was sure to say something which reminded me of my trouble. And whenever the elders came to the house, they were sure to discuss the one painful topic. Then my indignant feelings all came back again, and I felt the spirit of rebellion stirring within me. I could not help it, for I felt that woman's nature itself was insulted by the degrading doctrine, and any mention of it excited my anger. My husband and the elders had anticipated that I would not readily submit, and they bore with me as patiently as they could, losing no opportunity of strengthening me in the faith, ever keeping before me the obligation that rested upon me in particular to explain the doctrine to the Swiss sisters. They knew very well that nothing tends more to conform the faith of the wavering than setting them to teach others. Brigham Young has always acted upon this principle, and whenever any of the brethren have evinced signs of doubt or disaffection, they have been at once dispatched on mission. Their efforts to convert others established their own faith. Among the Swiss, we had never spoken on polygamy or any kindred subject, and we were therefore spared the humiliation of which the British elders experienced in having to retract their own teachings. Nevertheless, Mr. Stenhouse and the other elders felt great anxiety as to how the new doctrine would be received. My husband did not at once openly tell them that such a revelation had been sent from Zion, but whenever an opportunity presented, he took them aside singly and spoke to them about the ancient patriarchs who practiced polygamy, and so great was his influence with the converts that he soon won them over to the new teaching, and made them feel that they would not be justified in rejecting the revelation. Many of the Swiss saints before their conversion had been more socialists than Christians, and they probably thought that this change in the marriage institution was a sign of advancing intellectual supremacy. But their wives were very far from sharing these opinions with them. After many days and nights of prayer and fasting, I prepared myself for my work. To a certain extent, I had brought my own self under control, or thought I had, and I almost felt anxious to begin, so that I might get over the painful scenes which I fully anticipated. It was agreed that Madame Belif, of whom I had already spoken as being rather skeptical when my child recovered from her critical condition, should be the first to whom the intelligence should be imparted, for it was thought that if she accepted the revelation without much difficulty, the other sisters would be more easily won over. She was a well-educated and intelligent woman, and had seen a good deal of the world. She had met her husband while traveling in Russia, had married him, and they had returned to their native land. She was in every respect a lady, but she was a spoiled child, and had her whims, and she possessed a great influence over the minds of the other sisters. On this account, it was that she was selected as the victim to whom should first be imparted the mysteries of the revelation, for it was thought that whatever reception she might give to polygamy, her views would greatly influence the conduct of the rest. As I before mentioned, Madame Belif and her husband were models of affection to one another, and it seemed to me quite a sin that I should introduce into such a household a doctrine which could only produce disunion and misery. I had, however, schooled my heart to what I thought was my duty, and I strove to smother the rebellion rising within me. But after all, it seemed to me hardly fair that I should be selected for this painful task. These husbands had not courage enough, or were ashamed, to tell their own wives about this wonderful revelation, and so I, a weak woman, hating in my heart the doctrine as much as a woman could hate, I was chosen to introduce this pleasant subject, and to persuade those I loved to their own ruin. I had had it all fully explained to me, and I thoroughly understood the beauties of the system in the sight of the elders, and what they considered the strong points in the revelation. But it is miserable work to try to convince others of a thing that you yourself detest. One day, quite unexpectedly to her, they had told Madame Belif that a new revelation had been sent from Zion, and that I would explain it to her. Then Monsieur Belif left the house and remained absent until the wife whom he so devotedly loved should have heard this new thing. Madame Bailiff came downstairs singing in her usual gay spirits, little expecting what she was going to hear, and when she came to me I felt so unfitted for my task that I dared not look her straight in the face, although she was my dearest friend, and I had such an affection for her. I stood there, pale and trembling, and she thought that I was not well. I was not well indeed. I was sick at heart. Never before had the face of a friend been so unwelcome. She asked me what it was that I had to tell her, and when I hesitatingly denied having wanted to speak to her at all, she said she knew there must be something, as her husband had told her so. I hesitated still, but at last found courage, and told her all. It was a cruel task to impose upon me. Day after day I had observed her and her husband. I had noticed their deep affection, had seen her watching at the window for his return, and he would come with a little offering of choice fruit or flowers. And I thought no woman could be happier than Madame Bailiff. And now for me to so cruelly awaken them from their dream of bliss. She sat and listened eagerly as I told my story, and when at length she began to understand what was meant by it, she thought that I must be playing some unseasonable joke upon her, and showed as much in her countenance. But when she saw that I really was in earnest, she sprang up and cried out, "Oh, my God, what a beastly religion! How dared your husband and you come to us Swiss with such a religion as that?" My eyes sank before her as she turned on me with mingled rage and disgust, as she would wither me with her contemptuous looks. I felt as humbled as if I myself had been the author of the revelation. "And does my Sergei believe this?" she cried. I assured her that he did believe it, and she paced the room to and fro as if she would go crazy. My heart ached for her. She gave way to a perfect storm of rage, and then sobbed and cried like a child who had lost its mother. I was silent, for I knew how she must feel, and I felt that she would be relieved by tears. I had gone through the trial all alone, without one word from a woman's heart that could reach my own, and I tried to comfort her. I remembered how I had felt myself, and I believed that thus it was now with her. In an instant, when I first realized that polygamy had anything to do with me, just as I have heard it said of dying men, all my past life rushed to my remembrance, and every word or deed of love therein stood out in brightest reality. Thus I doubted not it was with my friend. Every tender word which her husband had ever uttered, every loving deed he had ever done, came to her recollection with a tenfold dearness as she realized the horrors which awaited in her future. How little did either of us imagine the story she would afterwards tell me in Utah. I tried to soothe her, and she threw her arms passionately round me, and pressed me to her throbbing heart, and wept again. She thought of her husband and her little girls. But with all her fears, she dreamed not how miserable was the life before her in poverty and polygamy. She was herself handsome in form and fair in feature, and in the full enjoyment of all that could be desired in her sphere of life. She was as happy as a youthful wife could be. She pictured to herself a time, not now — her Sergei loved her too truly now — when her husband might cast his eyes upon some blooming damsel, younger than she was then, and might begin to take a nearer interest in polygamy. She pictured him bestowing on the youthful beauty the love and tenderness which he had always bestowed on her, how his affections would die out towards her, how her heart would be desolate and alone. I took her hand in mine and spoke very gently to her, and when she was calmer, I talked to her more freely. We found now, as we tried to look our common enemy in the face, how strong a hold Mormonism had taken hold of us, and it is in this that persons unacquainted with the saints have so greatly misjudged the women of Utah. They know how small a hold such a religion would have upon them. Now they look upon Mormonism and polygamy as identical, and they forget how all-absorbing was our faith in Mormonism without polygamy. We confided not wisely, but too well. Had polygamy been an invention of our husbands, or a system which they capriciously adopted, we might have been grieved, but we should have known how to act, for we were in a Christian country where women had rights as well as men. It was our own hearts which were traitors to us. We had been taught to regard Abraham and Jacob and David and Solomon as types of holiness, as men who were fit objects for imitation. And now it was proved to us from Scripture that these men were polygamists, and yet were blessed by God, and we were called upon to follow their example. Thus we tried to crush out the remembrance of our own womanhood. Had we but followed the light of reason which God had given for our guide, we should have trampled in the dust that vile burlesque upon the holy religion of Jesus, called a revelation upon celestial marriage. As it was, the religious teachings which we had received, both before and after we embraced Mormonism, alike combined to blind us to the truth. In this state of mind, we knelt and prayed for the Lord to increase our faith in that very doctrine, which in our hearts we cursed and hated. And on our knees we wept again, and natural feelings of repugnance mingled with an earnest struggle to submit to the will of God. Madame Balif had not so much faith in Mormonism as I had, and she had consequently less to trouble her in that respect. But she loved her husband, and she knew that he was determined to go to Zion as soon as he could, and then not only would all the luxuries of a happy home be sacrificed, but all her anticipations of the future were overshadowed by a terrible apprehension. Thus we were equally troubled, though I had to endure most, as the task of teaching fell upon me. I did at last manage to persuade her not to offer any active opposition to the revelation, but I could not satisfy her that all was right. She even went so far as to promise to try to overcome her own feelings, for if it was really true, she did not wish to be found fighting against the Lord. She had, however, hardly ceased speaking when the thought of her little daughters crossed her mind, and once more she paced the room like an enraged tigress, declaring angrily that no vile polygamist should ever possess either of her sweet girls. I had felt like this for my own darling Clara. I now had a companion in misery, someone who could sympathize with me. Even had my husband detested the doctrine as I did, he could not have comforted me as a woman and a mother could. My poor dear friend could feel as I felt, and her sympathy was very dear to me. Misery loves companionship. We were sisters in affliction. Not only so, Madame Balif declared that this painful task should not rest on me alone. She would help me in speaking to the sisters. Thus we helped each other in the time of our trouble. It must have been about this time that I received another letter from Mary Burton. The postmark is quite indistinct, but a week or two one way or the other does not signify much. In her usual quick and impulsive way she gave me her views of the beauties of polygamy, and perhaps the reader would like to hear what she said. I am very miserable, Sister Stenhouse, and furiously indignant. I little thought when I last wrote to you that I should have such news to tell, but I suppose you know it all without my saying a word. How we all felt when we first learned that polygamy was true, no words of mine can describe. We hardly dared look one another in the face. Let me tell you how it was. One night, quite late, Elder Shrewsbury came round in a hurry and asked to see me. I went down into the parlor to meet him, and Mrs. Ellsworth came down also and remained until he went away. Elder Shrewsbury looked very strange that night, just like a man who had been doing something very wrong and was ashamed of it, and well he might feel so. He began by talking to Mrs. Ellsworth about the weather, and when they had both said all they could think of on that interesting and original subject, we all three sat silent for some time. Elder Shrewsbury at last spoke. He excused himself for coming so late, but he said he had only just received some important news and could not rest until he had seen us. He had been round at the conference house and had there seen a good many of the elders. They were all talking earnestly upon the same subject, for that day they had received not only letters from the apostle at Liverpool, but also copies of the Millennial Star with the Revelation in it, which I suppose you have seen. Of course it was impossible for them to doubt any longer, but most of them felt it was a cruel blow. Elder Shrewsbury said they looked at one another, but did not dare to speak. Nearly all of them had been anxiously trying to get rid of the false scandal, as they supposed the accusation of polygamy to be, and in public, in their sermons, and in private to all the weak brethren, they had over and over again solemnly declared that polygamy was unheard of among the saints, that it was a Gentile lie, and they had proved from the Bible and from the Book of Mormon that a doctrine so sinful could never be believed or practiced by God's people. Now all this would be thrown in their teeth. Those who hated Mormonism would revile them for it, and worse still, the saints would despise and doubt them for the lies which many of them had innocently told. Who could tell where all this would end, when they were found to have been deceived in a matter like polygamy, about which it was so easy to arrive at facts and certainty? Who could trust them concerning other doctrines which depended on their veracity and testimony alone? Then, too, there was worse to be said about the American elders and apostles. Who could believe that Orson Pratt or Lorenzo Snow knew nothing of polygamy? And yet they denied it in the most solemn way. And oh, Sister Stenhouse, think of the Apostle Taylor calling God to witness his truth, when he proved from the Book of Covenants that there was no such thing as polygamy, and all the while he had himself 5 wives in Salt Lake City. Oh my, this is dreadful. Whether the doctrine is true or not, I can never believe that God would forgive all that abominable lying about it. But I was telling you of that evening. Elder Shrewsbury told us all this, but he spoke slowly and disjointedly, like a man whose mind is troubled. He said he hardly knew what he was doing. Then he gave Mrs. Ellsworth a copy of the Star, and he asked me, too, to read the Revelation carefully before I condemned it. "If the Revelation, as you call it, allows polygamy," I exclaimed, "it is a lie, and I hate and despise it, and you, and Mormonism, and all." I was in quite a fury, and I did feel as if I hated him then. He did not answer me. He seemed too cut up to utter a word, but I did not pity him. I felt that men who would write such a revelation as that for their own wicked purposes deserved all the hatred which the cruelest heart could muster up. They were loathsome to any pure-minded woman. Then we went downstairs, for I generally go to see him out. He took my hand in his to shake it, and he held it there although I tried to take it away, and he said mournfully, "Sister Mary, I know you have good cause for anger, but be just. I have been just as much deceived as you ever have been. It has unsettled all my faith. Even our best and most tried missionaries are shrinking from it. Do not blame me for what I have not done. I never deceived you about it." "How can I tell that," I said. "If the apostles thought nothing of deceiving us and perjuring themselves, how can I trust anyone? If they had only held their tongues, I should have thought it wrong for them to passively let us be deceived. But you yourself know how solemnly they affirmed that it was all false. I tell you fairly, I hate them." The apostles, he said, had told some who were strong enough in the faith to bear it, all the truth, but they gave us milk, as the Bible says, because we were babes and our faith was weak." "Nonsense," I said, "to tell me such stuff as that, as if the Bible called lies and perjury milk. Nice food for babes indeed. Why, it's blasphemy even to talk so." "I cannot help it, Sister Mary," he said. "I am more sorry than I can tell you, but what can I do?" I did not answer him, and after a few moments, during which he held still my hand in his, he said, "Mary, I want to speak to you alone about these things. I have much that I want to say, and I don't want Mrs. Ellsworth to be with us. Can I see you tomorrow evening if I call? Can I speak with you for half an hour by ourselves?" "I wish you would not call me Mary any more, Elder Shrewsbury," I said. "It is too familiar now. We have been far too friendly, but thank God I have found out in time and know how to act. I hardly think I ought to let you call me Sister Mary even. There can be no brotherhood or sisterhood with polygamy. But I don't want to be unkind to you." Then I told him that he might come as he said, and that I would ask Mrs. Ellsworth to let me see him. He went away looking most miserable, and Mrs. Ellsworth scolded me for being so long at the door. I suppose she thought we were love-making, but she was greatly mistaken. She did not seem much pleased or vexed about the revelation, and she told me that she knew quite well before that it would come some day, and as she said that, there was a peculiar look of determination about her mouth that I have never seen before. I felt sure at once that she had formed a plan of some kind that she would carry out if it cost her her life. Then I went to my own room and tried to think the matter out. If I were married as you are, Sister Stenhouse, and if my husband believed in the revelation, I think I should go crazy. As it was, I felt terribly. You know, dear, I told you that I liked Elder Shrewsbury very well, but nothing more. Well, that was very true then, but now I know that that was not all the truth. I take care that he shall never know what I think of him, but entre nous, I know that he is not the same to me as other people. I do not think I love him, no. I'm sure I don't now, but I do feel a great deal of interest in him. That night, however, I felt very bad at him. That he had been deceived I knew, and also that he must have felt sorry for having deceived me, and if he cares for me, he must have felt uneasy for what I might say or do. Now the doctrine was proclaimed, but I thought that as a man he ought to have shown more courage, and not to have appeared so thoroughly frightened before a girl like me. Well, the more I thought of it, the more angry I became, and I couldn't sleep all night. The next morning I wrote a little note to Elder Shrewsbury saying that after all that had happened, I had fully resolved not to see him again. Many of my friends, I said, were married and could not help themselves, but I both could and would. The Mormon sisters I should ever pity and love, but as for the Mormon men, I would never have anything to do with one of them as long as I lived. I did not want to be unkind to him personally, but I really could not trust anyone now. I then showed this note to Mrs. Ellsworth and asked her to give it to Elder Shrewsbury that night when he came. He came, of course, and he came again and again, but I would not see him, and I did not even go to the meetings for fear of coming across him there. He had long talks with Mrs. Ellsworth and tried to get her to interfere, and at last he sent me a long letter entreating me not to refuse him. I was cooler now, and when Mrs. Ellsworth said I ought to at least see him even if I dismissed him then, I agreed to do so, and the next night he came. He was very humble that night. You know what torrents of eloquence he pours forth about anything that interests him, and how earnest he is. But then all his eloquence had fled. He hesitated and blundered until I really quite pitied him. He came and sat by me and would have taken my hand, but I would not let him. He did not tell me that he loved me, but he spoke as if I were conscious of the fact, and you know, of course, I couldn't help feeling that he cared for me, whether he spoke about it or not. He assured me over and over again that though he had often heard the scandal, as I had done, he did not for a moment believe it. He said that he should never himself act up to the revelation, that if he loved, it should be an undivided and all-absorbing love, that he would rather have less glory in eternity with one whom he could idolize than obey the revelation on polygamy and obtain a higher position. All this time he hardly looked once at me, but when I did see his eyes, they seemed very sorrowful and very earnest. I confess to you that what he said made me feel very differently for him. For a man of his ability and talents, who has such an influence and wins so much respect from everyone he meets, to be sitting there all bashful like a naughty child before a young girl like me, and all because he loved me, made me feel for him a pity which was very near to love. But it was not love quite, and I did not let him read my thoughts. I asked him to tell me all he knew, and to explain to me the meaning of different parts of the revelation which were rather obscure to me, and he did so. Then he tried to shake my resolution, and so anxious and troubled did he seem that I really do think that if I had asked him to give up Mormonism altogether, he would have done so for my sake. I told him that I had quite resolved, now that polygamy was acknowledged, never to see him again except as I might see the other elders at meeting. I said I believed I was still a good Mormon, as Mormons used to be, but I would never receive polygamy or be more than an ordinary friend to anyone who did believe it. We talked together a good deal, and we sat silently together a long while, and at last he rose to go. He kissed my hand sorrowfully, and I didn't like to be vexed with him for doing so. He looked so doleful. And he said he'd wait and wait ever so long if I wanted him to do so, but that he would hope on, trusting that some day I might change. I told him I thought, I knew, I should never change. After that I only saw him at meeting. And oh dear, you should see what meetings we have now. Half the people don't attend, and everything is so cold and lifeless, and it is said among the brethren that polygamy will produce the greatest apostasy which the church has ever seen. Everyone seems ashamed of it. And now, dear, I have written you a terrible long letter, but you must please forgive me, for I have no one to whom I can open my heart except to you. I wish I had some keepsake to remember you by. Well, I don't mean that, but I should like so to have your portrait. Did you not once tell me that Elder Stenhouse talked of learning photography? Does he practice it now? And if so, couldn't you get him to take a shadow of yourself? I should so like to have one. Mine I will send you as soon as it is taken. I mean to write again to you in the course of a day or two, and then I'll tell you what Elder Shrewsbury said about the revelation itself. Meanwhile, dear, kiss both the babies, please, for me, and write soon to your most affectionately loving Mary Burton. Poor girl, I said as I folded up her letter, but it is better for her to suffer a little now than for her to have been married first as I was, and then, when too late to go back, to have polygamy announced as an article of faith. End of chapter 10. Chapter 11 of Tell It All by Fanny STENHOUSE. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mormonism in England, preparing to emigrate. It was fortunate for the Swiss mission that the new converts in general could not read any language but their own, and were thus ignorant of the deceptions which the American elders had practiced upon the people. Monsieur Petitpierre, the Protestant minister who thought that the revelation ought to be prayerfully considered, was the only one who understood English, and his knowledge was very limited. His wife did not at all coincide with him about the prayerful consideration of polygamy, she disposed of the subject without any prayer at all, and it is to be regretted that in this respect the whole body of the Mormon women did not follow her example. What arguments she used I do not know, but that they were very much to the point no one can doubt, for they banished forever all thoughts of polygamy from her husband's mind. It was said among the saints that she was very energetic in her private discussions with her husband. But however this might be, it is certain that Monsieur Petitpierre resisted as long as he could, for the revelation quite fascinated the childless old man, and it is possible that he might have held fast to the faith. But unfortunately just then certain documents and publications of the apostles and a very large amount of evidence respecting them and their doings attracted his attention. He was in the main a good and truthful man, although of small mental caliber, and the deceptions and contradictions which he discovered quite disgusted him. His wife's strong personal arguments gave the finishing blow to his faith, and the spell was broken. The vision of a modern Hagar and a little Ishmael vanished from his mind. He apostatized, and Mr. Stenhouse lost the services of a very useful translator. When I heard that he had left the church, how I wished that I could have followed in his footsteps. But apostasy for Mormonism is only possible to two classes: the young disciple, who has embraced the faith more from enthusiasm than from conviction, whose experience is limited, and the old disciple, who has entirely outgrown it and has become disgusted with it all. I was neither of these. My faith was too firmly grounded to admit of my giving it up. Though I hated polygamy, I did not dare to question the divinity of its origin. I only pitied myself and my sex for the burden which God had seen fit to place upon us. I never for a moment supposed that any man would have been so wicked as to fabricate a revelation, or so blasphemous as to palm it off in the name of the Lord. Oh yes, I hated polygamy in my heart, and my efforts in teaching it only increased my hatred, for when I was gravely told by the elders that woman had been cursed in the Garden of Eden, and that polygamy was one of the results of that curse, her desire shall be unto her husband, and he shall rule over her, I must confess that my heart within me was rebellious. From my earliest childhood I had thought of God as a father and a friend, to whom I might go and tell all my griefs and cares, but now he was presented to me as a hard taskmaster, not as a father or a friend. I met with much kindness, but I did not meet with much sympathy from the brethren. They could not understand that opposition to polygamy was anything else than selfishness on the part of the sisters. They did not comprehend the feelings of a woman's heart, its craving for some object upon which to devote its whole wealth of love. They were taught that theirs was a nobler position than that of the sisters, and that women might consider themselves sufficiently honored in being allowed to become the mothers of their children. Subsequent to the introduction of polygamy, I will say but little except that it was too successful. The same sorrow and indignation which Madame Bellif had so forcibly expressed were shown by almost every new convert, and I had to bear the blame of teaching such a doctrine. The sisters had become unhappy, and had wished that they had died in ignorance of Mormonism, and I felt humbled to the dust to think that I should be the innocent cause of so much misery to others. I looked anxiously for a change, but the only change which seemed probable was that we might be permitted to emigrate to Utah, and there was no comfort for me in that prospect. We remained in Switzerland until the close of the year 1854, and through the unremitting efforts of my husband, Mormonism was introduced into 6 cantons of the Confederation. Monsieur Bellif became an indefatigable missionary, as was also Governor Studeman, and to their liberality and zeal Mr. Stenhouse was greatly indebted. With the aid of Monsieur Bellif, he established in Geneva a monthly periodical in the French language for the edification of the saints, beside a volume in reply to the attacks of the clergy and many minor effusions. At that time there was a great excitement among the saints in Utah. Brigham Young and his apostles were denouncing the Gentiles in the most unmeasured language. As I write, a volume of sermons delivered at that time is before me, and I really can hardly credit that so much ridiculous nonsense, bad grammar, and blasphemy could ever have been uttered in a public place of worship, yet it was so. The saints were told that in these last times all the vials of the wrath of God were about to be poured upon the earth. Wars and desolations, anarchy and persecution, fire, pestilence, and unheard of horrors were to desolate all the world until men should call upon the rocks to hide them, and in the bitterness of their souls curse the day in which they were born. Death was to be sought for, but not found. Believing as they did that all of this was true, it is no wonder that the saints in Europe were alarmed and became anxious to emigrate to Utah, where they were told they would be safe. A 7 years' famine was said to be at the door, when a sack of wheat should be sold for a sack of gold, and Gentile kings and princes were to come and crouch to the saints for a morsel of bread. The very women in Zion were counseled to sell the ribbons from their bonnets, to buy flour with the proceeds, and to hide it away against the day of wrath. The brethren and sisters in Switzerland, who could dispose of their property, hastened to flee to Zion. Some did so at a ruinous sacrifice. One gentleman, a Monsieur Robella, I knew, who was a part proprietor of a newspaper and printing establishment. In a very short time it would have been entirely in his own hands, but he sold out at a great loss, dreading that the storm might overtake him before he reached the chambers of the Lord in the mountains, as the elders called Salt Lake City. The journey from Europe to Utah at that time occupied 6 or 8 months. It was a very tedious pilgrimage. My Swiss friends had first to travel to Liverpool, thence by sailing vessel to New Orleans, by steamer up the Mississippi as far as St. Louis, up the Missouri to the frontiers, and then across the plains by ox teams. Much of this distance had to be traveled during the worst part of the year. They left their homes while the Jura Mountains were still draped in snow, and those who escaped the ravages of cholera and the perils of the way reached their destination just as the frosts of winter were beginning to whiten the hoary heads of the hills which stand above Zion. All the Swiss pilgrims traveled together until they arrived at St. Louis. There they separated, one party going up the river and the other making the journey overland. The cholera attacked the latter party and cut off the greater number of them, and their bones now whiten the prairie. The news of their death soon arrived in Switzerland, and the people at Lausanne were exasperated against the Mormon missionaries. And when my husband visited that place, he found it prudent not to remain long. At the same time, those of the saints whose relations had perished in the emigration were pained to hear that it was because they had not obeyed counsel and had gone up the river with the other party that they fell by the way. And as if in mockery of this statement, the next news that we received was that a Missouri steamer, on board of which were many Mormon missionaries, all most obedient to counsel, had been blown to atoms. Many of the saints began to consider these things, and their love waxed cold. Through all this our position was anything but pleasant, and my husband applied for permission to be released from the presidency of the Swiss and Italian missions in order that he might gather to Zion. His request was granted, and in the autumn of 1854 we bade a final adieu to Switzerland. We might now be said to have begun our journey to Zion, although we tarried long by the way, and several years elapsed before we reached our destination. When we arrived in London, we obtained apartments in the house of the president of the London Conference, and there I had opportunities of observing the effects of the system upon the English saints. Elder Marsden, the president, was a thorough Mormon, and a man who was very highly thought of. He had been acquainted with all the apostles and high priests who had resided in Liverpool, the great rendezvous of the saints in England, had been president of the conference there, and now occupied the highest position of the European mission. He was a pleasant, intelligent man who in his day had done much to build up the church, but like his two predecessors, John Banks and Thomas Margetts, he also apostatized from the Mormonism of later years. At the time, however, of which I speak, he was considered to be of good standing among the saints. Up to this time I had never seriously doubted my religion, and I probably never should have done so had it not been for the introduction of polygamy. But what I saw in London at that time sadly shook my faith, and the stories which I heard from Utah quite frightened me. Nothing, of course, was openly said, and at first I disbelieved every evil report, until at last it was impossible for me altogether to reject what was told me. The testimony of an apostate or of a Gentile would have been dismissed with contempt, but when we saw letters from mothers to their children and husbands to their wives, all people of unquestioned faith, setting forth the troubled state of men's minds in Utah, expressing fears for their own safety, and hinting at cutting off the transgressor, and the doings of avenging angels, we could not cast them aside with contempt. My views of the glories of Zion were changing. Henceforth, I was never firm in the faith. I felt that there was something wrong. Perhaps the reader may think that now I might have left the church, and thus have avoided all those troubles which awaited me in Utah. But let him remember that although my faith was shaken, it was not wholly destroyed. All that I clung to on earth, my husband whom I truly loved, and my darling children, were part and parcel of Mormonism. I could not tear myself from them and isolate my soul from all that made my life worth having. My unsettled state of mind, however, did not long remain a secret. It was spoken of among the saints, and I became an object of interest. The pastor over the London and adjoining conferences was the son of one of the chief apostles in Utah, a young man whose good nature was far better than his religion. He visited us very frequently and used to bring with him the distinguished American elders who might be visiting the metropolis. I have no doubt that they were sincere in their desire to do me good, but it was not kind attentions that I then needed. It was the removal of the cause of my sorrows. They tried to persuade me that it was all the work of the Lord, but I could not see it in that light, and very often in reply to their consolations, I said very hard things of polygamy and the leaders of the church, whose conduct I considered sinful. And in this I did not stand alone, for I soon found that the president of the conference, Elder Marsden, had been in the same position for years, and his wife was quite through with Mormonism. In fact, so great had been the distrust occasioned by polygamy that in the report ending June 30th, 1853, it was stated that from the whole British Church, which then numbered very nearly 31,000 souls, 1,776 had been excommunicated for apostasy. Of those who remained faithful, I cannot give a much more cheering account. The elders who visited President Marsden made as damaging reports of the conditions of the saints as their worst enemies could desire. All that my young friend, Mary Burton, had told me did not equal the truth of what I saw for myself. No one had any confidence now in what the elders said. How could they be trusted after so many years of deception? The elders who visited me and reasoned with me about my want of faith tried to persuade me to be baptized again. Among the Mormons, it is the privilege of the faithful to be baptized over and over again, as often as may be needed, for the remission of their sins, which are thus washed away, and the penitent is enabled to start afresh. At that time of fearful excitement in Utah called by the Mormons the Reformation, when people were being exhorted under terrible penalties to confess their sins, many were so frightened that they acknowledged themselves guilty of crimes of which they had never dreamed, while at the same time many horrible and detestable sins were brought to light. Brigham and the leaders found that they were confessing too much. The sinners were far more numerous than the godly. Brigham, with his usual craft, soon found a way of escape. The people were told to be baptized again, and then their sins being washed away, they could truly say they were not guilty of such crimes of which they might be accused. I was not convinced, and did not see that I had anything to repent of, but I was quite willing to be rebaptized if it was thought proper. At the same time, I stipulated that the president of the conference, Elder Marsden, should be baptized with me. I felt that if I required rebaptizing, how much more necessary was it for Elder Marsden to have his sins washed away also. I partly believed in the fearful stories that I had heard from Zion, but it was he who had shown them to me. The pastor of the conference gave no sign that he suspected my meaning in wishing Elder Marsden to be baptized at the same time as I was, though I believe he must have formed a pretty shrewd guess. And so we too went down into the water. But I am afraid that little of our sins was washed away. Not long after, President Marsden apostatized, and my heart remained as hard as ever. At least I was frequently told so. Poor Elder Marsden! He was branded with the most opprobrious titles which Mormon ingenuity or malice could fling against him. And yet I know of many men, not one or two, associated most intimately with Brigham Young today, whose faith is not a whit stronger than that apostate's who serve the prophet because it is in their interest to do so, but who in their hearts no more believe in his high pretensions than did James Marsden, the president of the London Conference. Meanwhile, the season for emigration had again arrived, and we were directed to hold ourselves in readiness to start. Although by no means unexpected, this counsel to emigrate came very painfully to me, for every step we took toward Utah seemed to bring me nearer to the realization of my worst apprehensions. I had lost my affection for Mormonism, and my enthusiasm had now quite melted away, but to refuse to go was altogether out of the question. 2 little ones had been added to our family in Geneva, and a 4th was born in London the Christmas day after our return from the continent. The foggy atmosphere of the metropolis did not agree with them at all, accustomed as they had been to the pure and bracing air of Switzerland, and I soon had serious illness in my family. My 2nd little girl, Minnie, was so sick that we almost despaired of her life, and the others required constant attention, while the little baby boy, only a few weeks old, was seldom out of my arms. Just then it was, when so very awkwardly situated, that the notification came for us to set our faces Zionward. They chided us for our want of faith, because we did not take our poor little sick child from her bed at the risk of life. But I thank God now that nature was stronger than our fanaticism, and that our little girl was spared to grow up, a blessing of which we shall ever be proud. One day, President Marsden came to me confidentially and told me that the brethren were determined that I should leave England, and had counted upon my yielding in a moment of despair. My husband was to be counseled to go without me to Utah if I persisted in my refusal. After he had left London, Elder Marsden was to give me notice to leave his house, and left destitute and entirely among strangers, it was thought that I should be only too glad to follow. I cannot tell how indignant I was. I could not find words sufficiently contemptuous to express what I felt, but I reproached Elder Marsden with cowardice for agreeing to such an inhuman proposition, and I declared that I would not risk the life of my child if an eternity of suffering awaited me. My husband was absent when this took place, but when he returned he approved of what I had done, and Elder Marsden was consequently counseled to send us away. The doctor warned us against the danger of exposing my little daughter to the cold in removing her, but we had no choice, for we were obliged to leave. Those were very painful times. Constant watching and anxiety had undermined my own health, and I fell ill. Even then, had we been left alone, we might have escaped much of our trouble, but the incessant meddling of counsel was a perpetual irritation, and we were completely worn out with annoyance. A pleasant apartment at the west end of the town was taken for me by the advice of the medical man, and I was removed thither with my baby. I was not equal even to the task of taking care of that little thing, and had to procure the assistance of a nurse. The other children were cared for by friends. All that I needed was rest and tranquility of mind, and I soon began to recover strength, though far from well. But this state of quietude was soon to be disturbed. Again we were notified that the last emigrant ship of the season was about to leave, and we must sail in her, and again we were obliged to refuse. My husband telegraphed to the Apostle at Liverpool that I was not well enough to travel, and he was told to bring me along and I should get better. The Apostle cared nothing for individual suffering, providing the ambitious plans of the priesthood in Salt Lake City were carried out. But my husband, anxious though he was to set out for Utah, and obedient as he ever was to counsel, was not such a slave as they thought him, and he positively refused to go. For this he was very much blamed, and it was said that his own faith must be wavering. Since my arrival in London, I had several times seen my young friend Mary Burton, but someone was always present at the time. She had, as she told me in her letters, very greatly changed, for she had now become quite a young lady. Still she retained most of her winning ways, though her childish prettiness had given way to the more mature beauty of womanhood, and when I saw her I was not surprised that she should be an object of attention, or that Elder Shrewsbury should not have felt so deeply her rejection of him. She was as loving to me as ever, and when she found that we could not have one of our old, quiet chats together on account of the people who were present, she promised to call on me some afternoon when we should be quite alone. Before she came, however, I had a visit from another person whom I little expected to see. This was no other than Elder Shrewsbury himself, who I had been informed had left London some months before. This, after the usual salutations, he told me was quite true. He had left London and gone to work as a missionary hundreds of miles away, trying to forget his disappointment, but to no purpose. His was one of those natures which, though kind and considerate to everyone, are not ready to form hasty attachments, but which, when once they do meet with an object upon which to lavish their affections, become devoted in friendship and unchanging in love. Their affections flow more deeply than those of most people. Such was Elder Shrewsbury, and such I thought he would always be. But what disposition, however good, can be relied upon when influenced by religious fanaticism? He stood before me then, manly and upright in his bearing, truthful and honest, a man who would have scorned evasion or deceit, and his every thought of Mary was replete with tenderness and love. And yet I lived to see that man again in Utah. Alas, how changed a man! Before we first left England, I was acquainted with Elder Shrewsbury, but not very intimately. We had had one or two interesting conversations together, but I remembered him chiefly in connection with Mary Burton. It was about her that he now came to see me. He wanted me to talk to her and intercede with her on his behalf, But I was no matchmaker, and all my thoughts respecting love and marriage had recently been anything but pleasant. I told him plainly that I thought Mary had done quite right in refusing to see him, and in fact declining to receive the attentions of any Mormon man. I did not doubt his love for her at present, I said, but no one could any longer rely upon a Mormon elder's word. Years to come, when they had a little family growing up around them, and when it would be too late for Mary to repent of trusting him, he might suddenly be convinced of the necessity of obeying the revelation. And then, what could she do? No, even supposing that she loved him, which I said was very questionable, it was better that she should suffer a disappointment now than have her heart wrung with cruelty and neglect in after years. "What?" he cried, his eyes flashing with indignation. "Do you take me for a dog, that I should treat her so?" "No, no," I said, and tried to pacify him. "I do not think anything bad of you, but I look upon you as a man who is in love and therefore blind. You think of nothing now but Mary, and are willing to sacrifice everything and to promise anything, providing you can win her. But when she has become your wife, if she ever does, and you have time to cool down, you'll begin to see things in another light. You'll find that she is a real, ordinary woman made of flesh and blood like all the other daughters of Eve, and with, I dare say, quite as many whims and fancies and perverse ways as any of them. And then, when she ceases to be an angel in your eyes and becomes merely a woman, you'll begin to assert your right to think and judge for yourself, and very probably all your former devotion to your religion will return." "Sister Stenhouse," he replied, "you do not seem to have a very high opinion of my constancy, but I can assure you that I have given this matter my most earnest, prayerful thought. My love for Mary I need not mention, my devotion to my religion you only partly know. While we were told that polygamy was not true, no one could be more steadfast in the faith than I was, and when the revelation came, I looked upon it as a blight and a curse to the Church of God. And how well founded my fears were you can see from this terrible apostasy which has come upon us. I almost myself left the church. Then I went to the Apostle and I told him how I was situated. I told him all about Mary and my devotion to her, that I wished to win her for my wife, but that I knew she would not marry me if she thought there was the shadow of a chance that I should live up to the revelation. I told him that I myself should be perfectly wretched in polygamy, and that it was impossible that I should love more than one. The Apostle said that I was quite right in all this. We had no proof, he said, in the Bible that Isaac had more than one wife, and he was accepted by God. He counseled me to do all I could do to win Mary, and told me that I might truthfully promise her that I would never enter into polygamy. But Mary would not so much as listen to me. In fact, since then she would never see me alone. "I am not sure," I answered, "whether I'm doing right. But I don't mind saying to you that I think, from what I have seen of Mary, that she does not dislike you, but she is a sensible girl and does not choose to risk the happiness of her whole life." He was vexed with me for saying this. How could I suppose that he would wreck her happiness? Was he not willing to die if it would give her a moment's pleasure? And much more lover's nonsense he talked. He had met her at the meetings sometimes, but she had very coldly said good morning or evening, as the case might be. But whenever he had ventured a word more than that, she had made some excuse to leave him. What he wanted me to do was to invite Mary to meet him with me, and to use my influence with her in his favor. I answered him very kindly, and did my best to reassure him, but I told him that I would never try to influence the conduct or affections of anyone in a matter of the heart. Such things should take their own course, and if he waited patiently, no doubt all would be well. "Patience," he said. "Sister Stenhouse, do you think a man in love knows the meaning of that word? Patience, indeed." End of chapter 11. Chapter 12 of Tell It All by Fanny STENHOUSE. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Emigrating to Zion, we arrive in New York. The afternoon following, Mary herself came to see me, her face all flushed with excitement and eager to tell me something. "Who do you think I've been talking to, Sister Stenhouse?" she exclaimed. "You'd never guess." "I don't think there's much need for guessing," I said. "Your face betrays the secret, Mary." "Well," she said, "perhaps it does, but you wouldn't wonder at it if you only knew how very anxious I have been. All this time I have kept my word, and I did not see him or speak to him once except at meetings, and not much then, and I have been very unhappy. This afternoon I came round about an hour ago to see you, and there on the step was Elder Shrewsbury. He said he was here yesterday and was just going to call on you again, and then he asked me to go a little way with him, as he had something very important to say to me. At first I refused to go, but he wouldn't listen to it for a moment. So I went with him, and we have been talking ever since, or rather he has been talking and I have been listening to him. I can't tell you, Sister Stenhouse, all he said. You can guess better than I can tell you. But I'm afraid I shall not be able to keep my resolution much longer, for when we came back to the door again, he said he wouldn't come in to see you now, and when he begged me to let him call at Mrs. Ellsworth's tomorrow night, I did not feel it in my heart to refuse him. Was it very wrong of me to do so?" Said I, "I'm afraid, Mary, my opinion would not matter much either way. Elder Shrewsbury's eloquence is the music which you like best to listen to." She blushed and came and sat down beside me, and we talked together until the sun went down and my little room was quite dark. I told her of my troubles in Switzerland and of the miserable effects of introducing polygamy there, and she in return told me all her love affairs with Elder Shrewsbury, and of her resolution not to listen to him unless he solemnly promised never to have anything to do with the hated revelation. Her faith in Mormonism itself had, as I expected, been very severely shaken, and I think that had it not been for my efforts to reassure her, she would have left the church at that time. Would to God she had. After tea, she said, "Have you a copy of the Revelation here, Sister Stenhouse? I want to show you some strong points in it which I think will astonish you. I learned all about it from Elder Shrewsbury that night when he came to see me, and it was that disgusted me with the whole affair. We searched through my trunk, but could not find the document, and I told her that I had not the patience to read it quite through when it was given to me, and that since then I was not sure that I had even seen it. 'Never mind,' she said, 'I'll bring it with me when I come again.' How often have I thought since how much depended on that trifling circumstance. Had we then together read over the Revelation and noticed the strong points of which she spoke, I believe my eyes would have been opened, and I never should have submitted to the misery which I afterwards endured in Utah. By and by she asked me whether I had heard anything of the terrible doings out in Zion, and I in return asked her what doings she alluded to. 'Well,' she said, 'I hardly like to tell you if you have heard nothing about the matter, for I'm not quite sure whether it is all true. But we have had some strange reports floating about here, just like the reports of polygamy before it was acknowledged. It is said that in the time of Joseph Smith, a band of men was organized who put to death anyone who was troublesome to the church or offended the elders. Some people say that it was one or perhaps more, of this band who fired at Governor Boggs of Missouri and who killed many other Gentiles. Dr. Avard and Sidney Rigdon are said to have been mixed up in the matter, and that wretched man, John C. Bennett, tells a frightful story about it. But that is not the worst, for Elder Shrewsbury himself told me long ago that Thomas B. Marsh, the then President of the 12, when he apostatized, took oath that the saints had formed a destruction company, as he called it, for the purpose of avenging themselves, and Orson Hyde, in a solemn affidavit, swore that all that Marsh said was true. "Well, dear," I said, "I've heard all that before, but no doubt it is all scandal." "I'm afraid not," she replied, "for I have heard from people who ought to know that since the saints have been in Salt Lake Valley, the same things have been done, only now they speak of those men as Danites and avenging angels. People say that those who are dissatisfied and want to leave Zion almost always are killed after they set out by the Indians, and they dare not say boldly who they believe those Indians are. Then, too, one lady told me that she had heard from her sister that not only were apostates killed in a mysterious way by Indians or someone else, but that many people were missing or else found murdered, who were only suspected of being very weak in the faith. These things are horrible, and sometimes I think I will never go out to Zion." I had heard these very same stories and told her so, and I tried to make her believe that they were without foundation, but I could see that what she had heard had made a great impression on her mind. So I turned the conversation to other topics, and we talked over our plans and prospects for the future. Neither of us were very hopeful, she because she was undecided what course to pursue, I because of the shadow of coming sorrow which already began to darken my way. We tried, however, to comfort each other, and when she left I certainly felt more assured and hopeful. At this time I was left much alone, for my husband, having no business in which to employ himself, was sent by the pastor of the London Conference to travel among the saints. Domestic comfort or the claims of a wife were never for a moment thought worthy of consideration. Then it was that I felt how lonely one may be in the midst of that great city. Towards the end of the year 1855, it was determined that a company of Mormon emigrants, numbering several hundreds, should leave Liverpool en route for Salt Lake City, and for that purpose a vessel was chartered early in November. This was not the ordinary season for emigration, but there were then in England numbers of the saints anxious to go to Zion, but too poor to pay their passage all the way. It was thought that when they arrived in New York, they would have time to earn sufficient to carry them on, and it was then supposed they could join those who came over by the ordinary spring emigration. My husband and myself were counseled to join these emigrants in Liverpool and proceed at once to New York. I was now strong enough to travel, and though far from well, and the prospect of such a journey in the middle of winter was anything but cheering. My husband, however, who was anxious to go, smoothed away every difficulty, and it was resolved that this time we should obey counsel. The reader may perhaps think me somewhat unreasonable in regarding such a journey as more than an ordinary annoyance, but he should remember that I am speaking of 18 years ago. The passage across the Atlantic Ocean in mid-winter is anything but inviting, even under the best of circumstances, but in the old days of sailing vessels it was infinitely worse. The ocean steamers now make the passage in from 10 to 14 days, but then a month was considered a good quick passage for a sailing boat. Then, too, the modern accommodations, even for steerage passengers, bear no comparison with the frightful disorder and utter lack of comfort experienced in former times. All this ought to be taken into consideration when speaking of the early Mormon immigrants and the sacrifices which that people then made for their faith. There was the same difference between them and the snug little party which a year ago crossed the ocean under the guidance of the counselor Apostle G.A. Smith, and the childless versifier Eliza R. Snow, as there was between St. Paul braving the perils of shipwreck with the tempestuous Euroclydon, and the modern Orthodox missionary with well-filled purse and comfortable outfit on board the magnificent steamers of the Mediterranean. The Mormon immigration has always been a well-managed business, and forming a united body under the guidance of inspired leaders, the Mormons have never given so much trouble as ordinary passengers. At the time of which I speak, the immigration was on a much larger scale than at present, although even now several thousand converts arrive every summer in New York on their way to Utah. Now the journey from Liverpool to Salt Lake City is accomplished easily in less than a month. Then it required 9. Then the saints used to speak of Zion as being 1,000 miles from everywhere, and when they went east they used to talk of going to the States as if they belonged to another nation. But now the Great Pacific Railway has knit together the utmost limits of this vast country, and a journey to the far west is only a pleasant summer tour. Every presiding elder in Britain is a Mormon immigration agent, unpaid but no less effective. It is a part of his mission. The elder presiding over the office at Liverpool, generally some favored apostle, pockets all the profits of the transaction and has but little trouble in return. The saints are notified through the star of the day when the vessel will sail, and are told to forward their emigration money, or at least a portion of it, as the church risks nothing. The apostle, being thus secured by the deposits, arranges with the shipping agent for the passage of a specified number of persons, and receives a very nice commission upon each emigrant, which commission is one of the chief perquisites of his office. The Mormons in London were very kind to us before we left, and did all they could to help us in preparing for our journey. A kinder people than the saints in Europe could nowhere be found. My husband had been directed to take charge of the emigrants in the transit from London to Liverpool, and consequently I received no assistance from him. It seemed to me a very cruel arrangement for the elders to take away from me and my helpless little ones the very person to whom we ought naturally to have turned for protection. But what were the feelings of a weak woman when they came in conflict with the counsel of inspired apostles? We arrived in Liverpool the same evening, and there my husband was relieved of the charge of the company, and some of the brethren were appointed to see that the baggage was safely transferred from the railway to the ship. Early the next morning we went on board, and it was not long before we began to experience the pleasures of an emigrant life. Before we set out for Liverpool, I had been told that on board ship I should be able to obtain all the help that I might desire, and anxious to provide for the comfort of the children, I engaged the services of 2 young girls to look after them and assist me generally. This was an imprudent step, as I afterwards found, to my cost, but at the time I thought that I had made a very sensible arrangement. Help being secured, my next thought was to get our berths fixed so that all might be ready before the rolling of the ship began. My first enquiries were for our bedding, but it was nowhere to be found. Now this was very annoying, for we were all tired, and the children, poor things, were fidgety, and anticipating a long and unpleasant voyage, I wanted to have everything in readiness. Besides which, I had made special preparations in the shape of many additional comforts, which I knew on board ship would be absolutely necessary, and had even sold my watch and jewelry for that purpose. I inquired of the proper authorities, but could obtain no information, and nothing remained but for me to wait until the apostle came on board to bid a final adieu to the emigrants. I felt this annoyance all the more as I considered that we had no right to expect such mismanagement. We would naturally have preferred to make our own arrangements and to go alone, had we been permitted to do so. But we had over and over again been instructed not to go by any other vessel but that chartered by the Apostle Richards, that so we might escape the perils which were sure to overtake the Gentiles. Imagine our disgust when we found that as there were not enough of the saints to occupy the whole ship, the lower deck was filled with Irish emigrants of the most barbarous type, and that their luggage and ours had been thrown together indiscriminately into the hold. Most of the Mormon emigrants recovered their property when they arrived at New York, but as for our own, personally, we never saw it again, and all the voyage through we were left utterly destitute. The Apostle Richards and Pastor Kimball came on board before the vessel sailed, and I told them all about it. We could not possibly put to sea in that condition, I said, and I wanted to leave the ship. He promised that the things should be looked after and assured me that on no account should we be permitted to sail without being properly provided for. I not only trusted their word as gentlemen, but I believed in them as favored servants of God, and when subsequently I found that they had wilfully deceived me, I became conscious that there was as little of the true and truthful gentleman about some of the modern apostles as there was of the apostle about ordinary gentlemen. Thus, in the cold, foggy days of an English November, we set out, bereft of the commonest necessaries, and deceived by our own leaders, to begin a new life in a new world. I would not for my own sake mention these unpleasant reminiscences, were it not for so many mean and cruel deceptions, and were it not that I do not care to use harsh words I might call downright swindles, had come beneath my observation in connection with the Mormon emigration in past years. I will mention one alone, which ought not to be passed by unnoticed. In the year 1854, Brigham Young and the leading elders were most anxious to draw to Zion the converts from every part of the globe, and for this purpose the faithful were called upon to bring in freely their contributions to the Perpetual Emigration Fund. To set them an example, Brother Brigham himself stated that he would present as a free gift his own property, a valuable city house and lot, if any purchaser could be found wealthy enough to purchase it. An English gentleman named Tennant, a new convert, accepted the offer and advanced the money, $30,000, and set out for Salt Lake City, expecting there to be put in possession of the property. He was one of the unfortunate Handcart emigrants, of whom I shall presently have occasion to speak more fully, and he died on the plains. His wife and children, when they arrived in the valley, were told that the transaction was not made with them, but with Mr. Tennant, and all their efforts to obtain the property, which in common justice was theirs, were unavailing. At the present moment, Mr. Tennant's wife lives in miserable poverty in Salt Lake City, while there is no one to bring the honest prophet to account. The vessel sailed, and we heard no more of our property. Whether it ever left London, or whether some obliging brother took charge of it on his own account, I cannot say, but I could form a pretty good guess. I frequently see that man in Salt Lake City, and I always think of my betting when I see him. Nothing, however, remained but for me to put the best face I could upon matters. I took my wearing apparel and other articles out of the trunks, and put them into pillow slips, and extemporized as well as I could a rough substitute for beds. These served for the children, and I covered them with my cloaks and shawls, and for our own berths and bed covering, I had only a few pieces of carpet, which I had put aside for the cabin floor, together with a worn-out blanket which an old lady on board was good enough to lend me. We had not been long at sea when the young sisters whom I had engaged to help me fell sick, and some of the brethren were very anxious to nurse them. This appeared to be quite the established order of things, for I then found that it was very seldom that a Mormon emigrant ship crossed the ocean without one or more marriages on board. It was no doubt very interesting to them, but to me it was extremely inconvenient, especially considering that my husband had now taken to his berth, which he did not leave during the remainder of the voyage, and myself and the children were not much better off. Sick as I was, I had to prepare our food and manage everything, for in those times emigrants either took out their own provisions or were allowanced in raw material, and in either case had to do their own cooking. My chief difficulty was in getting what I had prepared to the fire galley, for I could not leave the children, and I was afraid to venture myself upon the deck. So I got any of the brethren who chanced to be passing to take it up, and of course they were willing to oblige me, but the galley was so crowded, everyone having his or her own interests to attend to, that I very rarely, if ever, had my provisions decently cooked, and on more than one occasion I never saw them again. This was an inconvenience which modern emigrants do not suffer at the present day. Unsuccessful with the young sisters, I thought I would try if I could not get one of the brethren to help me, and fortune at first appeared to favor me. There was on board a young man, Harry they called him, and he was so situated that I found it easy to open a negotiation with him. He had been a saddler's apprentice in a country town in England, and having listened to some itinerant preacher, had been converted, joined the church, and begun to think for himself. So hearing that terrible judgments were quickly coming upon the old world, he resolved to flee to the new, and in his hurry to get there, he forgot to inform his master that he was about to leave. This accounted for his being so badly provided for. Now Harry had those two great blessings, a splendid appetite and unimpeachable powers of digestion. I will not say that he enjoyed these two blessings, for that he did not, on account of lacking a third blessing, namely the wherewithal to make the first two blessings a pleasure and not an inconvenience. The ship's allowance was altogether insufficient for him, and he therefore gladly engaged to do what few things I required, upon condition that I should add a little to his own private commissariat. Harry was a smart lad, and at first very useful, and he soon convinced me that he had told the truth when he said that he had not enough to eat ever since he came on board. It seemed to me very questionable whether he ever had before. He had, however, nothing to complain of in that respect while in our employment, for although the children were able to eat whenever we had anything fit for them, my husband and myself could seldom touch our rations, and as everything that was not used fell to Harry's share, he fared pretty well. Harry was not the lad to neglect his own interests, and as our interests appeared just then to be his also, matters worked very harmoniously. Our bread was never now brought back to us half raw or burnt to a cinder. It must be properly cooked for our eating, or it would not do for Harry's, and as for it being lost or delayed on its way to or from the galley, that was of course quite out of the question. But the strangest thing of all connected with Harry was that immediately after his coming we were incessantly annoyed by the rats. I had brought for the children's use a small supply of preserves and other delicacies, but these mysteriously disappeared with alarming rapidity, and whenever I saved any trifle for the children to eat between meals, that also was gone when it was wanted, and in every instance Harry suggested that it was the rats, although I could never find any traces of those interesting animals. I was sorry to part with Harry, for he used to tell funny stories to the children and amused them a great deal. But the rats and Harry were so closely associated in my mind that I thought if Harry left, the rats might perhaps also cease their visits. So Harry went, and I was once more left alone to do the best I could. The weather was very cold, and though we wore our clothing day and night, we felt its severity very much. The rigging of the ship was hung with icicles, and without fire or warmth of any sort, it is no wonder that we were all soon hardly able to move from cold and sickness. I have heard emigrants who came over in steam vessels and say that even in midwinter the heat in their berths was almost unendurable. But in a sailing vessel there were, of course, no engine fires to warm the ship, and the passengers suffered accordingly. In the midst of my trouble I was told of an ancient Scotch sister, a maiden lady sharp and shrewd, who, like the miser in Scott's Fortunes of Nigel, was willing to help us for a consideration. We talked the matter over, and it was agreed that she should give me her services for the remainder of the voyage, and the consideration was to be £2 English. Small as was our stock of money, and much as I knew we should need it upon our arrival, I felt that I could do no better than engage her. There was no saying upon whom she might chance to set her maiden fancy, but there was not the remotest chance of any of the brethren falling in love with her, so I considered her a safe investment, and besides, I must have somebody. There was no alternative. It was now Christmas time, a season which in England was always sacred to joyous memories and festivities. But to us exiles and wanderers, seeking a land of which we knew nothing, and which to us was a new and untried world, it was far from being a happy time. In the midst of the wild, dreary ocean there was nothing to recall the pleasant reminiscences of the past, or to inspire us with hope and courage as we thought of the future. The captain told us that we might prepare to eat our Christmas dinner in New York, but he was mistaken. I can form no opinion of the captain as a seaman, but as a man I detested him for his cruel treatment of two unfortunate men who were under him. These men, one a Spaniard and the other a Hungarian, had agreed to work out their passage to New York, but they were quite unfit for sea life. One of them, when he refused or was unable to go up into the shrouds, was dragged aloft by main force, and there they tied him, and there they kept him until he was nearly frozen to death. On another occasion they beat both of these men with spikes, and I feared they would kill them, and their cries and groans right above my head were most painful to listen to. In fact, so badly were they treated that on their arrival they had to be carried to the hospital. Such was the discipline on board that ship. The captain was mistaken in his calculations. We did not eat our Christmas dinner in New York as he had promised. A storm came on which compelled us to stand out to sea again, and then a dead calm followed, and it was not until New Year's Eve that we set foot upon the shore of the New World. We were now 3,000 miles nearer to Zion, but my heart misgave me as I thought of the future, and the first New Year's Day that I spent in the United States was anything but a day of pleasure to me. End of chapter 12. Chapter 13 of Tell It All by Fanny STENHOUSE. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Life in New York, conducting a Mormon paper. Very cold and dark and dreary were the first days which we spent in the New World. That faith which once had led me to hope and believe and endure all things was now powerless to nerve me to any new course of action for my religion's sake, for the dark shadow of polygamy had come across my way, hope had fled, and my love, with the love of many other faithful saints, had waxed cold. To my husband and children I was, of course, devotedly attached, and was willing to combat any difficulty or endure any trial with them or for their sake, and it was not long before my constancy was put to the test. The Mormon emigrants have always a captain and 2 counselors to every company. The captain on board the Emerald Isle, the vessel in which we came, was a returning Utah elder. One of his counselors was also a returning elder, and my husband was the other. As soon as the Mormon captain had come on shore and had reported to the apostle in charge of the New York Saints, he left us to visit his friends. The Utah counselor had a young lady in the company to whom he had become very much attached, and who afterward became one of his wives. I was not therefore surprised that as soon as he could get his baggage he also should disappear. But my husband, the other counselor, being encumbered with a wife and family, was obliged to remain, and the whole charge of seeing to the company devolved upon him. We had therefore to remain in Castle Gardens until the whole company of emigrants was provided for, and during all the next week I, with my 4 children, remained in that public place, sick and weary, and as destitute of bedding and covering as we had been on board ship. The weather was intensely cold, and unaccustomed as we were to the severity of an American winter, we suffered not a little. The other unfortunate victims to faith were in the same condition, with the exception that they had something to sleep on at nights, while I had nothing but the bare boards for my bed since we left Liverpool. All that I could gather together had been reserved for my babes. How we lived through that journey I know not, but I am certain that could I have foreseen what we should have to endure, I would never have left England, whatever my refusal might have cost me. I could not refrain from contrasting my life before and since I knew Mormonism. Before, I scarcely knew what suffering was, so little had I been called upon to endure. I never knew what it was to be without money or to want for anything. But now I was in a strange land, in the depth of winter, without a home, without a pillow to rest my weary head upon, and with the future before me so dark that not a single ray of light gave to it the promise of hope. Could any slavery be more complete than mine? My fanaticism and zeal were all gone. I had nothing to sustain me. Certainly I was still held by the fear that Mormonism, after all, might be of God, and that all this suffering might be necessary for my salvation. But if at that time I had only had a friend whose mind was clear from all the nonsense of Mormonism, and who had felt sufficient interest in me to advise me for my good, I think even then I might have freed myself from the mental slavery in which I was bound. But I had no intercourse with anyone but Mormons, and indeed a wish to form Gentile friendships I should then have considered a sin. A week after our arrival, my husband found time to seek for apartments for his family, and I was thankful to leave our miserable quarters at Castle Gardens. The Mormon authorities had meanwhile given instructions to the other emigrants how to act, and they did little more than this. Those who had not found work or places to go to were ordered to leave the gardens, and received permission to occupy an old, dilapidated schoolroom in Williamsburg, which had been used for preaching. I went there almost daily to see them, and therefore state what I saw as an eyewitness, and neither exaggerate nor misrepresent. There they huddled together, about 150 men, women, and children. Most of the men had been respectable mechanics in their own country. Many of them I had known personally and had visited in their cozy English homes, and their wives and families had been decently brought up. What they must have suffered under this change of circumstances I leave to the reader to guess. In that miserable place they lived, day and night, the poor, dispirited mothers, many of them very sick, having to cook and wash and perform all the necessary domestic duties round 2 small sheet-iron stoves. It was not long before the place became like a pest house, from so many being confined in so small a place and breathing the same fetid and pestilential atmosphere, and many of the young children died of an epidemic which was raging among them. They had saved some of their ship's provisions, and that was all they had to eat, and it did not last long. To me it was most distressing to witness so much misery without being able to render any assistance, particularly to see the poor little children shivering and crying with hunger and cold, while many of their mothers were in such a miserable state of apathy that they paid little or no attention to them. I often tried to awaken in them feelings of human sympathy, but I was met with a murmur of discontent. The people, men and women alike, seemed to be utterly demoralized. Nor can this be a matter of wonder, for in England the men had been told that while at home they could only earn 4 or 5 shillings a day, and would never be able to put by enough to carry them all the way to Utah. In New York they would be able to earn $2.50 to $3 and even $4 a day, equal to from 10 to 16 shillings English, and that employers would even come on board ship anxious to engage them. Thus they had by false statements been allured from their homes and plunged into the most abject poverty. Day by day they went out seeking work, but finding none, willing to do anything to provide bread for their families, but returning nightly unsuccessful to their starving wives and children. My own resources were gone. I could do nothing. When we left Castle Garden, I think we only had about $5 left, while the heavy snow which covered the ground and the intense cold promised many weeks of unusual severity. Needing so greatly pity myself, how I sympathized with those poor sufferers, how I pitied them. In the midst of all this, the Apostle John Taylor learned that some of these poor souls had been seen begging. So he came from his comfortable boarding house in Brooklyn, well wrapped up in a handsome overcoat, and scolded those poor starving creatures, and harangued them concerning the meanness of begging. With great swelling words he spoke of the dignity of the saints of the Most High, and told them that he despised a Mormon who could fall to the level of a common street beggar. Could he have heard the unspoken curses of the poor, wounded hearts of those who listened to him, as they thought of his brother Apostle in England, and of how he had deceived them and sent them into a strange country in the depth of winter, to beg, to starve, or to steal, he would have learned that though the victim of a delusive faith may mentally submit to man-made creeds and priesthoods, in his heart he will judge not so much the words he hears as the man who utters them. The wisdom of the Apostle found out a remedy. He counseled the men and boys to buy shovels and go forth into the streets and clean away the snow from the fronts of the doors and from the sidewalks, and told them that they would thus get plenty of money to keep them until winter was over. One elderly brother, who had a little money left, bought a stock of shovels, but the emigrants found that there were plenty of others who were as eager as they for work, and who were much better acquainted with the way of obtaining it. The shovel experiment was a failure, and the poor old brother lost his money in the investment. For whatever the Apostle Taylor may have contributed to these unfortunate persons, whether in counsel, money, or provisions, he will doubtless have his reward, and for aught I know he may have been unable to give anything more than counsel, but at the same time my opinion of the value of counsel remains unchanged. There has been no lack of counsel or counselors in the Mormon Church. Counsel has been given in abundance to all, and by no means always for the benefit of those who received it. It was not, however, because he failed to assist them practically that the people hated the Apostle Taylor, and have hated him ever since, but it was for his pride and arrogance, and the way in which he dared to talk to free-born Englishmen and Englishwomen about the dignity of the priesthood, and the contempt in which he held them in the hour of their humiliation and distress. For that, they hated him. I do not, of course, wish to justify the people in begging. Such conduct would have been despicable if they could have found employment of any sort. But when I saw the starving condition of those men and their helpless families in that wretched schoolhouse, in my heart I almost honored them for having the courage to beg, and I thanked God that the mean Yankee Gentiles, as the elders taught the saints to call American citizens who did not believe in Mormonism, were able and willing to assist them. One of those emigrants very recently related to me some of the painful circumstances through which he passed at that time. He told me that he walked the streets of Williamsburg for 3 days and 3 nights without a mouthful of anything to eat or a place to lay his head. He could obtain no work, and at length in sheer desperation he was forced to beg. The church authorities knew well the misery of the people, but took no adequate steps to alleviate it. During the first weeks after our arrival in New York City, we had nothing to depend upon but the provisions which we had saved from the ship's rations. I had known what it was to be in a foreign country without money and without food, and on board ship I took care of our rations when they were not consumed by Harry or the rats, for I thought if I did not need them, which indeed I sincerely hoped might be the case, I could certainly find someone who would be thankful for them. These rations consisted chiefly of sugar that was almost black, very bad black tea, which when made looked like dye, the poorest kind of sea biscuit, and other things accordingly. The provisions for the Mormon emigrants were purchased in bulk by the church authorities, who made their own profits out of them, and the Apostle at Liverpool had the benefit of all that could be saved out of them during the voyage. It was commonly said among the people that the sight of them alone was quite sufficient for anyone who was not half starved, and yet they had paid the price of the best. We had been in New York several weeks when one day my husband called at the office of a paper called the Mormon, and there met with the Apostle Taylor, who conducted that paper. The Apostle expressed great regret that Mr. Stenhouse should be without occupation at that season of the year, and with a family of children upon his hands. This sympathy coming from a brother missionary was, I thought, very tardy, for my husband had then devoted over 10 years of his life to the cause, and his record in the church had been untarnished. The Apostle was living in an elegant house, surrounded by every comfort and luxury, while he knew that we had not so much as a chair or even a bed to lie upon. What had he done for the church more than my husband had done? Indeed, I firmly believed that he had not endured half as much, but he was an apostle. His unhelping sympathy appeared to me a little more than questionable. He told my husband that he might come into the office of the Mormon and write the addresses on the wrappers, and that he would give him a few dollars a week to help things along until something better presented itself. My husband thought this a disinterested action on the part of the Apostle John Taylor, but my experience in Mormonism led me to be distrustful and suspicious of everything that an elder or apostle said or did. This offer, however, came when we really had nothing to look to, and dared not refuse any assistance that was offered, however small it might be. But I must allow that my ideas of apostolic liberality were very much shocked when at the end of the week Mr. Stenhouse informed me that he had been allowed $4 for his services, and that out of that magnificent sum the Apostle John Taylor had deducted 25 cents, which sheer necessity had compelled him to borrow for the week's ferriage. The Apostle editor had 2 assistants from Utah with him in the Mormon office, the one a 70 and the other a high priest, terms and titles which I shall presently explain. A few weeks after my husband entered the office, the 70, who had charge of getting out the paper, was allowed to return to Zion. The high priest remained in the eastern states, visiting alternately the various branches of the church and doing some very zealous courting with a young English girl who lived in Williamsburg, while his 2 unsuspecting wives at home in Salt Lake City were earnestly praying the Lord to bless him in his mission. Whatever the apostle may have thought of his associate, he could not very well remonstrate with him, for he himself was, and had been for some time, doing a good deal in that line with an amiable Connecticut girl, and was only waiting for special permission from Brigham Young to add her to the half-dozen wives he already had in Utah. There was, moreover, another high priest attached to that office, but no one seemed to understand his exact position. To all appearance, his principal occupation was traveling from New York to Connecticut, and from Connecticut back again to New York. He was a very robust-looking man, but it was reported that he was troubled with heart disease, and that the purer air of Connecticut was a great relief to him. This I fully believed when, after some time, I discovered that the young lady engaged to the apostle had a charming sister, for I thought it very probable that she rendered no small assistance to the Connecticut air in giving relief to his diseased heart. My husband, not being at that particular time under the influence of heart disease, soon became very useful on the editorial staff. In fact, pretty well everything was left to him, and not unfrequently for 2 or 3 days he saw nothing of the apostle or either of his associates, and the whole responsibility of getting out the paper, at the magnificent salary of $4 a week, rested upon him. He was told that he must regard it as a mission, and be prepared to act accordingly. In the course of time, however, the visits to Connecticut came to an end. The apostle obtained Brother Brigham's permission to practice a little polygamy among the Gentiles, and Miss Young made him an excellent housekeeper in a handsomely furnished house in Brooklyn. The poor high priest and 70 did not fare so well. They were expected to wait until they reached Zion. The 2 young ladies to whom they were engaged were amiable and good girls, who would without doubt have met with excellent husbands, either in or out of the church. But the name of an apostle or high priest, when the men themselves were away from home, carried with it many charms, and won the hearts of the young ladies and their friends. The apostle was, of course, well used to the training of wives in the celestial order, and when he returned home with his youngest bride, he suffered no particular inconvenience. But the high priests realized the truth of the adage, the course of true love never did run smooth. The first wife of one of them refused to have anything to do with his new bride, and kept him at a respectful distance from herself then and ever afterwards, while the first wife of the other declined to acknowledge the claims of her youthful rival. The first high priest has gone to heaven, and the other in the course of time gave a bill of divorce to his young wife. What happiness either of these 3 girls found in polygamy, they best know, but the young widow appears decidedly to be the happiest of the 3. I had heard so much while in London about men taking wives from principle, and that after the first wife they made no open display of their love, but I could not see that they differed in the slightest from their Gentile brethren in that respect. The Utah elders of whom I have spoken always seemed to me very human. In all polygamic courtships that I have since witnessed, the brethren have appeared to think that the Lord's revelation was a trifle too slow in arranging affairs of the heart, and they have very zealously prepared for its coming. In some instances the revelation has come too late, and in many others it would have been very disastrous if it had not come at all. In all cases it may be safely asserted that all that has been said about getting the consent of the first wife and obtaining a revelation from the Lord as to whether it is pleasing in His sight for a man to take another wife or not is purely folly and nonsense. Brigham Young is the only Lord who has ever been consulted on that question. If he acknowledged this to the people, and they chose to abide by it, they alone would be to blame. But it is the grossest of frauds for men claiming to be the representatives of Jesus Christ to play upon the credulity of an honest people, trifling with the most sacred subjects, and telling them that God answers by special revelation and declares whether or not it is His will that each of these plural marriages should take place. The apostles and elders themselves are not deceived. They know well enough that there is no truth in all this mockery. They know that the only source of all their revelations is the man Brigham Young. End of chapter 13. Chapter 14 of Tell It All by Fanny STENHOUSE. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Saintly Pilgrims on the Way. The Divine Handcart Scheme. One Sunday morning in early spring, I attended a meeting of the saints in Williamsburg. My husband was there and took part in the service, and so did the Apostle Taylor and one or two other Utah elders. I went to that meeting in a very desponding state of mind, for our prospects since the day of our arrival had not brightened very much, and I felt the need of some comforting and cheering words. Whether it was the influence of the clear spring morning, or that the elders had noticed the depression of spirit among the saints, I cannot tell, but I know that on that particular occasion their words seemed to me more earnest and encouraging than they had been for a long time past. As we came out from the meeting, Brother Benton, one of the elders, stepped up to my husband and said, "Brother Stenhouse, they are expecting to arrive tonight or tomorrow. I suppose you will be down at the gardens to meet them." I knew well enough who they were who were expected to arrive, and so did Mr. Stenhouse. "Yes," he said, "of course I shall be there, but most likely we shall have to wait a few days before they come." Then he stopped and talked over the matter with Elder Benton. Now it chanced that at that time Brigham Young was trying an experiment. The prophet of the Lord sometimes finds it necessary, notwithstanding the revelations which he is supposed to receive, to try experiments, like other men, before he can feel sure that his plans are likely to succeed. The only difference between him and other men is that he, knowing himself that his plans are his own inventions, or the inventions of the leaders, gives out that they come direct from God, thereby deceiving the ignorant, innocent, and confiding people. And when his plans fail, as they often do, he never confesses that he is wrong or mistaken, but lays all the blame on some other person, or failing that, on the Lord or the devil. Other men, as a rule, say nothing about the Lord or devil, but when their experiments fail, they frankly confess that they themselves were not inspired, but were liable to err. That is all the difference. In the present instance, Brigham Young tried an experiment upon a rather large scale. Up to the year 1856, the Mormon immigrants made the journey from the frontiers across the plains by ox teams, as I have already described, and every season some of the wealthier Mormons formed themselves into an independent company, paid their own expenses, and traveled with more comfort. The expense to the poorer immigrants was very small, for they performed the greater part of the journey on foot, the ox teams being used for transporting provisions and baggage, 100 pounds of the latter being allowed to each immigrant. This plan was so far a success, and the settlements of the saints increased thereby slowly but surely in population and wealth. There were, however, at that time, thousands of saints in Europe anxious to emigrate, but who were too poor to provide the small sum requisite for that purpose. During the winter of 1855, this difficulty was discussed in conference by Brigham and the leading men in Salt Lake, and someone suggested what was afterwards known as the Handcart scheme. The idea of this scheme was to transfer the people from Liverpool to the frontiers in the cheapest possible way, and for them then to cross the plains with light-made handcarts, just strong enough to carry the fewest possible necessary articles, but sufficiently light for the men, women, and even young girls to draw them. This plan would not perhaps have been a bad one if it had been properly carried out, and if Brigham Young had seen, as he might have done, that suitable preparations were made beforehand. But the Handcart emigration scheme began with a lie and ended in ruin. The confiding saints were told that God had specially inspired his servant Brigham for this purpose, and the scheme was a revelation direct from on high. No proper measures were taken to provide for the emigrants. All was done upon faith on the part of the people in their, as they supposed, inspired leaders, deception on the part of those leaders towards the people, whose only fault was that they trusted them too well. The millennial star proclaimed the plan to the saints in Europe, and so great was the response to this special summons that in that year, 1856, it was roughly estimated that no fewer than 5,000 or 6,000 Mormon emigrants traveled from Liverpool to Salt Lake City. It was the first company of these emigrants that Brother Benton alluded to when he told Mr. Stenhouse that they were expected that night or the next. But in those days emigrant vessels were frequently delayed by adverse winds and other circumstances, and no one could calculate upon the exact time of their arrival in port. The following morning, my husband, when he returned from the Mormon office, brought with him a letter bearing the English postmark and addressed to me in the neat, unmistakable handwriting of Mary Burton. I had been waiting and watching for a letter from her ever since our arrival. I was anxious to hear from her, and I hastily tore it open, so impatient was I to know how she was getting on. What I read interested me deeply, though it did not surprise me. I had seen Mary many times after the interview which I have already related, and our conversations and discussions were to us of all-absorbing interest, but as they were mostly personal, I have not cared to record them in this narrative. To tell the truth, her love affairs with Elder Shrewsbury occupied more and more the most prominent place in all our discussions. His enthusiasm was perfectly infectious. As long as Mary absolutely refused to see him, her love for him and her faith in Mormonism were anything but overpowering. But Elder Shrewsbury was one of those peculiar persons who have a sort of magnetic charm about them, who, without our knowing it, or even in some instances, contrary to our will and reason, enlist all our sympathies and leave behind them an impression that we vainly try to efface. He only wanted opportunity, and his success was sure. Opportunity he had had for pressing his suit with Mary and making an impression upon her heart, ever since the day when they had met at my door and had taken that walk together, as Mary said, for the purpose of discussing important matters. Now the letter which I received opened to me another chapter in Mary's life, which, without the gift of prophecy, I might have easily predicated. Elder Shrewsbury's patience and perseverance met with their due reward, and Mary at length promised to become his wife. But fascinated though she was, and herself almost as deeply in love as he was, she nevertheless made one condition which showed that she had not entirely lost that prudence and determination which she had shown in the early days of their courtship. When he spoke to me in that way, you know how, Sister Stenhouse, she said in her impulsive way, "How could I persist in saying no to him? It wasn't in my heart to do so. I didn't say yes in so many words, but I simply said nothing, and he took my silence for consent. Then, but no, I won't even tell you everything. I know he thought he was going to have it all his own way, but I didn't think so. I told him then that I had firmly resolved upon one thing, that I would never marry him unless he made a solemn vow and promise before God that he would never enter into polygamy. I could not hide from him that I loved him. He knew it and could see it. But I said I never would go to Utah alone, and I certainly never would marry at the risk of my husband taking another wife. No, I was willing to give him my heart, my all. It was only fair for him to do the same by me. He was very near me then, and my hand was in his, and he was looking up into my eyes. Then he whispered the promise I had asked of him, and, dear Sister Stenhouse, I know I can depend on his word. We shall be happier in this world by ourselves, and we feel quite sure that God will not ask us to do anything in heaven that would make us miserable. Perhaps I oughtn't say this, but I'm so happy that I cannot allow myself one single wretched doubt about the future of my husband, such as I used to have. We were married on the 27th of January, and now we are getting ready for Zion and are busy day and night. Of course you have heard of the divine plan, the Handcart scheme. Oh, Sister Stenhouse, I am so very, very much ashamed of myself for all the wicked things that I used to say about the apostles and the elders. Since our marriage, Elder Shrewsbury has explained everything to me and set things in their right light. It is a glorious privilege for us to be permitted to gather to Zion, and now I know my dear husband will never even think of another besides myself. I glory in the thought of leaving the Gentile world and all its wickedness. We will go with the first company this season. I will tell you all the rest of the news when I meet you, dear. So Mary Burton was married, and coming with the Handcart company. Why, I said, turning to my husband, they'll be here in a day or two now. Perhaps today, he replied. They did not, however, arrive either that day or the next, but towards the end of the week we were told that their vessel was in the river, and I accompanied my husband to Castle Gardens to see them. A strange spectacle was presented to our view. More than 600 Mormon emigrants were gathered there, all on their way to Zion and burning with zeal and enthusiasm worthy of a better cause. There were aged men and women whose heads were hoary with the snows of many a winter, and whose tottering steps had borne them to the verge of 80 years and 10. There were stout-hearted fathers of families, and matrons with sons and daughters growing up around them. There were young men in the pride and strength of manhood, and maidens in the modest blush of womanly beauty, and little toddling children, and babes in their mothers' arms, all obedient to what they thought was the command of God himself, all with their faces set steadfastly and anxiously Zionward. Let not the reader smile at the blind infatuation of those poor emigrants. Would he or she have suffered so confidingly, so faithfully for his or her religion? They might be mistaken, but truly theirs was a faith which hoped all things, believed all things, endured all things. Surely in his sight, who judges the heart, the blind obedience of those men and women who were ready to suffer and to endure unto the bitter end, because in their childlike faith they thought it was his holy will, such practical devotion was more truly acceptable than the formal professions of an untested faith, which orthodox professors are so ready to make. I met at Castle Gardens many whom I had known in the old country, but it was one particular face which I was anxious to see, a man wrapped in a thick greatcoat, and with a fur cap upon his head brushed against me, and before I had time to raise my eyes, my hand was grasped in his, and I heard Mary's husband say, "Oh, Sister Stenhouse, I'm so glad to see you. I knew we should meet you in New York. Come and see Mary. She's my Mary now." I went with Elder Shrewsbury, and I saw Mary. But oh, how greatly was she changed. When I returned from our Swiss mission and saw her after an interval of several years, I was of course struck with the alteration which had then transformed her from a pretty little fairy-like girl into a decorous young lady contemplating matrimony. But although I had been absent from England only a few months, I observed a much more striking alteration in her than on the previous occasion. It was not now, I thought, so much an outward and personal change as a new development in her inner consciousness, her soul itself. Her form was as graceful, and her eyes as bright as ever, but from those eyes there now shone forth another light than that which I thought so charming in bygone time. Her affection for me was as warm and demonstrative as when we first met. She recognized me in a moment, before her husband had time to say a word, and throwing both her arms round me, she kissed me again and again with all the effusion of her childish days. Taking my hand, she led me gently into a quiet corner and seated me beside her on a big trunk, and then she began to talk. It was the same soft, sweet voice again which used to be so dear to me when I was left all alone in Southampton, soon after my marriage, while my husband was on mission in Italy. She told me all the story of her courtship, all and much more than she had told me in her letter. But it was when she came to speak of her marriage, of her husband, and especially of their pilgrimage to Utah, that I observed more especially the change which had taken place in her. She was no longer the light-hearted girl, half doubting her strange religion and rejecting it altogether when it did not coincide with her own ideas and wishes. No, Elder Shrewsbury, had he been 10 times a Mormon elder, could not have wished for a more obedient, a more earnest, I might say a more fanatical believer than was now to be found in his young and beautiful wife. Her eyes really glowed with enthusiasm as she spoke of the work of the Lord and of gathering to Zion, and her voice, though soft and sweet as ever, had in it now and then a tinge of sternness which told of a determination and spirit which the casual observer would never have suspected. I expressed some surprise that she and her husband, not being without funds, should have gone with the Handcart company when they might have waited and gone in so much more comfort with one of the independent companies. "Why, Sister Stenhouse," she said, "we have done it as a matter of faith. Certainly we could have afforded to go in any way we chose, but my husband said we ought to be an example to the poorer saints, so we gave away nearly all our money to help the Emigration Fund, and then we came, just as you see us, along with the rest." "But the danger and discomfort is so great," I suggested. "Surely the Lord does not want us to sacrifice ourselves when no one is benefited by it." "Not a bit," said she. "There's no danger, Sister Stenhouse, and if there were, it would only please me all the more. As for discomfort, why, we should have had that anyway, and we both glory in making sacrifices. Besides which, we have been told by the Apostle that this will be the most pleasant and successful journey across the plains that has ever been made." "I am a little doubtful of the promises of apostles and elders," I said, "and I remember, Mary, when you used to agree with me." "Oh, I know I did," she answered, "but Brother Shrewsbury has shown me how wrong I was. I never doubt now. But I think you have a wrong notion about this Handcart scheme. It is not an ordinary plan such as any man might have made. God himself revealed this plan to Brigham, and in fact we call it the divine plan in our songs. Oh, you should hear our songs. They're a little rough, but the singing is so earnest and the voices of the men and girls blend so well together that I know you'd like them. There's only one thing that I don't like about this plan, and that I dare say is all right if only I knew it." "I think, Mary," I said, "I could tell you a good deal that you wouldn't like if you knew it." "No, dear," she replied hastily, as if afraid to hear me. "Don't tell me unpleasant matters. I'll tell you all I meant. The prophet and Heber C. Kimball and Jedediah Grant counseled the richer emigrants to give up as much as they could, all their property, if they had faith enough, to help the poor brethren to emigrate. But the American elders had private instructions, so Brother Shrewsbury told me, to use the money to help out all the unmarried girls who are willing to go. I confess that this troubled me not a little, but my husband says that when we get to Zion, we shall find all will be right, and of course I believe him." Mary's conversation puzzled me a good deal at the time. She had formerly been so clear-sighted and so unbiased by prejudice, and now she seemed ready to believe anything. All her husband's enthusiasm was now her own. She saw with his eyes, and in the intensity of her love for him, she believed all that he accepted as true. Long after, when I thought of that short interview, I called to mind her impulsive earnestness, and I felt that a secret misgiving, unconsciously to herself, was partly the cause of it. Unknown to herself, her excess of zeal was the offspring of doubt. Life in the future was in anticipation to my poor friend one long day of hope and happiness. She could not see the shadow of a cloud. No coming sorrow darkened her way. Zion, to her excited imagination, was the abode of peace and sanctity and unchanging joy. I asked her whether the saints in England had heard any of those strange reports about Brigham Young defying the government, which had attracted so much attention in this country. Certainly, she said, it is because the day is so very near when all intercourse between God's people and the Gentile world shall be cut off forever that these great efforts are being made to gather the saints to Zion. Of course you know this, but I don't think you know all. Why, at the last General Conference in Liverpool, the President had instructions from Salt Lake to propose Brigham Young as prophet, seer, revelator, and king. King? I said. How can President Young ever be king? Utah is part of the territory of the United States and under their jurisdiction. It is not even a state itself yet, and Congress has refused to sanction the name of Deseret. This country will never suffer a kingdom to be set up in Utah. You must be misinformed, Sister Mary. No, Sister Stenhouse, she exclaimed, I am under no mistake. My husband assured me that the conference accepted the proposition and that it was received unanimously. The saints are gathering in from all parts of the world, and when war is declared, they will not be found unprepared. Why, here on board with us, the American elders are all provided with swords and revolvers of the very best make that could be got for love or money. And I myself have heard them say that Brigham Young intends shortly to declare his independence of the United States. We didn't know this before we left England, but we felt sure that he had some great purpose in view which had been revealed to him. Before we left, I said, the saints were all eager to emigrate. Yes, dear, she answered, but nothing like they are now. You have no idea how excited and anxious everybody is. Some of the people, in order to obey counsel, sold their watches and jewelry and even their best clothes, scarcely keeping enough for the journey, and every one who had any money gave it away. Brigham Young set a noble example in that. Even the Gentiles would admire him if they knew all. Why, we had on board ship with us Brother Tennant, the rich new convert who paid $30,000 for the property which Brigham Young so generously gave to help the Emigration Fund. He hardly had enough left to carry him and his family to Zion, and now he is going to cross the plains with us to settle in Salt Lake City. He is somewhere here among the emigrants, I believe at the present moment, and you could ask him all about it if you liked. The brethren assure him that Brother Brigham is so liberal that he will get vastly more than the value of his $30,000 when he reaches Zion, and I hope he will, for I like both him and his wife. All this was thus far true, but it was with some misgivings that I heard Mary talk about it. Still, I tried to persuade myself that it was a sin to doubt. How little did either of us imagine that after poor Mr. Tennant's miserable death upon the plains, we should live to see his wife destitute and defrauded of her property by generous-hearted Brigham, dragging out a miserable existence in Zion, and dependent even for a crust of bread upon the kindness of the brethren. And yet, as I previously stated in another place, this was how the prophet, under the mask of liberality, contrived, for his own purposes, to cheat this unfortunate and too confiding saint. Then we talked of what more nearly interested ourselves, and Mary asked me when Mr. Stenhouse and myself were coming out. I told her that it was quite uncertain, but that we expected to before long. At any rate, you will come out before the season is over, she said. Most likely so, I replied, but you will be safely there and settled before we arrive. How little did she imagine the fearful scenes she was to witness, the terrible sufferings she was to endure before the season she spoke of had passed away. Could I at that time have known all, I would have prayed that sooner than set out on that fearful journey, she might find refuge in the grave from the horrors which, unknown to her, were brooding over her way. We talked long, and then my husband joined us. Elder Shrewsbury was called away by some necessary duty, and when we parted, it was with many promises to write frequently to each other of our common religious interests, as well as the welfare of ourselves and those we loved. Then I spoke with several other old friends, and we exchanged greetings with all sorts of people, for my husband, wherever he goes, is always sure to be upon speaking terms with almost everybody he meets. The Handcart Company left New York for Utah, a long and formidable journey at best, but in that instance, through mismanagement and neglect, one of the most fatal expeditions that imprudent man has ever undertaken, and it was not until months and months had passed away, and another season had come round, that we heard anything of their fate. And time went on, but my troubles did not lighten. My husband still continued to work at the Mormon office, and after a while his salary was slightly increased from time to time. But still his earnings were altogether inadequate for the support of a family, and I found it absolutely necessary to obtain some employment for myself. It cost me many a long and weary day of search and enquiry, and many a battle with my pride before I could get anything to do. But at last I was successful, and although my little ones required constant attention, I contrived to add a very decent quota to the scanty family purse. And thus matters continued until the following year, our life of uncertainty and care unchanged. Little in my life at that time is worth recording. To me it was one long, painful struggle, and any change which could come I felt must be for the better. My experience of Mormonism was of course enlarged as new facts presented themselves to my observation, and by nothing was my faith so much shaken as by the discrepancies between the written and spoken Mormonism which was presented with fair face to the European saints and the world at large, and the actual conduct of the elders. From the first moment when polygamy was announced, the leaders had strictly forbidden the missionaries to enter into any alliances with the sisters abroad, or to make any proposals of marriage to them, or to enter into any matrimonial covenants. In the language of Heber C. Kimball, Brigham's first counselor, they were not to pick out from the flock the young, fair, and tender lambs, but were to bring them all safely home to Zion. This counsel was all very well, for it tended to keep the elders out of mischief, and afforded an opportunity to the brethren at home to select more and more youthful wives from the fair converts who were gathered into Zion. But the missionaries found it very irksome to obey this counsel, and in point of fact, those who did so formed a very small minority. One of the missionaries who had just returned from Europe came one day to our house in New York and brought a youthful sister with him. He was by no means a handsome man or prepossessing in his appearance, but I saw at once that he had succeeded in obtaining considerable influence over the young sister's mind. He said she was not very happy, and he wanted her to stay with some respectable family for a week or two until they set out for Utah, and I agreed that she should stay with us. She began to play with the children, and took one of them in her arms in a way which attracted my attention, for I noticed that tears were in her eyes, and she excited my sympathy. I asked her as gently and as delicately as I could what was the matter with her, and what her sorrow was, and she told me that she herself had 2 little ones at home, and was wretched at being parted from them. She had obeyed counsel and had left her husband and a happy home to go to Zion. She loved them all dearly, but deluded by false teachings and promises that she should soon have her children again, she had stolen away and left them all. I reasoned with her, tried to make her see how wrongly she had acted, and persuaded her to return to her husband and seek his forgiveness. No, it was all in vain. The salvation of her soul she thought was beyond all earthly considerations. She must stifle the suggestions of her heart within her. She must hasten to Zion. Thus she left me, and like many another victim, I never expected to see her again. One morning, a few months later, I was astonished to receive a visit from her. After expressing my pleasure at seeing her once more, she told me what I had said had so impressed her that when the emigrants had arrived at St. Louis, she had refused to proceed any further on the journey, had written to her husband, had made all right with him, and was now on her way back to her home in England. My story is so full of painful reminiscences that it is with pleasure that I record this incident, one of the rare cases in which folly was not succeeded by utter ruin and misery. Alas, how many instances I might mention which fell beneath my own personal observation, of wives and mothers led away by the delusive doctrines which they mistook for inspiration, and who sought vainly through years of misery for peace and rest, until at length they found it in the darkness of the tomb. Towards the end of the year 1857, the difficulties in Utah and a financial panic in New York resulted in the discontinuance of the Mormon. My husband was thus thrown out of employment, and to add to our difficulties, the people for whom I work suspended operations. This new trial of our faith, however, was not long. Out of apparent evil, good came. Released from his obligations to the Apostle and the Mormon paper, my husband now set earnestly to work to obtain a living without the crippling influences of counsel or the dictates of those whom his religion taught him to respect. I had always believed that if suffered to act for himself, his energy was such that he would certainly carve his way to a respectable position in the world. In this I was not deceived, either at the time of which I speak or at a later period, when in Salt Lake City he engaged in active business on his own account. In New York, where he had been by this time appointed president of the Eastern Mission, and was actively engaged in advocating the claims of the Mormon Church, he sought and found employment on the staff of the Herald, and in connection with other daily papers, and such was his success that from a condition of misery and poverty we were very soon raised to a position of comfort and surrounded by every luxury suitable to our station in life. And this position we enjoyed until called upon to leave all and journey across the plains to Zion. Our own journey to Zion was postponed for a while, but not long before we set forth I received the long-expected letter which Mary Burton had promised me. And as it contains a vivid picture of a mode of transit, the only mode which could then be used, across the plains, and shows what people were forced to endure so recently as a few short years ago, I shall give extracts from it in the following chapter. For I feel sure that if the reader did not peruse the story in the exact words of my unfortunate friend, he would never believe that in this country and in our own times such a terrible tragedy could have been enacted. End of chapter 14.